Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had the Divine Collapse Quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Chapter 1. The Tremor Through His Heart. Midoriya's POV. Midoriya tugged on his mother's sleeves and called for her, full of the joy and hope he always carried. He remembered how Inko had reassured him that he would get a great quirk and had quietly hoped it would not be too strong. Those words stayed with him most of all, because they marked the end of everything he loved. He learned his quirk was unique, but no one knew how powerful it might be, and that uncertainty made it different from any other ability. He had been ecstatic, buzzing with energy and adrenaline that day. It felt like one of the best days of his life, and yet, like so many good things, it ended suddenly. Flashback, third-person POV Midoriya. Young Izuku begged for ice cream, jumping and giggling as his hair bounced. Inko smiled and decided they should celebrate this milestone. She thought it best to mark the occasion. She could not help but watch her son with affection as he fidgeted and tried little experiments with his budding hopes, pretending to lift things with his mind and playfully imitating breaths of fire until he grew out of breath. Izuku worried aloud about his quirk not activating yet, and Inko reassured him that it would take time and that he would feel it when it came. He scanned the shop for a place to sit and chose an outside table. Inko offered to order their ice cream and asked what flavor he wanted. Izuku thought for a moment, his face lighting up with a shy pink flush, and chose mint, the flavor he loved for its cool, mellow bite. As Inko headed toward the counter to order, two boys who often hung around Katsuki appeared in the shop as well. They asked their parents for permission to go greet Midoriya, and their parents allowed it. The boys ran over with grins that quickly hardened when they reached Izuku. The boys pushed Izuku down and stared at him with the kind of mean faces children could muster. One of them let his fingers stretch in a teasing motion and demanded to know why Izuku was there. They pinned him against the railing, and the shock of being cornered made Izuku uneasy. They explained, with the hot jealousy of kids who wanted attention, that Katsuki was not there and this was their chance to teach Izuku a lesson. They complained that it was unfair that someone without a quirk could still be closest to Katsuki during their games. They said they had quirks and believed that entitled them to be the heroes. Their words were cruel and meant to wound. Izuku tried to reason, voice trembling, but the boys laughed and pressed their insults. They called him useless, using the nickname Katsuki often tossed around. When Katsuki used it, it had been a challenge, a push toward something more. Here it was meant to humiliate. The taunts cut deep, and for a moment Izuku stood there hurt and silent. He wiped his tears and told them he would not be quirkless for much longer, that he would gain a quirk soon. The boys sneered and mocked him, insisting he would always be useless. The name and the cruelty stirred something intense in Izuku. For the first time he shouted, the sound raw and desperate. At that instant, a tremor began to travel through his body, a mixture of fear and a strange, sudden shift. Around him, the world seemed to tilt. The ground underfoot shook, and people around the shop began to panic as objects rattled and fixtures swayed. Izuku felt a frightening pressure in his chest and a sharp disorientation in his foot. He stumbled. He looked toward his mother, fingers reaching for her as he tried to move through the chaos. Inko was nearby, calling out and moving among the falling debris as people tried to escape. Dust filled the air and the building groaned. Tiles and signs fell, and the scene became one of frantic motion rather than clear detail. Izuku's eyes widened with fear. He called for his mother again, voice strained, but the noise and commotion swallowed words. He felt his strength drain and the world narrowed to sounds and motion. Overcome by the shock, he lost consciousness and slipped into darkness. POV changed to narrator. The market district had been enjoying a normal day when the tremors began. At first the shaking was light, prompting startled shoppers to flee from anything that might fall. No one could have guessed how rapidly the situation would escalate. A technician monitoring readings at a nearby seismology station alerted his supervisor that the data looked abnormal. They exchanged quick, urgent observations and began to prepare for the unfolding emergency as the tremors intensified and spread through the district. The station chief struggled to make sense of the incoming report and demanded clarification. The monitor told him the tremor was increasing steadily and was not natural. It appeared to be caused by the use of some sort of ability. Realizing the implication, the chief pulled his phone from his pocket and called the police. A police operator answered briefly before the line cut out amid the flood of callers, and dread spread through the building. A junior staff member stammered to the chief, and the chief turned to the worker who was still watching the instruments, expecting more news. The chief asked what it showed. The worker replied solemnly that the quake had reached magnitude 7.0 and was still rising. A colleague muttered that they needed all the help they could get. The scene shifted to Ingenium. A dispatcher ordered all available units to Tatooine Station immediately, explaining that the tremor did not appear to be a natural earthquake and that it was still ongoing. Police and heroes moved toward the scene, and the first to arrive was the hero Ingenium. Ingenium asked the resident if anyone remained inside the building. The woman stammered that a young man from the hero training program had come by to fix a leak in their house and was still inside. Ingenium demanded to know what kind of leak it was, and the woman answered that it was gas. Fear drove Ingenium into motion. He sprinted toward the entrance, but when his hands touched the doors, an internal blast sent the door flying outward and a pressure wave threw him back. The tremors immediately intensified. Even with the force he generated in pursuit, he could not hold his footing against the magnitude of the quake and was forced to his knees. Pinned by the shaking, Ingenium strained to move. He heard a faint cry for help coming from inside and, through smoke and flickering flames, glimpsed a figure reaching out. The trainee the one Ingenium had assigned to Musafatsu for hands-on training had a small horn on his head, a beak-like mouth, and webbed hands. Ingenium poured every ounce of effort into rising and reaching him, but the earthquake would not relent and his body would not respond as he wished. Tears fell as he called the trainee's name, and the flames washed over the figure before him. The trainee was gone. The scene then shifted to Uraraka Company. Izuku crawled across the shattered pavement, every movement agony. His legs would not support him and his stomach burned with pain. Tears blurred his vision as he called for his mother, hoarse and desperate. The scene around him was a ruin of overturned displays and scattered wreckage, and he retched at the devastation. He dragged himself toward the broken storefront where he had last seen her, prying at loose debris with the small strength he had. Heavy concrete would not budge beneath his hands, but through the cracks he searched and called again, voice thinning with each effort. He was only 4 years old and clung to the single thought that he could still save her. His desire to be a hero was the last thing that kept him moving. When he spotted the flash of green hair, he surged forward with what little energy remained, but the closer he came, the more the truth settled over him. His mother lay motionless with rubble pinned over her lower body. She did not move. The realization hit him like a cold weight, and his sobs broke into a tortured, endless scream. Grief turned to a fierce, uncontrollable rage. He pressed his hands to his chest and howled, and the ground answered. The pavement trembled and a powerful quake radiated outward from the epicenter, shuddering through the area with startling force. Buildings shook and the collapse that followed left a wide swath of the city devastated. The tremor caused many deaths and left the local economy reeling. The region bore scars that would not easily heal. When the child at the center of the disaster was found the next day, terrified and alone, the authorities took him into custody and, worried by the continued disturbances, he was sedated for observation. Rumors and leaked reports spread quickly. His name became a target for blame. Whispers painted him as the son of a villain, a terrorist, the cause of the catastrophe. Izuku Midoriya grew up branded by that fear and suspicion, carrying guilt and isolation as the world turned away. Flashback. In the present, Midoriya remembered how he had been raised apart from others. School had been the only place he saw people, and it was there he learned how cruel others could be. Stones were thrown at him from a distance and hateful notes were tucked into his desk. Someone had carved the word villain into the wood. By his final year of junior high, he had been put on medication to temper his emotions and prevent outbursts. The drags dulled his feelings until he moved through life with an apathetic shell, convinced that his sins were too deep to be forgiven. Even in rare moments when emotion rose, he never felt hatred toward those who tormented him. Instead, he accepted it as deserved. Now a third-year student, the teacher announced that it was time to think seriously about the students' futures and suggested that many of them aim to enter the hero course. Several classmates demonstrated their quirks in response. Midoriya, head down, wrote on a slip of paper that he wanted to work in construction, specifically on rebuilding the still-recovering Tatooine district. A decade had passed since that day at the center of destruction, and the damage still showed. Deep crevices and scars in the landscape could not be completely filled. The wreckage had been cleared, but the memory of the disaster remained etched into the city. Katsuki Bakugo, with his usual bravado, jumped up onto a desk and pointed at Midoriya, openly accusing him of being a villain. His expression made his contempt plain. The teacher warned Bakugo to lower his voice and not to act out of insecurity, but Bakugo's temper flared and he launched himself at Midoriya, using his explosive propulsion to close the gap. The teacher shouted for them to stop, but Bakugo's momentum carried him forward. Midoriya, irritated and quick to react, reached out and redirected the incoming blow by catching Bakugo's arm and guiding him to the side. Bakugo's unexpected change in trajectory sent him slamming against the backboard. The teacher called for an end to the fighting and told Bakugo to return to his seat. He also advised Midoriya not to retaliate too much, explaining that as a teacher he had seen many children with little talent act arrogant and that he had a history of motivating them. The teacher said he wanted to motivate someone who truly had the talent to save lives. Midoriya felt something like admiration stir inside him at that an unfamiliar, warm recognition that someone saw potential in him. The rest of the day passed without incident. To avoid further confrontation, he took a different route home through the tunnel, pulled a hand from his pocket, and continued on. He told himself he had to take his medicine. As he reached into his bag, an unsettling voice commented that he looked like a nice meat bag. He turned and immediately felt his arms, legs, and head become restricted as a thick slime wrapped around him and pressed against his throat, making it hard to breathe. The villain taunted him, saying it would not take long and thanking him in a mocking tone for being his hero. Just as his consciousness began to slip, the effects of his medicine faded and the familiar gut-wrenching pain returned. The thought of death focused his mind on the villain suffocating him, who had become the symbol of imminent danger. Perhaps because of that, his hands began to emit the seismic waves they produced. The villain demanded to know what he was doing, and he could feel the world shaking perhaps because the slime itself trembled. He begged for them to stop. It was too late. His powers were difficult to turn off without his medicine and he had none. The villain's form destabilized in an over-the-top, anime-style burst and scattered into harmless droplets of slime. He fell to the ground and scrambled for his medicine only to find the vial crushed and ruined. He sighed, decided that was not good, and looked toward the exit, planning to head home as soon as possible. Fate had other plans. A manhole burst open and a voice called from behind, asking if he had caused the disturbance. He did not need to turn to know who stood there. Today felt like it might mark the beginning of his redemption. Facing the voice, the figure of his idol stood beside the subdued villain. The hero's massive frame seemed to demand praise, and his smile had carried the young man through his darkest moments. He could only stammer the name All Might. Chapter 2, True Hero. Midoriya's POV. Looking at the towering hero, he felt as if he were staring at a sculpture. All Might looked almost unreal, like a hallucination. He admitted that he had caused the disturbance, since his ruined medicine left him unable to suppress his power. He explained that he had to constantly expand the range at which his power was active. He reflected that his power was a curse. Any strong emotion could trigger it, and it had grown stronger as he aged. He had learned to control how wide the effect reached. When it was within a mile, it could cause a lot of destruction, and it eased with distance. Right now he was stretching it as far as he could, up to 20 miles. All Might gave his signature smile, waved, and surveyed the tunnel. All Might told him that usually one should not use a quirk in public, but in this case it had been self-defense and he had done well. Nodding, Midoriya could not help but think about something that had happened earlier that day. He watched as All Might collected the remnants of the villain and, in an astonishing display, tucked them into a soda bottle. Midoriya wondered how the hero could seem to defy the laws of mass. He decided it was time to ask the question that had been on his mind since morning and told All Might that he had a question. He felt the wind pick up, his heart rate rise, his throat tighten, and his hands grow sweaty. Without his medicine, he was more emotionally volatile and the pain in his gut grew stronger. All Might asked what was wrong. Summoning all his courage, Midoriya asked if he could become a hero. He looked down in shame at having admitted it, though he had been a villain and wanted to atone through volunteering. A small part of him still longed to be a hero. All Might said he did not see why not and asked why anyone who aspired to be a hero could not try. He explained that a hero is made by effort, not by words, and that those who only say they will be heroes but do not act are merely followers trying to conform. Reaching to his side, All Might then turned to go but called for Midoriya to never give up. Realizing what was being asked, Midoriya reacted, and All Might gave a little peace sign before jumping away into the distance. Midoriya watched his back as he departed. The figure seemed close and yet far. After a while he turned from the tunnel and headed home. His thoughts drifted to what he could do with his abilities. With the slime villain, he had used seismic waves from his hands to create a vibrating phenomenon. Thinking about the possibilities, he tried to focus on releasing the seismic waves from his hands, but it proved difficult as some nearby garbage cans began to quiver. He lamented how hard it was to control the concentration of the waves. Walking through the city, he hid his hair under his hoodie, though he still drew glances. Eventually he found himself in front of a crime scene. He wondered how he had gotten there as he realized he had gone the opposite direction from home and now stood before a burning alleyway. Civilians nearby questioned what the heroes were doing, and anxiety rose in his chest. He feared those unwelcome emotions would cause a disturbance, so he decided it was best to leave. His eyes turned toward the villain to satisfy his curiosity. Those moments marked the first steps toward his new future. He unintentionally called out Katsuki's name, and the cry gained the attention of the victim trapped by the slime-like villain. People murmured in confusion about how Katsuki had escaped from All Might and where he could be. The narrator's emotions began to surge. The ground around his feet trembled. The moment that changed everything was when he saw Katsuki mouth the word help. Katsuki Bakugo, usually cocky and prideful, looked on the verge of collapse, and the narrator could no longer hold back. A sudden boost of speed pushed him forward as the buildings vibrated and his control over his emotions slipped. Civilians and the villain turned to see who had arrived. Smoke and heat burned the air, and the stinging made breathing difficult. He stumbled as the villain swung an arm at him, and his hood fell away, revealing his face to everyone. Bystanders shouted that it was the kid who had caused the Tatooine disaster, but he had no time to respond. With his emotions heightened, he knew he was close to losing the small amount of control he had left. The feeling of impending danger amplified his power. Pain flared in his gut and his legs ached from using his ability after so long. Unlike before, he sustained it for a longer time. Wind rushed through his hair as he moved at unfamiliar speeds. He remembered watching someone who used a quirk to propel himself and tried to mimic that focus. The villain swung down, and he concentrated on sending seismic energy through his palm, shifting his attention to direct the waves precisely. As his emotions peaked and the waves increased, he changed direction at the last moment, the attack missing by inches. The movement echoed the fighting style he had learned during darker days when he had been harassed. That style lived in his body through pain. He put both hands behind him and recalled the feeling of releasing concentrated energy from his palm. Katsuki broke free from the sludge and yelled for the slime to leave him alone. The narrator briefly let up and felt an impact on his side. He saw the sky and the crowd as if in slow motion, most people looking at him with disgust. He hit the ground and skidded, his skin torn and his face cut and scraped from the impact. A small trickle of blood ran down his forehead between his eyes. He lifted himself and took in the scene. People looked at him like a villain even when he had tried to help. Even the villain seemed disgusted. Loneliness and depression flared into anguish. He tensed, and the ground began to vibrate. Damaged buildings trembled and seemed close to collapse. Onlookers panicked as some of his power escaped, but he forced himself to contain it. He focused it through his feet and launched himself in a straight, rocket-like line, relying on his sense of touch to navigate. His right hand met the slime and redirected the energy from his legs to his arm, shifting the strain there. The villain's voice trembled as the slime collapsed, and liquid splashed across the area. The heroes stood ready, and the fires that had raged were finally brought under control. He felt himself weakening as the immediate threat ended and his emotions calmed. The vibrations stopped, and the consequences of his exertion settled in, likely bruised ribs, strained muscles, a shoulder and arm pushed to their limits, and a possible head injury. He felt on the verge of collapse, but the reactions of the crowd pushed him onward. Civilians shouted for him to leave, accused him of murder and ruining their lives, blamed him for destroying companies and costing the country money. The abuse came in waves, each accusation an insult like a fresh blow. Someone called him a person who should never have been born. A stone struck the left side of his face, and he stumbled backward. A warm trickle ran down my face, mixing with the tears that leaked from my eyes. As I took a few steps back, I felt as if the whole world were against me. The eyes of everyone there seemed to tell me to disappear. The heroes stood frozen, their expressions conflicted. They could not decide whether to save the boy and treat his injuries or avoid intervening and risk being scorned for helping someone accused of killing hundreds. For the heroes who relied on their fame, the choice was obvious. Having decided there was no place for me, I turned away with my head lowered. I ran, power surging through me and allowing me to escape with ease. None of the heroes stopped me, and no one called out. It seemed no one cared about my injuries or wanted to help someone labeled a villain. As I passed Katsuki, I caught sight of his face and saw him mouth that it served me right, calling me a murderer. My vision narrowed as the pressure of the wind built around me, and then I was gone from the area. Soon I found myself on a quiet street, lying against a wall. I focused on breathing exercises and released my power outward as far as I could. I told myself I could not make things harder for the detective or the police. Just as I brought my control back down, All Might appeared before me, startling me. All Might called me young Midoriya, looked down with a frown, and then began to speak. He said he now understood why I had asked if I could become a hero and that he had not imagined I was who they said I was. He admitted he had not expected to see that child that day and that he had something to tell me about his earlier answer. I was scared of what he might say and thought he might retract his support. I braced myself to give up, to resign to a quiet life if necessary. The words that followed, however, were nothing like what I had expected. All Might told me that what I had done out there was the definition of a hero. Even while being beaten down and when others did not want me to interfere, I had acted and helped. I had won. He said that among everyone present that day, I had been the only one to act like a true hero, even more so than he had. As he spoke, he placed his hand on his chest, and a cloud of smoke wrapped around him and briefly obscured his appearance. When the smoke cleared, his form shifted into a frail figure with sunken cheeks and thin limbs. I could hardly reconcile that image with the towering symbol I knew. All Might explained that he was indeed the same person and that his more heroic appearance was something he adopted. He went on to explain the scar on his chest and how it limited him, allowing him only a certain amount of hero work each day. He confessed that although he preached that a hero should be willing to die, he had not been able to push his body beyond its limits when a life was in jeopardy. Gripping his shirt, he admitted his fear and the contradiction between his public smile and his private weakness. All Might told me he wanted me to succeed him, to become the hero I was meant to be. He urged me to make amends by saving those affected and protecting others for as long as I could. Stunned, I listened as he said he believed that with his power and mine, I could ensure that future generations would live well and that I could become the greatest symbol of peace the world had ever seen. He pointed toward me and asked if I would accept the opportunity to become the greatest hero. Looking at my body and realizing what I had managed to do, the weight of the moment finally settled in. I had saved a life. For a brief time, I had been a hero, even if others would not recognize it. I answered that I would train as hard as necessary to become worthy of succeeding him. All Might smiled and explained the requirements and how his power worked. He told me that when my body was ready, he would transfer his power to me so I would have both his power and my own. When I questioned whether his power had been undisclosed because it was transferable, he nodded in confirmation. He warned that the next 10 months would be harsh and necessary to increase my body's capacity as much as possible and that he would not go easy on me. With that, the next 10 months of grueling training began. Chapter 3. The UA Entrance Exams, Day of the Exam. I remember it as if it were yesterday. I had been vomiting from the amount of work. The beginning was rough. It was much harder than the regular regimen the police had forced on me to control my power. It had felt like I was going to die, but things continued to progress. I learned how to manipulate my quirk and finally understood the concept of using it in a single limb or spreading it throughout my whole body. At first I had been tempted to push my arms to the brink, to force them until something gave, but that never worked. It was as if my mind would not allow my body to break itself. Finally, today I felt my work pay off. With a roar toward the sky, I realized my efforts had borne fruit. All Might cried out in amazement as he looked at the view of Dagoba Municipal Beach. He noted that the beach had been an illegal dumping ground for who knew how long and that I had spent the last 10 months cleaning it. He commented that, although I had been challenged to clear about 80% of the area, I had done all of it. He shrank down, watched me wobble toward him, and said he could not believe I was even able to stand. He smirked, took a photo, and showed me a side-by-side with the old picture from 10 months earlier, praising the change in my physique and joking about my new strength. Thinking back, my situation had changed so much after meeting All Might. Detective Tsukachi had agreed to have All Might train me. They were old friends, and Tsukachi apparently even knew All Might's secret. I was allowed to use the medicine in moderation because it had been containing my abilities. They had warned that, without it, if I encountered a stressful situation and could not manage my emotions, I might release an amount of power that could devastate an area again. Training took place, and now, on this day, I was to be given one for all and take the entrance exam to UA. All Might told me it was time to find my place among the future heroes. I stood in front of UA wearing a hoodie with my face and eyes visible and my hair hidden. People nearby whispered that I gave off weird, suspicious vibes. Over the last 10 months I had worked on not caring about what others said. I had practiced controlling my emotions and my state of mind. I took a step onto the even floor but tripped from fatigue after pushing myself an extra 20%. Just as I was about to activate my power, my weight vanished and my body flipped upside down. When my body rotated upright, my hood fell off and my eyes met those of the girl who had been nearby. She had chestnut brown hair and matching eyes, round cheeks, and 2 permanent blush marks. The girl apologized for using her quirk on me without permission, but then her expression hardened into a glare. She accused me of forcing her family's company to shut down and of hurting her father. Her eyes watered as she spoke, and I tried to explain that I had not meant to cause harm. She rejected the apology and demanded that I get away from her, saying no one was safe when I was around. Then she moved on. I forced myself to remain attentive after that. I had not noticed the other boy who had reacted to my appearance and to what the girl had said. Inside the auditorium, I stared in awe at the number of contestants. I found a spot, unfortunately next to Katsuki, who muttered a string of curses and called me a villain, telling me to get away and that he did not want to be associated with me. Ever since that day he had stopped physically attacking me, but he still took every chance to dish out verbal punishment. Even Katsuki, however, kept himself in check in a setting like this. Present Mike stepped up to explain the course. A student raised his hand and challenged an apparent discrepancy in the pamphlet about the robots. That same student, a young man with rectangular glasses, then turned his attention to me and began to rant. He accused me of being the child responsible for that disaster a decade ago and asked why someone like me was here, suggesting I might be here to cause another incident. His words spread through the crowd, and murmurs of confusion, fear, and anger followed. I decided to speak up. I asked the student with the rectangular glasses for his name in a flat, cold tone, which made Katsuki flinch. Ida Tenya introduced himself. His gaze sharpened, and I stood up to look back at him and removed my hood. I asked Ida if he knew the meaning of ignorance and then explained that ignorance was the state of being unaware or lacking knowledge about a situation. Ida responded by asking what that had to do with him. I gave a small smile that made him twitch. I accused Ida of assuming I had come to cause another accident and pointed out that he did not know my situation or how my powers worked, calling him the epitome of ignorance. I flared a little of my energy outward to demonstrate the limited emotions I was feeling. Ida's gaze hardened. He clicked his tongue and accused me of having blood on my hands and questioned why someone who had killed would be allowed to try to be a hero. A proctor stepped in and told Ida Tenya to stop, and told me to sit as well. The proctor clarified that the fourth robot was simply an obstacle and that I had the same right to try to enter the school as everyone else, adding that they had already confirmed I would not misuse my quirk. Both Ida and I sat, though Ida kept glaring at me. We were split into groups. I found myself with the glasses-wearing boy and the chestnut-haired girl. The written portion was straightforward. I had time to study and did well. When the physical exam began, All Might's training words came to mind. All Might had explained that One for All felt like a power that coursed through the body and warned not to release all of it at once, because it could cause intense damage to oneself and the surroundings. He had instructed that when using it, the user should clench and shout smash from the heart. The idea made sense and felt oddly similar to my own quirk. I activated my power to feel it and imagined a separate force. A sharp ache traveled through my arm, so I stopped. I did not have time to wonder at the pain. The signal to go never came in a countdown when the cue came. I simply started running. I sprinted into a massive mock city that made up Area Beta. Around the corners were 3 3-point robots. Adrenaline coursed through me as I focused energy into my legs and pushed forward. I dropped my hands to the ground and sent seismic waves outward in a controlled burst around my feet. The robots shook and the ground gave way enough for them to topple forward into the gaps that opened. I moved to the robot heads and used vibration to dislodge their circuitry units, effectively disabling them. That earned me 9 points. Fear from the earlier confrontation rode with me, sharpening my speed and, unfortunately, increasing the impact to the ground behind me. The ground was dented in a trail of small craters left by my steps. People I passed watched with a mix of awe and alarm. I found a one-pointer and tried a new technique. I leapt and focused energy into my right leg, using centrifugal force to strike the robot's head. The impact cracked the head module and disabled it. My foot stung from the contact with metal, so I resolved to practice the move more carefully later. I continued to take down robots while deliberately avoiding crowds to prevent harm to bystanders. Present Mike announced that 5 minutes remained, and I felt a satisfied lift in my chest when I realized I was around 60 points. I decided to try using One for All, hoping the effects would be manageable. Rounding a corner, an explosion of dust and wind knocked me backward. I sat up, rubbing the back of my head, peering into the clearing dust to make out the shapes of other examinees. The boy with glasses met my gaze. His expression was not hostile but filled with fear. Gears clanked and metal creaked beyond the dust, and a vast shadow emerged. The sight of the towering construct stunned me. From my perspective it seemed impossibly tall and it moved with alarming agility. I began to rise and turn to run when a yelp cut through the chaos. The girl who had helped me earlier was calling for help. Her earlier warning to stay away returned to my mind, but another voice and the urgency of the moment overruled that caution. All Might had said that it was the essence of a hero to meddle when they were not supposed to, and shouting that line for motivation, he began to move. A strange new power flowed through his body. It hurt, but he knew he needed it. When he launched himself, it felt like teleportation. His surroundings dimmed and brightened, and the robot's gigantic face filled his vision. As he stared at his reflection in the robot's red glowing eyes, he noticed a face full of raw emotion for the first time, twisted in a grimace, softened by a smile, and eyes rimmed with tears. It was both ugly and beautiful, the most honest expression he had seen on himself in a long while. Instinct drove him to shout the attack name, and he let out a powerful cry of smash. The painful energy surged beyond control. His right arm, the one he had been using, burned with a sensation like when he had first used his quirk. A rush of power came and then vanished, An emptiness followed. Unconsciously, his other quirk, Collapse, had triggered alongside One for All, and he watched the aftermath. When his fist struck the robot's metal face, the impact felt like the only thing in existence for a brief moment. The robot's front crumpled and its body began to topple. Its frame buckled, and bright flashes and bursts of sparks erupted around it as it collapsed. He might have savored that victory if he had not been free-falling. Momentum carried him downward, the wind ripping through his hair. Panic rose as he wondered how to land. Gritting his teeth, he scanned the scene and spotted the girl he had saved, being helped by the boys with glasses. They caught his gaze, exchanged looks, and then turned back to him. Their smiles were not relief or gratitude, their expressions suggested he was getting what he deserved. He mouthed the thought to the wind and frowned. Power pulsed through his broken arm and legs. He thought that this happened every time. No one seemed to recognize him or show real concern. Faces around him registered hatred, satisfaction, or indifference. Tears escaped his eyes, tears from the pain of broken limbs and from the sting of being judged the same way again. He thought that no matter what he did, whether saving Katsuki or cleaning the beach, people still viewed him as a villain. He lowered his left arm, turned his palm toward the approaching ground, and waited. He told himself he would not die here, even though the wind and the pain threatened to pull him under. The gale made it hard to keep his eyes open, and the fear of death was the only thing keeping him conscious. With a final effort, he released Collapse downward with enough force to counteract his fall. His body snapped as the direction changed, and the power he was used to felt stronger than before. He lay on the ground after the impact, unable to move and in intense pain. Consciousness flickered, and then he heard Present Mike announce that the exam was over. His eyes closed and he drifted into darkness. 1 week after the exam. The business deal had fallen through again. The parents sighed to each other as their attention slipped from their daughter. The Uraraka family ran a construction company, but they could not find the materials needed to turn things around. They were on the brink of losing everything and becoming homeless. The mother began to stress about paying rent and getting food for the week. Their daughter Ochako entered the room, looking at them with wide, worried eyes and fidgeting with the hem of her shirt. She asked if everything was all right. The mother quickly apologized and explained that they had been discussing problems with the company. Ochako asked if something was wrong and whether they were in pain. That question planted the first seeds of resentment in her young heart. The father told them that their deals were collapsing and they might soon be unable to keep working. As he finished speaking, the ground began to shake. Items fell from the countertops and shelves, and glass shattered across the floor. The father reached for Ochako and shielded her small body. A startled scream escaped him. Ochako saw the pain on his face but could not see exactly what had happened. The father had been seriously injured while protecting her and lost feeling in his lower body. Scene change. Pro Heroes. The Heroes Network broadcast a call for any available heroes to report to Tatooine Station, which was under attack by an unknown villain's quirk. Only a handful of heroes were in the area. Many were inexperienced sidekicks eager for recognition. They rushed toward the scene without following proper procedure, focused on locating the villain and chasing the chance for fame. They pushed past civilians who needed help and ignored desperate cries. That eagerness unraveled when the heroes suddenly found themselves forced to their knees, unable to move as if their bodies would not respond. It felt like their basic motor skills had been stolen. Panic rose, and instinct drove people to scramble for their own survival. Some accidentally dragged others down or pushed them away from the epicenter while trying to flee. Thoughts of surviving and staying alive raced through the minds of heroes and civilians alike. Without cooperation, the scene devolved into chaos. Crumbling buildings and rolling cars tore through the streets, which were strewn with wreckage and injured people. The shaking intensified until the ground cracked and the world seemed to ripple like water, a surreal, terrifying vision of collapse. When the dust settled, hundreds had died. The devastation on that day was traced to a single child. Scene change. Midoriya. The broadcast opened with the day's headlines. Watching it, he stared blankly, expression drained. After the exam, his communication with All Might had all but stopped. At first he had worried, but a detective had told him not to worry, so he had waited. Today was finally the day. In the afternoon, the doorbell rang for the mail. He stood and fetched a small package stamped with the UA symbol. In the kitchen, he opened it and found a small disc. Curious, he pressed its button. A hologram appeared. The hologram identified itself as All Might and reassured him that he was there. All Might explained that defeating enough robots had earned him 65 points toward UA admission, and that he had been given an additional 40 rescue points for saving the girl from the giant robot. With a total of 105 points, he had been chosen as the freshman representative. All Might asked him to send a message about meeting up at the beach, and then the transmission cut off. Relief washed over him. He snatched a jacket and his shoes and ran, a burst of his power propelling him toward the cemetery. Breathless when he arrived, he walked among the stones, tending to weeds and clearing dust from the names with the care of someone who had done this for years. He reached the last stone and knelt. Tears came without warning. The ground seemed to tremble as his emotions spilled over. People who said a decade should have healed him had never felt what he felt. The accident had taken his mother's life, and he carried the memory of that day like an open wound. He had seen the streets full of victims and had been raised mostly alone. After the accident, he had been homeschooled until medication was found to dull his emotions, and he had never been allowed to properly grieve. His father, who had been absent much of his life, returned after his mother's death and later took his own life. He felt responsible for the deaths of both his parents, and the guilt pressed on him every day. He had been taught to hide all of it, showing those feelings would only cause more pain, his mind had been told. He managed to croak his mother's name and spoke to the grave about what had happened to him. He told her that he had been unconscious for 6 days, that he had torn muscles in his legs and severe breaks in his right arm. As the sun set, he sent All Might a message saying he was finally ready to start walking his path and hoped All Might would be proud. All Might replied, asking how he had been and recalling how serious his injuries were. He said he was glad the young hero was learning from the experience of pain and growth. All Might joked about being a surprisingly good teacher, then grew earnest, reminding him that the first day at UA would be difficult and that he could rely on him if things became too hard. He offered to help with training while he was at school and encouraged him to persevere, patting him gently on the head before they parted. A few months later, the first day of UA arrived. Finally, it was time. Walking through the halls, I felt the gazes of those around me. I thought it was too bad I couldn't hide my face because of the uniform protocol. Scorn followed me, and it didn't stop when I opened the classroom door. I was the first to arrive and took a seat in the back corner, counting down the minutes until class began. As people trickled in, the sense of comfort in the room steadily diminished. Stares and scowls pressed on me. Those who had not been directly affected by my power likely did not know what to make of me, but it did not take long for others to recognize me as a threat. I had been told I would be an outcast, a villain, and that label followed me everywhere. A boy with rectangular glasses spoke loudly enough to draw attention, asking how someone he called a villain had managed to get in. His look made his meaning clear. He saw me as worthless. I lowered my gaze and focused on trying to channel one for all through my arm, though each attempt sent sharp pain up my limb. He taunted me again, smirking in a way that looked forced. I chose not to stay silent. I told him I would not stoop to his level and called his attitude ignorant, adopting a deliberately antagonistic tone. I noticed his glare and returned it, allowing a little of my power to leak out and rattle the area where he stood. Before anything escalated further, a scruffy man with tired eyes, hair slightly lifted as if by a breeze, interrupted. He told Ida to stop being rude and told me to stop glaring and making veiled threats. The room's attention shifted to him. He introduced himself as Shoto Aizawa, the homeroom teacher, instructed everyone to take their P uniforms and meet him on the field outside, and gave them 5 minutes to hurry. He scanned the room with a hard look that lingered on me longer than on anyone else. When our eyes met, I knew he was serious. Chapter 4. Unwanted Hero. Outside, I waited while everyone else changed. The only other person out there was Aizawa. He came over and, unlike many others, was able to meet my eyes without showing hate or discrimination. He told me he had heard about my case and that it had been an unfortunate circumstance beyond my control. He said there was no reason I should be labeled the way others saw me, that I had been born into a difficult situation, but I was not alone and not simply a villain. He told me that, out of all the people who had been at the exam, I had shown the most heroic desire and that he hoped I would do my best among those around me. He said he believed I could be the one to shine the brightest. His words felt unexpectedly kind coming from someone who looked so exhausted, and they loosened something in me. I managed to thank him, suppressing the swell of hope rising inside me. For a moment I thought I might have found someone I could trust, but the feeling was soon overshadowed as the rest of the class returned, some snickering at the bagginess of my uniform. Izawa began the exercise by asking me about the farthest I had thrown during the entrance exam, noting that I had placed first. I answered that I thought it had been around 39 meters, not having checked precisely and estimating from watching others. Some students scoffed at the number, questioning whether it was impressive. I tried to keep my composure, but memories of the exam pushed at me. Harrowing flashes of destruction, chaos, and loss came back: the panic, falling debris, and the worst moment of all, the death of my mother. The recollection made my stomach turn, and for a second I felt I might lose control. I focused and channeled my energy into my right arm. The recoil staggered me as a gust of wind blew across the field and shifted a few of the less attentive students. A device beeped nearby, announcing the result. The gauge registered a distance of 2,179 meters. Shock and admiration rippled through the crowd. I felt a smile threatening to break free, but I quickly held myself back. A pink-skinned girl nearby exclaimed that it looked like fun. Izawa, watching with a small, sharp smile, said that he would make it interesting. The student who finished last would be expelled. Faces went pale at the severity of the consequence, and a tense competitiveness settled over the group. Gravity Girl was the first to protest that he was being expelled, insisting it was the first day and that it was unfair. Other students joined in, but their teacher remained unmoved. Izawa asked whether natural disasters were fair and whether it seemed fair that some, if not all, of their classmates had not made it into UA with them. The room fell silent, and the narrator felt a deepening admiration for the teacher. The tests began. The first event was the 50-meter sprint. Midoriya was paired with Bakugo, and Bakugo's insults provided the emotional fuel Midoriya condensed into his legs. At the sound of the whistle, Midoriya launched forward. For a moment reality seemed to warp, time slowed, the world blurred into color, and then a sudden rush of wind hit his face as he came to a stop. A robotic voice announced the time at 1.01 seconds. Bakugo finished in 5.67 seconds. Some students commented on Bakugo's explosive power with awe and nervousness, and Midoriya felt the small smile that had crept onto his face fade. The tests continued, and Midoriya pushed his quirk to its limits until his arms and legs began to show the strain. When the events concluded, Midoriya rubbed his aching wrists. Izawa decided not to read every grade aloud and instead activated a holographic display showing the rankings. Midoriya had expected to be in the lower middle, but his gaze climbed the list until it settled at second place. His heart skipped and a smile threatened to appear. Bakugo reacted loudly, calling him a villain child. Midoriya's expression went neutral as he met Bakugo's gaze and asked what he meant. The attention shifted toward him. The student with rectangle glasses directed a question to Bakugo about whether he knew anything. Bakugo laughed and jeered at the notion that anyone could be friends with Midoriya. The laughter and pointed remarks drained the color from Midoriya's face. Izawa called out to ask if Midoriya was all right, but Midoriya could barely register the words. Bakugo taunted that Midoriya might cause another earthquake, and some students gasped, treating the taunt as confirmation of their suspicions. The mood grew more hostile when Bakugo escalated his attack with a devastating claim, accusing Midoriya of killing his own mother. The room's expressions hardened into disgust rather than pity. Students whispered that he was a monster and questioned why UA would accept someone like him. As the insults poured in, Izawa stepped forward and used his quirk to silence the room, lifting the immediate weight from Midoriya. Midoriya looked at his teacher and attempted a weak smile before asking if he could go home. Izawa hesitated, then granted permission. Midoriya turned away, channeled one for all, and leapt away. Izawa confronted the remaining students, furious that they had treated the departing figure so callously. Uraraka objected that they could not simply accept someone they believed to be a villain, remembering her father's struggles and worrying about what it would mean to be near someone who could cause harm. Ida recalled his own family pain, the memory of his brother wounded and unable to cheer, and voiced his refusal to be around someone like that. Bakugo, scowling and clenching his teeth, vowed that he would never allow himself to lose to the person he labeled a villain. The taunts he had heard from his two followers after a prior incident had bound them closer and fueled his animosity toward Midoriya, whose potential power Bakugo feared could unseat him. Aizawa, shaken by how misled the students had become, reflected that among them all, Midoriya was the one closest to being a true hero. One student, Mineta, made a shallow remark, but Aizawa did not let it derail his judgment. Aizawa told his students that their subject did not only have power, he had the heart and drive of a true hero. He looked over them, but none showed that his words had reached them. Aizawa dismissed the class and walked away. Midoriya stared at the sky and wondered why children were tested like this and why their lives were treated like toys. That was how the first day at UA ended for Class 1A. After leaving UA, Midoriya walked through the city with his hood up and his hands in his pockets, tears drying on his face. His eyes were dull and his posture spoke of someone broken. His steps followed his heart, but his mind drifted to the darkest places. Whispers and accusations crowded his thoughts. Voices called him a danger, a menace, a disappointment, a villain, trash, scum. His emotions rose and his shoulders shook. From a distance he would have looked like someone unwell, someone others might fear. A roaming officer saw him and, acting on suspicion, moved closer and called out. Midoriya felt the brush of a hand before he could steady himself. In the middle of an anxiety attack, he turned and shouted for the officer to stay away and, without meaning to, slapped the hand away. One for all surged in response. The impact sent the officer stumbling back, clutching his arm as if it had been hurt. Realizing what had happened, Midoriya panicked and began to run. The voices returned, taking the shape of misty, smiling creatures that seemed to mock him. Their cackles and sneers overwhelmed him, and his whole body trembled. He tried to spread out the power to lessen the effect, but it was beginning to reach and disturb things around him. Grief and frustration burst free. Midoriya clawed at his chest and cried out, demanding to know why he had not been born quirkless. He collapsed against a tree with dark eyes only brightened by the tears reflecting sunlight. He was about to strike the ground when his phone rang. His fist relaxed and became the hand that answered. A familiar voice came through the line. All Might greeted him, calling him young Midoriya. A fragile hope flickered in Midoriya's eyes as he listened. All Might explained that he had called because he had heard about what happened in class and sounded deeply concerned. He told Midoriya that he was not the flawless symbol people saw in the media. All Might admitted that he had once been quirkless and had been regarded as weak, but his dream to save others had never faded. He had been given a chance to be a hero and had chased that ideal. All Might also acknowledged the limits of that ideal. The public image did not show those he had failed to save or the complicated outcomes for those he had helped. He reminded Midoriya that no one was perfect and that it was unfair for Midoriya to shoulder all the blame for everything. All Might assured Midoriya that no single person had to bear such burdens alone. He told Midoriya that he would always be there for him and for those at UA, and expressed his confidence that Midoriya's heroic spirit and determination would help him reach others. He encouraged Midoriya to remember that he was needed and wanted, and reminded him that he could always talk to him. Then All Might ended the call, sighed, and leaned back on the couch with his hand over his chest, closing his eyes. All Might's mind drifted back to the day of disaster. In that memory, he had stood among panicked crowds in his weakened, thin form, unnoticed and underestimated. He asked a passing hero what was happening and was told to get away. A villain had triggered a continuous 8.0 earthquake. All Might checked and saw the quake's effects were reaching the neighboring town. Out of sight in an alley, he shifted into his hero form and moved as fast as he could to help. Rushing through the thickets of the forest surrounding Musafatsu, All Might arrived. Within sight of the site and heard the sounds of chaos. He heard cries, police sirens, rescuers at work, and the panicked shouts of people separating from one another. All Might asked a nearby hero who was helping an older man what the situation was and was quickly told that a villain capable of causing tremors had been immobilizing anyone who got close by manipulating the ground. All Might resolved that he should act. The tremors stopped, and for a moment the frozen crowd seemed to hold its breath. The crowd began to shout that the heroes had succeeded, and All Might rushed toward the lines of police. From this angle he could finally see the true scale of the disaster. Buildings damaged, scattered debris, and many people hurt and being tended to by rescuers. He witnessed the devastation the villain had left behind, but there were no graphic details, only the urgent, heartbreaking aftermath of the attack. All Might searched for the perpetrator but could not find him. Pressed for time and needed elsewhere, he left the scene, and he would later regret not staying longer. The identity of the killer remained unknown, and the thought that someone could be trapped by their past haunted him. Sitting on his couch years later, All Might could not shake the old feelings of hatred and despair that had come up when he first learned the boy's identity. He remembered how those emotions built and then changed when he discovered the terrible hardships the boy had endured. He wondered whether the label of killer changed if the child had been unable to control his ability, whether the boy should be held fully responsible, and what conditions had triggered the ability. All Might questioned why the destruction had happened. In the end he blamed himself as a teacher and believed he had failed. Midoriya prepared himself carefully that evening, straightening his tie and combing his hair back. He studied his reflection and saw someone different from the messy, hoodie-clad boy. He used to be well-groomed, composed, and trying to look calm. He was heading to the graveyard where those who had died in the Tatooine shopping district were buried. Detective Tsukachi saw him leaving and asked where he was going. Midoriya told him that he was going to the graveyard and that he needed to take the right steps. Tsukachi understood and offered to make some food before he left for work. Midoriya nodded and left. The evening wind ruffled his newly combed hair. On his way out he paused to admire a fluorescent pink flower shining brightly among the dark ground and dry grass. Midoriya walked the long stretch of worn dirt through the graveyard, passing the graves of the people tied to his past. He stopped at his mother's grave and knelt. He told his mother that he had finally decided for himself. He would strive to be a hero for others, putting their safety ahead of his own guilt, and try to become someone All Might could be proud of. He recounted the day he had been to UA, admitting that he had started on the wrong foot, that many people thought of him as a villain and wished he would disappear, and that he had Bakugo in his class. He spoke quietly of the troubles he could not share with others. Reluctant but determined to move forward, Midoriya stood and told himself that he could not remain shackled by the expectations or decisions of others. For the first time in a long while, he allowed himself a genuine smile and resolved to aim for becoming the greatest hero. As a small, private act of respect, he brushed leaves and dust off the graves nearby. A voice behind him suddenly asked why he would visit this graveyard, and Midoriya started, surprised at how quietly the speaker had approached. He turned and found one of his heterochromatic-eyed classmates watching him. Midoriya realized that the boy had not stumbled upon him by chance. There was a reason he had come. The classmate made it clear that he blamed Midoriya. He said that Midoriya was the reason the only person he had ever truly cared about was gone. Midoriya felt his chest tighten at the accusation as the other boy explained how he had lost his mother and now had to live without that pillar in his life. The boy glared and told him to leave, his expression leaving no doubt that he was serious. Midoriya refused, saying he could not. Midoriya put his hand to the ground and explained that he had to atone and that he had to become a hero. The boy flung an arm to the side and shouted in disbelief, demanding why Midoriya insisted on being a hero and accusing him of risking their futures by being associated with a student who had graduated as a villain. The boy ranted angrily that Midoriya could not atone for the deaths of hundreds and claimed that the ash-blonde student had been right. After that tirade, the boy walked away and left Midoriya alone with his thoughts. Midoriya apologized quietly and clarified that his goal was not merely to soothe his own guilt but to honor the wishes of those he had wronged, those they loved, those left behind, and those who would come after. He said he wanted to protect their futures, then stood and left the graveyard for the night. The next day, while students sat in their seats or chatted, one student sat alone. Midoriya, hunched over his journal, writing ideas and observations and researching heroes with powers similar to his. He found only one comparable hero among the top 1,000, Pixie Bob of the Pussycats, whose ability allowed her to control and manipulate the ground. Midoriya tried to understand whether that power activated instinctively or through some trigger. He thought that if he could find someone to teach him Collapse, he might increase his ability to combine it with One for All. All Might burst into the room with a bright smile, his Silver Age costume filling the doorway as he took charge. He announced that it was the first day of hero training and the debut of the students' costumes. He instructed everyone to grab the suitcase assigned to their seat, change in the dressing rooms, and then meet at ground beta. The students bustled with energy, trading compliments and occasionally eyeing each other's designs with curiosity. Midoriya was the last to grab his suitcase, still jotting notes and making design tweaks to the costume he had requested. He wondered if he could have them upgrade the design later. All Might surveyed the students and smiled at Midoriya's successor costume design. He noted the steel guard mask with adjustable lenses to help with different visual settings, soles in the legs to protect against recoil from using Collapse, and stabilizers in the arms to reduce strain when using his power. The suit's dark design suggested night work and infiltration capability, a thoughtful reflection of Midoriya's strategic mind. All Might then explained the evaluation exercise. Students would be split into teams of 2 to face each other as heroes and villains, decided by lottery. He drew the teams. Team A would be Midoriya and Hagakure as heroes. Team B would be Bakugo and Ida as villains. Bakugo sneered loudly and protested that Midoriya should be the villain. All Might admonished Bakugo for his arrogance, saying that Midoriya was the only one who currently possessed the drive of a hero. That rebuke only fueled Bakugo and Ida's animosity toward Midoriya. Later, Midoriya found himself staring at Bakugo's hands, the same hands that had tormented him for years, and felt no comfort in them, only a memory of chaos and destruction. Bakugo moved toward the building with tense energy and vowed that Midoriya would pay for what he had done. An invisible girl spoke up, asking what they should do next. Midoriya assessed the situation and predicted that Bakugo and Ida would go after him based on their hostility. He hesitated, unsure whether he could trust her, but decided there was only one way to win. Midoriya outlined a plan. He would absorb their attacks while she used her invisibility to escape, but she must not separate from him before the assault began because Bakugo was clever and would find an opening if she was careless. She confirmed quietly, and Midoriya sighed, bracing himself. As his body's timer warned that the 5 minutes were nearly up, he began to walk toward the confrontation. All Might thundered for them to begin. The narrator felt their heartbeat escalate as All Might instructed them to stay about 30 feet behind him so Bakugo's blast would not reach them unless he went all out. The narrator acknowledged and followed. Walking through the building, the narrator's breath hitched at the sound of boots echoing down the hall. The footsteps grew louder until a green, grenade-like gauntlet appeared. Bakugo announced that he had found them and flashed an aggressive grin. Ida called out Hagakure's name from the opposite direction. The narrator turned and stepped between Ida and Hagakure. Bakugo clicked his tongue in irritation. Ida's kick struck the narrator with sudden force and launched them backward. Panic surged through the narrator as they scrambled to stand. Before they could finish their startled exclamation, the heat and shockwave of Bakugo's explosion hit. The narrator gasped for air and wobbled forward, unsteady. Bakugo then hurled an insult at the narrator and swung a right hook that connected with the narrator's arm, sending them toward the wall. The collision slammed into the building with an impact like a scene from an intense anime fight. Some students laughed at the spectacle, others watched with mixed emotions, and a few looked confused. The red-haired boy with shark-like teeth observed that the student on the receiving end did not even look like a villain. Another student agreed. Several students concluded that a real villain would try to trick them into dropping their guard. All Might heard the comments but could not take his eyes off the fight. He worried for his student who was being attacked by 2 relentless classmates. He had seen quirkless people, weak quirks, and dangerous quirks, but he had never seen someone treated so literally like a villain. He knew it was not Midoriya's fault, and yet he felt responsible for the way others were reacting. All Might silently urged Midoriya to hold on, even as he tried not to show favoritism. Bakugo launched an explosion at Midoriya and shouted that he wanted him gone. Midoriya rotated his body to the side, sidestepping the blast and closing the distance. He grabbed Bakugo's neck and his suit began to glow a fluorescent green. The light intensified and Bakugo was thrown back by the force, striking the ground and left reeling. Bakugo roared in fury, accusing Midoriya of using that quirk on him, and his arm began to glow a dark red as he prepared a retaliatory blast. Midoriya saw what was coming and reached to flee, but then noticed that Ida was restraining Hagakure and that both of them were in the blast's path. Midoriya's suit shone brighter as his emotions rose and the power he held neared its limits. The words of his idol came to mind, and he realized what he needed to do. Narrowing his eyes, he drew back his arm and let the power gather. Midoriya shouted and struck the incoming explosion, diverting its trajectory down the right hallway and creating a massive blast that shook the building. The attack never reached Ida and Hagakure. Bakugo stared at Midoriya with wide eyes, stunned by the state Midoriya was in. Midoriya accused Bakugo of putting their teammate in danger and demanded to know who the real villain was. Bakugo ground his teeth and aimed both gauntlets at Midoriya, ordering him to be quiet and firing again. Midoriya redirected that explosion as well, sending it the other direction and blowing away part of the building. Ida had frozen, unable to intervene, and in that moment Hagakure decided to move toward the bomb. Midoriya taunted them, calling them weak and accusing them of failing their duties. His power peaked and the ground trembled. Bakugo rushed forward, and Ida snapped out of his stupor and moved faster than he had before, launching a recipro burst at Midoriya. The sudden speed caught Midoriya off guard. Ida landed the hit and Midoriya was sent flying backward into a wall. All Might prepared to stop the match, but Midoriya rose to his feet and his arms began to glow as parts of his armor tore away. He challenged them again, though in truth his body was pushed to its limits from repeated powerful attacks. Bakugo feinted with a right hook and then, at point-blank range, pulled the pin on his second gauntlet. He spoke calmly as he prepared the blast. A blinding light filled the area, and the match announcer declared the hero team the winners. Some classmates were confused until it became clear why. Hagakure had moved the bomb. The timer showed about 2 minutes remaining. Ida and Bakugo were unconscious, and Midoriya had also been knocked out. When the camera returned focus and All Might saw Midoriya's condition, he rushed over with alarm. The final attack had been Collapse combined with One for All. Midoriya's arms had suffered serious damage and he had been blasted backward, slamming into a metal pipe amid the rubble. Midoriya disappeared from view for a moment and then reappeared about 20 seconds later with Recovery Girl alongside him. Recovery Girl's face went pale at the sight of how badly Midoriya had been hurt. Recovery Girl warned All Might to listen carefully. All Might's face was a worried neutral. He kept his composure as some students moved forward to check on Bakugo and Ida, while Hagakure stood near Recovery Girl, her posture showing concern for Midoriya. Recovery Girl instructed All Might to remove the pipe from the ground beneath Midoriya and then hold him as if he were standing. She would handle the rest. All Might nodded and, in one fluid motion, gathered the air and lifted Midoriya into a supported stance. Recovery Girl acknowledged the move and prepared for the difficult part of the procedure. Midoriya was beginning to come to when he realized he was not working to stay upright. He was disoriented and tried to speak, struggling to understand what was happening. He looked down and saw Recovery Girl. Following a glint, he traced it to his abdomen and suddenly his senses were overwhelmed. He felt intense pain and other signs of internal injury. Recovery Girl, with a pained expression, recognized the situation as internal bleeding and focused on stabilizing him. Recovery Girl explained that Midoriya's body was releasing endorphins and adrenaline to keep him from slipping into unconsciousness so easily. Midoriya fought to steady his emotions and pushed his power outward as far as he could, but when his eyes momentarily glazed, Recovery Girl intervened. She apologized softly to him and then, in a swift, controlled motion, removed the pipe and immediately began issuing medical instructions. Ordered bandages and All Might understood. With quick, practiced movements he wrapped Midoriya, covering the wound sites and securing dressings. All Might's own past injury, when he had suffered a large chest wound, gave him the experience to help his student now. He told someone to take both of them to his office. He followed Recovery Girl's directions, laid Midoriya on a bed, and then left to rejoin the other students. On his way back, he found several students laughing together. Some remarked on the villain's appearance and traded cruel jokes about who had the most potential or who was most likely to get seriously hurt. All Might felt anger rise in his chest, but he stifled the urge to shout, remembering Midoriya's words from their training. Flashback, 4 months before exam. Midoriya called out to All Might as he finished cleaning his section of the beach. All Might focused on his student and told him to continue, then noted that he had noticed something about Midoriya. Midoriya explained that some people had seen him for who he was, though he did not know why or how. He looked toward the ocean as the sun sank and said that he could not rely on others forever. If he got into UA, he did not want All Might or anyone else to try to convince the generation on his behalf. He insisted that he had to do it himself. All Might listened, remembering his own mentor's words about not sitting back and how finding Midoriya had changed his purpose. He moved closer, placed a hand on Midoriya's shoulder, and told him that he understood and believed Midoriya meant what he said from the bottom of his heart. Then All Might warned him that he could not carry everything alone and that he must learn to accept help, especially when everyone else was against him. He urged Midoriya to find someone he could rely on. Midoriya acknowledged All Might's point and expressed gratitude that All Might was there for him. All Might silently reaffirmed his conviction that Midoriya had the greatest potential and the purest heart, and that he would not allow others to harm him beyond hope. In the recovery room, Recovery Girl worked carefully and steadily to stabilize Midoriya's injuries. The treatment was slow and painful, involving cauterization and dressings, and the process left him exhausted. At one point he fainted during the procedure. Over the course of about 3 hours, with PRDS of rest between treatments, Recovery Girl continued to care for him until he was able to stand and walk. Recovery Girl warned him firmly to be more careful and warned that another serious injury would require emergency attention and could cause even greater problems. Midoriya apologized for the trouble he had caused and bowed before leaving. His suit was torn, one arm was in a cast, the other arm was bandaged for a sprain, his cheek had been cut and dressed, and he wore an ice pack for swelling on his head. These injuries marked the beginning of a turning point in his life. As he walked through the school hall, he felt other students staring and heard snide comments. Some students mocked him, suggesting his parents must be ashamed or were somehow responsible for his condition. The taunts grew crueler when they targeted his family, and Midoriya took those insults the hardest. At the doorway, a group jeered at how he had been injured, and Bakugo led the taunting, encouraging the class to mock him. Most students joined in, while a few remained silent, unwilling to break the mood. Hagakure had been about to speak up, but she held back when she saw the way Midoriya looked at everyone and at his battered body. Midoriya, voice cold and steady, announced that he was done caring about their opinions. He declared that they could call him what they wanted and wish him misfortune if they pleased, but he would never give up. He vowed to become the #1 hero and make them realize they had been wrong about him, then turned and walked away. The next morning in homeroom, Midoriya prepared for the day. Aizawa began the class by saying it was time to review all of the battles from the previous evening, explaining that he had wanted to do it earlier but they had not had everyone present and the debrief had taken longer than expected. He cleared his throat, and Midoriya could not help but sigh as the familiar throbbing in his stomach reminded him of his injury. Aizawa singled out a pair of obvious delinquents and emphasized the word villains as he narrowed his eyes. He called the actions of both of them failures and rebuked their choices. He then turned his attention to Bakugo, criticizing Bakugo's attitude and warning that such behavior would ruin any chance of becoming a great hero, suggesting he would be lucky even to be a sidekick with that temper. As small explosions popped in the air around them, a red glow forced Bakugo to lose his quirk briefly, and Aizawa sighed before addressing Midoriya. Aizawa praised Midoriya for deflecting damage from both his teammate and the so-called villain, but he also warned Midoriya that getting drawn into a three-way fight and ending up injured was a serious tactical mistake. He told Midoriya to try to create distance when outnumbered and not to rely on others to always pull him out. Midoriya nodded and inspected his arm where he had been hurt. Aizawa then mentioned Hagakure, commending her final result but urging her to help teammates more. He pointed out that she had been captured by Ida too easily and joked that she was lucky he had not used tape on her. Hagakure responded with a thumbs up. Aizawa moved on to review the rest of the class, listing where people had reacted poorly, taken wrong actions, and become their own worst enemies through inexperience or pride. After the critique, the students were dismissed. Stepping outside, Midoriya remembered the media earlier that day, crowding them and shouting at him. Reporters and onlookers had yelled for him to run away, to stay away because he was a monster, and had demanded how it felt to be hated by hundreds of people. The taunts made Midoriya feel as if he might lose control, but Aizawa had shown up and handled the situation. Midoriya found himself trusting Aizawa in a way that reminded him of All Might. Walking toward the cafeteria, Midoriya felt drained, as if all his energy were leaking away. He sat down and immediately noticed that everyone had scattered. No one was within 50 meters. Mostly first years kept their distance, though a few second and third years glared at him. He snickered to himself and thought that a cornered rat fights the hardest, then tried to focus on his food until he felt a poke on his arm. At first he did not see who had poked him, and the presence of a voice with no visible speaker made him startle. He then noticed a pair of gloves and realized Hagakure was there, invisible but sitting across from him with her plate set down. Midoriya blinked in confusion at her sudden company and inwardly wondered if she was insane, but he could not bring himself to say it aloud. Hagakure told him that she had noticed how he had deflected the hits, and insisted it had not been to show off but because they had been in the way. She admitted she could not fully understand what his accident had done to him, but she said she did not think he was a bad person. She praised his persistence in pushing forward to become a hero and urged him not to lose that trait. Midoriya had intended to protest and try to make her see that he was not so admirable, but as she continued he found his voice stuck in his throat. He gulped and searched for anything that could change her mind, but nothing came to him. He looked down, his nose scrunching as a smile tugged at his face. He knew he should not be smiling, but thanks to All Might's help he had received bracelets that could store a small amount of his energy and let him feel more like himself. He sighed, picked up his chopsticks, and mouthed a quiet thanks. Hagakure responded with an encouraging, cheerful reply. The two of them fell into small talk, and the exchange felt surreal to Midoriya. He had not had a conversation like this with anyone since the incident, not with officers, not with detectives, not with All Might. For a moment he felt almost weightless, as if on cloud 9. His bracelets reached their limit and his power slipped briefly, causing the building to tremble, but he managed to contain it and expand the range of the field. He forced himself to keep a neutral expression and not give away his worry. Bakugo interrupted the moment by loudly accusing Midoriya of trying to ruin their lunch and insulting him as usual. Midoriya grimaced at Bakugo's attitude. Before he could respond, an alarm rang out in the lunchroom. Midoriya felt his heart rate climb and stood up to look toward the older students, alert and ready for whatever would come next. I thought they should know more about this than we did. The first thing I noticed was a boy shouting that someone had broken into UA, and panic spread immediately. People surged toward the exits. I was swept along and felt an invisible body press up against me. I muttered that it was annoying and shoved toward the wall, pinning Hagakure against it to keep people from bumping into her. I apologized to her, thinking she probably did not want to be hit by so many people either, then gritted my teeth and searched for something to calm the crowd. A light caught my eye to the right, and I saw those who had broken in. I pointed them out, and Hagakure said that it was the media. I told Hagakure that I was going to do something reckless. She gave a thumbs up and I nodded to brace myself. I released the energy I had been holding back. The ground trembled and people stumbled and fell. The only stable spot was the small circle where Hagakure and I stood. Slowly, the crowd began to look at me, many of them with fear in their eyes. I shouted for everyone to calm down and insisted it was only the media, urging them to look out the windows. I pushed them by provoking their anger, knowing it was manipulative but convincing myself it was necessary this once. I scolded them for acting pathetic and asked if they had come just to cause trouble. That provoked some of them into standing up and confronting me. Others denied being afraid and accused me of calling villains. The tide turned in my favor. I straightened up with Hagakure hidden behind me and challenged anyone who still seemed unsettled to return to class calmly. I raised my palm toward a student who had started ordering people to leave, and soon the halls cleared. Students drifted back to their classes, and the labels villain, monster, psychopath spread again, reaffirming the hatred people held. Through the chaos, I told Hagakure not to try to socialize with me at school, warning that anyone who did would suffer as well and that there was no reason for her to feel that pain because I had brought it on myself. She protested, but I stood firm. She then insisted on getting my number, saying no one should face everything alone and that I was hurting inside even if I said I was fine. My voice stuck at first, then I told her I was used to it and tried to smile, though the ground began to tremble again. I resolved to stop showing emotion for the day. The rest of the day passed under glances and whispered labels. During homeroom, the class elected a president and vice president. To my surprise, I received 2 votes and ended up as vice president behind Yaoyorozu, even though I had not voted for myself. After class, the situation escalated. Bakugo called me out to the training fields and demanded that I take back whatever I had done. He spoke with an unnerving calm, which only made me more confused. At first it was just the 2 of us, but I felt the presence of others nearby. Bakugo accused me coldly of never being a hero and of never being above him or anyone else, and he questioned whether I could undo the damage I was blamed for, like getting his mother out of the hospital. I stepped back until my back hit a wall and struggled to breathe, asking what he meant. He broke down with raw emotion, calling me a monster and accusing me of taking away the last person who had kept his mother stable. He described how his mother had become withdrawn and unable to remember simple things, and with his father gone he felt abandoned and angry. His voice cracked, tears falling, and I felt a wave of guilt and self-hatred wash over me. Then I realized I was surrounded. Everyone from Class 1A had come out and closed in around me. Bakugo hung his head, fists clenched, and told me there were 2 options for them: defeat the villain and look like heroes, or ruin my image even further by failing. There were no cameras here, he said, so there was nowhere for me to run. Suddenly he sprang forward with explosive speed. He aimed a punch at me. I managed to deflect it, sidestepped, and jabbed him in the torso. He collapsed, gasping, but then pushed his palm forward and an explosion burst out, sending me reeling against the wall. The impact came like a dramatic shockwave rather than anything graphic, and the ground shook under me. The sound of an engine revving cut through the chaos as debris crackled and dust fell. I ducked as rubble shifted, then looked up to see Ida approaching, furious. Ida accused me of pretending to be a hero after an incident in which rookies had been gravely harmed and exposed to the public. His words piled onto the guilt I already felt. I responded by extending the area of my power as far as I could, trying to control the situation, but I knew there was a limit to what I could sustain. I dodged his next kick and punched him with as much force as I could without hurting him too badly, sending him flying back. I was frustrated. We were supposed to have a special trip tomorrow, and these classmates refused to calm down, acting like there would be no consequences. One of the attackers accused me of paralyzing his father and destroying his family's company and happiness. Then Uraraka confronted me. Uraraka vented about her family's divorce after her father could no longer support them and then broke down into tears. That was the breaking point. The tension rippled outward and shook everyone nearby. I vowed that I would not die and that I would not give up. I began to walk as the rest of the class stumbled from the shock. Ice flowed toward me, but I tore it apart by reinforcing the earth beneath me. I looked toward Todoroki and noticed the emotions on his usually unreadable face. One of the others urged everyone to give up, claiming no one could defeat him, but I refused to be beaten. I resolved to prove them wrong and to become a better hero than any of them. I ran off. Most of them were still stunned, though a few feistier students continued to try to hurt me. Their efforts failed. I escaped and headed to my next stop. The scene shifted to the cemetery. Izuku told the grave that he missed the person terribly and that sometimes he wanted to join them, but he knew that was impossible. He admitted to himself that while they were happy, he feared he would be punished for his past mistakes. He sighed and continued to tend the grave, promising to do what he could to ease suffering and to keep going, though he confessed that it was difficult because anxiety and overwhelm came so easily to him. He reminded himself that he was still only 15 and that no one had ever taught him how to handle these burdens. Looking down at the hidden scars on his arms, he rose and vowed not to give up, asking silently to be watched over when his weaker moments appeared. When he returned home, Izuku found a note on his doorstep that called him a villain and warned him to stop ruining the school's experience or he would never find peace in school life. He recognized it as coming from Class 1A and, despite the hostility, felt a spark of determination. He decided he would become the greatest hero and vowed to surpass All Might. Resting that night, Izuku steeled himself to prove he was not a villain but a misunderstood child. Chapter 6: A Villain's Fault. The alarm sounded and Izuku hit the snooze button, reluctant to move. He told himself he had an hour to prepare and sat up, blinking against the bright light. He removed his shirt and the old bandages that had been wrapped for some time, grimacing at the lingering ache and the reminders of past injuries. He reflected quietly that he had pushed himself beyond limits before and wondered, not to anyone in particular, if he was truly ready to die. He prepared breakfast and dressed, scanning the room for any message from the detective but found none. Outside, the sky was gray and heavy with clouds, matching the mood. He reminded himself that he needed to be on time for the class trip and jogged toward the station, pulling his hoodie up and wearing a face mask to hide his face. As he moved through the city, people sometimes recognized him and through insults or objects, he had learned to cope by simply disappearing into the crowd. With music in his ears, he glanced at the bracelets on his wrist and wondered if some device could cancel his quirk, a thought he indulged briefly before putting it aside. At school, Izuku left his jacket by his seat and joined the others outside. The silence and cold stares were harsher than before. Yaoyorozu told him that the vice president should always be early, and Izuku replied quietly that he understood, keeping his distance as she adopted her usual composed demeanor. When Aizawa appeared and motioned for the students to board the bus, he noted that the class should get settled comfortably, and the students followed his instruction. Izuku boarded last and chose a seat at the front where he could be alone. Some classmates exchanged smirks and made idle speculations about him. A few students openly wondered about Bakugo and weather. Bakugo was the type of person they feared. Other students offered sharp descriptors in agreement, piling on negative assumptions. Izuku watched them with a mixture of pity and resignation and then turned inward, focusing on his breathing and the flow of power within him. He practiced sensing one for all at a low level, trying to disperse the power without using it overtly. He repeated the exercise of adjusting the intensity whenever movement became painful, slowly building a mental map of what he could handle. The power still felt alien compared to what he had known before, and he recalled that All Might had once given him the odd but practical advice to tense and release his muscles to feel the quirk. He felt a flicker of frustration but reminded himself to stay calm and work harder than anyone else. By the time they arrived, Izuku was tense but curious about the day's lesson. He felt his heart rate quicken when a well-known rescue pro arrived outside the USJ building to lead the exercise, and the presence of an experienced hero was reassuring. My expectations were rising and I couldn't help but hope that things would continue to get better. 13 whispered, asking where All Might was, and raised 3 fingers. The narrator cursed inwardly about missing the chance to say hello and sighed, self-deprecating and certain it would be less fun without All Might, though it should still be fine. Someone suggested heading inside and said they would explain more about how dangerous quirks can be. A student snickered, implying the remark was aimed at the narrator, and the narrator chose to ignore it. They had not considered 13's quirk, Black Hole, the ability to absorb and neutralize anything that entered the void. Dangerous and potentially lethal, it was used instead to reduce casualties in disasters. The instructor announced they would go over how to handle different situations and what each would require when a student expressed surprise at the presence of fake villains. Aizawa reacted quickly, grabbing his goggles as his power activated. Another student protested that rescue training should not require villains. A mist portal opened and figures poured out one by one. A teacher warned 13 that the newcomers were real and told them to get the children to safety. People began to move, and Bakugo, with characteristic bravado, accused Midoriya of summoning the attackers. Midoriya stammered, denying it, but the narrator caught a flicker of hesitation in his eyes. For someone who had been scrutinized most of their life, there was nothing worse than knowing someone doubted you. For a moment the narrator faltered, and that was the negligence the villains needed. Aizawa sprinted toward the larger group while the mist coalesced in front of the small cluster. The mist figure noted that All Might was absent and asked if the plan had changed. Some questioned that possibility, but Bakugo shouted for everyone to get out of his way and launched at the mist figure with Kirishima at his side. The mist figure remained unaffected, chuckled, mocked them as the cream of the crop, and said he intended to separate them. The mist extended and the narrator felt a familiar insecurity, free-falling for a moment before hitting the ground. As they struggled up, a raspy, dry voice expressed excitement at their arrival. The narrator looked up to see a man who appeared to be in his mid-20s, with pale bluish hair and an odd arrangement of hands painted or marked across his body. The narrator registered the man's manic energy and steadied themselves against the warning not to provoke him. The man gleefully addressed the narrator as someone responsible for many deaths and said he had been looking forward to confronting All Might, and that this encounter felt like an extra challenge. The narrator was confused and tried not to respond aloud. The man asked why All Might was not present and whether the narrator knew anything about it. The narrator admitted they had no information beyond hearing his name mentioned. The man's eyes narrowed, and he began a tirade. He questioned what had driven the narrator to become a hero after experiencing oppression and hatred, asking how they could endure the looks and rejection. He escalated from a measured tone to a shout, arguing that heroes and people vanish when needed and that the labels of hero and villain were decided by victors who wrote history, leaving losers without a voice. The narrator could not easily respond. The man had not said anything plainly untrue. He pressed further, asking why someone like the narrator would be in the hero course instead of resenting those who had attacked and slandered them. He scratched his neck in a way the narrator found unnerving, and the narrator recognized the man's instability. He accused the narrator of being a disappointment who wasted power that could change the world to end oppression, and he shouted that heroes always portrayed only the good and hid the bad. The man's attack was aimed at the narrator's core, amplifying every insecurity and doubt, and voices began calling the narrator's name. Torn between the part of them that knew what was right and a part that longed for understanding and kinship with someone who seemed to acknowledge their pain, the narrator hesitated. Images of being born to atone and feeling as if their humanity did not matter crowded their thoughts. The narrator gritted their teeth, grabbed their head in distress, and then a metallic ding sounded as their bracelets reached their limit. Their quirk began to overflow, causing tremors in the ground. Panic rose up, and the narrator thought not again, fearing they would lose control. They tried to remind themselves this was not who they were, remembering the voices of Aizawa, All Might, the detective, Hagakure, and their mother. Resolving not to give in, the narrator steeled themselves as the man smiled wickedly and turned to his group of villains. Shigaraki Tamura introduced himself as the one who would kill All Might and who would build a new civilization in the wake of his death. He glanced at the narrator from the corner of his eye, and that cold look sent a wave of fear through the narrator's body. Shigaraki warned that the narrator would witness the deaths of his first victims. Shigaraki then ran at incredible speed for his build. The narrator pushed to their feet, their body reacting on its own. Aizawa clicked his tongue and addressed Shigaraki, noting that the final boss had finally appeared, but Aizawa did not seem ready. The narrator cried out in pain as they saw the other man's arm falter. Shigaraki dismissed himself as the final boss and said that someone else was the true final boss. His grin widened, and suddenly a gigantic humanoid, bird-like creature appeared behind Aizawa. Shigaraki ordered the creature to attack. The narrator felt shock wash over them. As Midoriya reached the upper limits of his power, his hatred focused on one person, the monster ruining everything, the one who had shattered his mental walls. His eyes narrowed and his teeth clenched like a wild animal as all his strength funneled into his legs. The force with which he launched himself forward was unfathomable. For a moment everything blurred, the world seemed to disappear for Midoriya. There was no hesitance now. He curled his arm back and struck Shigaraki. A blood-curdling scream echoed through the USA. Ojiro, Mineta, and Tsuyu, who had just witnessed Midoriya's attack, were thrown back. The shockwave pushed water away, toppled villains, and even flung Aizawa's body. Midoriya moved like a feral beast, chasing Shigaraki, who was fading toward unconsciousness before issuing one last command for the Nomu to kill him. Everything happened so fast that Midoriya did not know what hit him. A sudden impact struck his side and he crashed to the ground, the impact lifting the earth beneath him. He reeled and spat. Even as he struggled, a voice in his head called out, urging protection. The taunt's monster, villain, disappointment, mistake only fueled his hatred and drove his power higher. Walls trembled, glass cracked, the ground groaned. No one could stand. Only Midoriya and the Nomu remained. The Nomu lunged, trying to grab him. This Nomu, usually expressionless, glared with a ferocity that felt personal. Red lines flared along Midoriya's form and green and black energy crackled around him before dissipating. A faint green aura washed over him, boosting his already extreme output. Midoriya activated One for All, and with his unstable mental state it was clear this confrontation would be volatile. The Nomu prepared to crush him, but Midoriya vanished from its sight and reappeared elsewhere. The Nomu was sent staggering backward by a massive blow to its torso. It shrieked as the wound began to seal, then rushed back toward Midoriya, whose arms were swollen and discolored from strain. Just as the Nomu closed in, the boy disappeared. Again, and then the Nomu felt a strike to its temple. The hit compromised the construct of the Nomu's mind. It was as if the machine-like control holding it together fractured. Fragmented human memories and voices flickered through its awareness spheres, regrets, hopes briefly surfacing like flashes. The Nomu reached toward its head in a last effort, but then a final, devastating force ruptured its core. Terror ran through the creature. A cascade of emotions swept its body and then everything went dark. The Nomu collapsed forward and lay still. Shigaraki, supported by the mist operative, glared at Midoriya with a face split by scars and cracks. He tore the hand away from his face, revealing the damaged features beneath. He seethed at the boy who had ruined everything and called out for Kurogiri to act. A portal opened near Midoriya as Shigaraki's hand lunged for the young hero's throat, but before contact could be made, gunfire erupted inside the building. Bullets struck Shigaraki's outstretched hand and then hit his legs and arm, incapacitating him. He howled in unexpected pain. All Might and rescue personnel entered the scene with urgent force. All Might ordered Kurogiri to get them out of there and strode toward Midoriya with grim resolve. He assessed Midoriya's condition and immediately insisted on getting him treated. All Might, flustered and shaken by the sight of his student in such a state, hurried to summon Recovery Girl. Midoriya turned to All Might with dark, hollow eyes. He moved with an unsettling ease despite his injuries, which only intensified All Might's concern. All Might scooped him up to take him to Recovery Girl without hesitation. Recovery Girl began immediate treatment, preparing instruments and stabilizing Midoriya. She cleaned and dressed his wounds, set up and informed All Might that surgery would be necessary. All Might's hands trembled at that, but he accepted it and stayed close, ready to help however he could. All Might blamed himself for what had happened. On the ride back, many of the students rode in silence. Some had minor physical injuries, others carried bruised egos. Bakugo stared at his hands the whole time. He had fought some of the villains and gone to help Aizawa, but when he saw what had happened to his teacher he froze, reliving that alleyway. A surge of violent rage gripped him. Cold sweat poured down his body and he stood motionless. He watched as Midoriya had rushed in, pushed himself to the limit, and defeated the villains. Bakugo resented the attention Midoriya received and seethed at the thought that the boy had been taken away personally by All Might. None of the other students seemed to matter in that moment. They had watched as Midoriya fought. Some felt a cruel satisfaction at his injuries, while others felt deep remorse and guilt. He had been out there protecting them. Hagakure could not shake the worry building in her heart. She felt a fresh ache when she heard Midoriya answer All Might's question about pain in a monotone voice. The brilliant eyes that had once looked at her with firm belief were only a shadow of their former brightness. After they were checked and helped, The students were allowed to go home under escort, in case any had suffered psychological trauma. Later, Nizu, the principal of UA, called a meeting that drew most of the staff. Nizu described the situation as unprecedented. The attackers had known the schedule and who would be on duty, and they appeared to have undocumented quirks. The media spectacle had not been a coincidence. Nizu warned that it felt like a declaration of war. Gloom hung over the school. News spread quickly, and reporters chased every angle. One analyst published a sensational piece linking UA's first known murderer in the program to the attack on the students, and many people accepted the claim. The article was titled Teruin District Murderer Instigator of UA Attack. The students of Class 1A felt the sting of guilt even though they knew the accusation was wrong. No one spoke up to challenge it, everyone seemed to accept the narrative. Hagakure wanted to protest, but she found her voice too weak. She felt alone, trying to swim against a current that felt like an ocean. Recovery Girl sat down and sighed after operating on both Midoriya and Aizawa. She had completed the long procedures and was exhausted. Midoriya, having been emotionally muted by the ordeal, lay unconscious and under anesthetic. 7 hours after she had begun and finished, All Might arrived, furious, and showed her an article accusing Midoriya of colluding with the villains. Recovery Girl frowned in disbelief. She reflected bitterly that this generation did not deserve someone like Midoriya and that he seemed wasted on them. All Might nodded, looking at his successor and the scars that marked him. Recovery Girl reviewed her notes and described the extent of Midoriya's injuries in clinical terms. Severe damage to both arms, significant soft tissue injury in his legs, back, and chest, multiple dislocations, and extensive trauma to his right arm and left forearm and hand. She could not comprehend how he had survived what he had endured. All Might shuddered at the realization of how much his successor had given to save everyone, only to have his name sullied by false reports. The day ended on that heavy note. The next morning began quietly. Waking up to bright light hitting his eyes, Midoriya sat up as pain tore through every muscle and made him cry out. A medic told him to calm down and that they would get him painkillers. Once he had finally steadied himself, staff informed him of everything that had happened, including that footage had been leaked. They explained that someone had recorded at the USJ and captured everything after he went feral and killed the monster. Normally people would say he defeated a villain, but everyone was focused on the fact that he had killed him. Midoriya lifted his eyes to the ceiling and remained completely still. He told them he did not feel much right now. He could feel pain and sadness, but little else, and he did not know how to react. Inside, he wondered why he could not sense what others felt: hatred, rage, happiness. His thoughts tumbled one after another. What should he be feeling? Was it wrong to kill? Did he even kill? Who had he killed? Was the person a monster, or was he the monster? His mind was a mess, and clear thinking was impossible. Fortunately, after he was informed that he would stay for treatment, time began to pass more quickly. The school gave them 2 days off, and those 2 days were filled with rehabilitation for Midoriya. He used a wheelchair, wore casts for days, and wherever he went he was followed by multiple people. In addition to the scar on his abdomen, he had marks across both arms, his upper chest, and his legs. There was almost no area of his body that was untouched by scars. One day, walking to class with a crutch, he sat and wrote in the journal he had brought to organize his thoughts. He read the previous day's entry about when Hagakure had come to visit. They had talked about his power and how he could fight when no one else could. He felt a small smile at the thought of having someone he could call a friend. As more students came in, some glared while others ignored him, trying to seem invisible. The atmosphere grew awkward until Aizawa entered the room, still in a full body cast. Ida exclaimed that Aizawa was okay. Midoriya retorted that he did not think that could be called okay. Aizawa, his face covered in bandages, explained that he had heard about what happened and had seen the footage. He was sorry Midoriya had to go through that and insisted that Midoriya had saved them. Midoriya mumbled that he had not been able to save everyone and that he had let Aizawa get hurt. Aizawa insisted again that Midoriya had really saved them and that, without him, most of them would likely be dead. He smiled with his eyes despite his bandages. Aizawa then became serious and announced that the sports festival was coming up and they must prepare in the next 2 weeks. There would be no school, they were to train, whether together or alone. This was the chance to show the pros what they could do. He dismissed the class to begin their preparations. Midoriya watched as everyone left and felt the same question rise in him. If he had not had enough power in that fight, would Shigaraki have killed, brainwashed, or kidnapped him? He looked at the sky and sighed, thinking of how much he still could not do. He examined his scars, pulled his hood and mask up, and headed home. Over the next few days, people rarely heard from Midoriya. He did not speak with all might and was seldom home. When asked, he simply told others that he would be fine, that he would never let them drag him down, and that he would not lose to someone like Shigaraki. He had made his decision and needed to find a way to move forward. Chapter 7. The Unwanted. Midoriya's POV. On the first day of the 2-week training break, Midoriya let out an exasperated sigh. He checked the date and, as he scratched his head, thought about how unlucky it was that today was the anniversary of that day. He made himself protein-rich food, then read a note left by the detective. The detective had written that he would be gone for a couple of weeks, that both of them had things to do, and that Midoriya should not let himself be taken down. The note also listed scheduled hospital appointments and reminded him that if he ever felt overwhelmed he should reach out for help. He was not alone. Midoriya sighed again, thinking of the people who believed in him. He finished eating, cleaned the dishes, and began his usual morning jog. He carried a backpack with snacks, several bottles of water, and ankle and arm weights as he ran the paths. Eventually he found himself at the cemetery and felt a flicker of surprise at signs announcing a remembrance speech. He walked in, keeping his distance from the crowd, his mask hiding his face and his hoodie covering most of his hair. A speaker at the ceremony announced that today they had come together once more. At the memorial, a speaker recited that on this horrific day nearly 600 family members, friends, and loved ones were lost and urged everyone to hold those around them dearly because nothing is certain. Many began to clap while I watched from a distance with a detached apathy. He knew he should go. Moving toward the entrance, he looked down at his scarred hand and then up, and his heart sank when he made eye contact with 2 people he least wanted to see, Ida and Uraraka. He tried to avert his gaze to avoid the adults with them, but Ida approached and scrutinized his hoodie, asking with venom what he was doing there. Uraraka's glare followed. She clenched the handles of her father's wheelchair. One of the mothers, who resembled Ida, pointed and asked who he was. A woman identified him as Izuku Midoriya. A mother began to cry and accused him of causing the accident. He admitted it and focused Collapse's power to steady himself. Before he could leave, Uraraka touched his shoulder and he felt sudden weightlessness. He looked at her with cold, emotionless eyes. She stared back and accused him of feeling no remorse, saying his eyes were like those of a dead man. Her voice cracked as she said he had taken away her father's ability to walk. Her arms sagged and her father in the wheelchair reached out to her. Tears fell from her face, but he could not feel anything. He had heard accusations like this so many times, people venting their pain and directing hate toward him. In Musafatsu there were many who had not even been present for the incident and fewer who had been directly affected, yet nearly everyone he met seemed to hold something against him. He had become a scapegoat for their grief and anger. Ida accused him of bringing everyone pain and of imposing a burden of loss that no one should bear alone. He widened his eyes and laughed softly. Ida demanded what was so funny. He calmed and looked at Uraraka, then called her a hypocrite. Uraraka and Ida flushed with anger. The adults began to understand what he meant and pressed him for explanation. He asked who any of them had actually lost. Uraraka started to say her father had lost something, but he interrupted, repeating his question sharply until she stepped back, stunned and unable to finish. When Ida stammered that it was no one, he lowered his hand to his face and spoke of his own losses. He had lost his mother, his father had come to hate him and wanted him dead, and everyone he cared for had come to see him as a monster. He had been treated like a living calamity until he could control his cursed power. His power surged, and Uraraka's quirk began to lift him. He insisted it was not his fault and asked why no one could understand. Tears fell and the lift propelled him into the sky. Before he drifted from sight, He saw the hero Ingenium looking down at the pendant in his hands. As he flew, thoughts swirled in his mind why he was alive, whether the world would have been better if he had never been born, whether his mother would have been happier with a different child. The wind slapped his face and he lost track of time. Eventually he began to fall. His stomach dropped and he wanted to scream at a world he could not fix. He had been broken for as long as he could remember. Since that day he had thought about ending his life and pictured different ways to die. Each attempt left him more ashamed. The more he used his quirk during those breakdowns, the stronger it grew. A quirk does not usually escalate so quickly with mere age. His had surged because of the abuse, both mental and physical, he had endured and inflicted on himself. Falling, he felt a strange sense that perhaps, at last, he could relax. The air rushing through Izuku Midoriya's hair felt almost like a hand smoothing it back. Wind wiped the tears from his face as gravity pulled him down, giving his body the sensation of a struggle against itself. Voices of those who had shown him kindness urged him to stop, but other voices, insults, memories of abuse clung to him and forced his limbs into SBMs. With a dead expression, he wondered what had happened to his motivation and to his dream of being the #1 hero. Belittling himself, he reached out and let his power take him just before he hit the water. Cold enveloped him and he flailed, lungs burning for air. He surfaced gasping and dragged himself to shore. Lying with his face in the mud and scratches marring his skin, he told himself he was pathetic over and over. The ground trembled slightly under the weight of his shaking emotions. He rose, stumbled, and caught himself. His arms ached from holding the soaked weight of his body and his hair hung wet and heavy over his eyes. He slammed a weakened fist into the earth and kept repeating that he was pathetic, each blow a private outburst of self-loathing. A small spark flickered from his hand, and the ground in front of him shivered, liquefied for a moment, then solidified as panic took hold. He blinked, bewildered by the sudden display of power, then his limbs gave out and he fell forward with a groan. The day of the festival. As the students chatted about their 2-week break, Izuku listened from the sidelines. People compared training routines and adventures. Bakugo had trained with someone named Bakubro, others described their activities, while Uraraka and Ida smiled quietly without revealing what had happened in their own time. The silence from those two felt odd to him, given how petty and antagonistic many of his classmates could be. He knew that heroes stood against villains, and when a villain appeared on a grand stage, stopping him would be the obvious moment for heroes to act. Unknown perspective, 2 hours before the festival. A figure asked if the others were ready and smiled at them. One of the accomplices looked confused and questioned the point of what they were about to do. The girl snapped that the man they targeted had attacked the area around the dojo where she had trained and that people she had known, Yuji, Suzuna, Elka, had died in that attack. She slammed her fist into the wall in angry frustration. She declared that the man acted as if he were better than everyone and that, since he had somehow ended up in Class 1A, they would make him face consequences and taste karma. The second accomplice laughed, clapped a hand on the third's shoulder, and said that the third could still back out, but that they were going through with their plan no matter what. The third accomplice swallowed hard and said there was no going back now. Once he had learned about it, it was already set. They settled on waiting for the right moment. Back to Izuku in the waiting room. Izuku tapped his foot as nervousness built. He focused on breathing in and out until it was time. When everyone turned their gaze, Bakugo lashed out at him with a curse, but Izuku did not flinch. He met Bakugo's eyes and told him he was going to win, advising him not to lose too badly. Bakugo's expression changed, his hands slackening at his sides as Izuku passed by. Stepping into the light, Izuku found himself the center of attention. The initial cheers faded into confusion and whispers about why he was alone and where the rest of his class was. Someone in the crowd reminded others that he had been responsible for the earthquake incident, which led to murmurs and boos that stung him. He wondered when he would meet someone who did not judge him for his past. The announcer introduced him as the freshman representative for a brief speech. Izuku walked to the microphone, hearing the slurs and the echoes of the stigma attached to him from both students and those affected by past events. He said that he intended to win and urged every student to give their best. calling the event another test and wishing everyone luck. As he stepped away, a small object struck the side of his head and red liquid ran down his temple. Sounds around him faded, and his attention narrowed to the red on his skin. He stared at it, and a scene flickered up in his memory. My hands trembled, stained with blood, and the arena around me was a chaotic wreck. The faces of the fallen, including my mother, seemed to stare back at me, accusing me. A scowl formed on my face, and then I noticed Midnight trying to get my attention. Midnight asked if he was okay. I nodded, wiped my hands, and told Midnight that I had expected this much from them. I was not lying about expecting something, though it had been more from the students than from the public. Midnight looked worried and sighed, then suggested they begin the event. Things could not have started off worse than they already had, I thought, but the laughter and whispers only sharpened my resolve. The announcer declared that the first event would be an obstacle course race. Some students cheered, though many still focused on the controversy of a villain being allowed into the event. The announcer instructed everyone to line up at the entrance and explained that the competitors would go around the stadium and face 3 obstacles of increasing difficulty. He told them to find a way through and be the victor. The countdown came, and the start signal sent a surge of students forward. A bottleneck formed at a small tunnel where many were trying to funnel through. I felt the air cool and realized Todoroki was acting. People were frozen in place. I pushed through the stalled crowd, making some stumble as they had no foothold to steady themselves. Several shouted insults at me as I ran, but I did not look back until I had cleared the tunnel. Present Mike announced that those who had cleared it had reached the first obstacle, and my attention shifted to the robots now standing in our path. 3 large, 0-point robots and several smaller ones blocked the course. A good portion of Class 1A took off, 2 students near the front. Present Mike called out that Todoroki had frozen the 0-pointers in place, and I worried they might fall. I was still a distance behind. I did not have the raw speed of Bakugo or the ice advantage of Todoroki. I decided it was time to push my power. I closed my eyes for a moment and felt the surge of energy flow through me, lifting my pace. I moved faster and overtook Azui, Uraraka, Mineta, Yaoyorozu, Shiro, and Kaminari, putting me only behind Ida, Bakugo, and Todoroki. I passed Ida, who was held up by a falling piece of a 0-pointer, and reached 3rd place. Feeling the tension in my gut, I released more energy through my foot when it hit the ground. The earth cracked and buckled with the force, and I blasted past Bakugo and Todoroki toward the next obstacle. Bakugo shouted for me to get back, but the wind carried his words away. The next challenge was a series of wires across an abyss. I concentrated fully on my feet. One mistake would mean a fall. I trusted the power I carried and the training with it. I reached the first island, then the next, keeping a steady pace, sweat building on my skin. I was about halfway there when Todoroki slid past me on a sheet of ice. We made brief eye contact, and his expression held contempt toward me and something else I could not name. For a split second I lost my focus and slipped. I barely caught the wire with my hands and hauled myself up, scolding my carelessness. Bakugo and Azui soon passed me, and by the time I made it across the gap I was in 5th place. I told myself I could power up again and catch up. I pushed more energy through my limbs, feeling them crackle before I struck the ground and surged forward. Present Mike announced that Izuku Midoriya had burst past 2 contenders into 3rd place. The next section was a minefield. From the surface, mines were visible, and most competitors would have to pick their way carefully. I decided to use my power differently. I braced my hands on the ground and caused it to tremble, dislodging several of the buried devices and making their positions obvious. Bakugo and Todoroki glared as the mines were exposed and easier to detonate. Bakugo began to swear in frustration, but he was cut off as explosions erupted. Bakugo vanished in a cloud of colored smoke, and I pushed straight through toward the finish, relying on the chaos to hide my path. Present Mike announced that in a cloud of smoke several competitors had disappeared from sight because Izuku Midoriya had used his quirk to trigger many of the mines, turning the field in his favor. It was an unorthodox tactic, but it worked. I forced myself to keep going until I cleared the smoke and coughed from holding my breath. I had been using one for all the entire time, and I realized I had not practiced maintaining both One for All and Collapse together for so long. Keeping up the pace, Midoriya's breaths became more ragged, but he forced himself to keep going. He knew any second now he would hear an enraged voice behind him. Bakugo yelled an angry insult as he closed in, and explosions cleared the pink smoke from the path. Midoriya pushed harder. 50 feet at most remained until the line and first place. The sudden surge of power exceeded his expectations and destroyed the track beneath him, sending rocks and debris flying. He was launched into the middle of the arena and bent over, trying to catch his breath. The arena announcer declared that Izuku Midoriya had finished in first place, Bakugo Katsuki in second, and Shoto Todoroki in third, continuing the roll call until number 42, no one else had qualified. The announcer then explained that the 42 students would move on to the next round, a cavalry battle. Midnight smiled with a cruel edge and announced that Midoriya, as the first-place finisher, would be worth 10 million points. Midoriya felt the weight of attention and resentment settling like a stone. He thought of All Might and felt a quiet, private sorrow rise in him as he faced one of the hardest challenges at UA so far. Midoriya wandered the area with a small, hopeless feeling, realizing no one was willing to team up with him. He approached Midnight and explained the situation. She listened and then told him he could go back. Midnight then announced that, since everyone except number 1 had teams, the rest would work together while Midoriya would go on his own. Outrage rippled through the groups. Bakugo loudly called it unfair, and another student pointed out that Bakugo had been the one who refused to include Midoriya in their group. Bakugo fell silent, gritting his teeth at the logic. Midnight instructed everyone to split up and explained that they would be monitored by headbands that showed their places on the leaderboard. As the students spread out, Midoriya noticed they had formed a rough ring around him. He clicked his tongue in frustration, aware that he was in the center of hostile attention and that his chances of survival looked grim. Those feelings of isolation and anger festered under his skin. He knew his emotions were tied to his power. Without them, the quirk he carried would be useless. As All Might had told him before, it was his power and depended on how he used it. When Midnight called everyone to the ready, the pressure in the arena intensified. At the start command, the students surged forward but were immediately met by a destructive force that cracked the arena floor. The blast disrupted those who were unprepared, knocking many off their feet. Midoriya grunted as the power rebounded toward him. The closer the backlash, the more it strained his body. He had learned through training that using this power at close range caused severe physical backlash that left him reeling and vulnerable if prolonged. A blast of ice rose from the cracked ground as Todoroki's group arrived over the ridge. Midoriya noted with dismay that Bakugo, Todoroki, Ida, and Uraraka had gathered together. He could not have hoped for a worse alignment. He deactivated the secondary quirk and felt the returning force ease a few seconds later. Midoriya reflected that Todoroki and Bakugo were together now, an uncomfortable combination. He activated One for All to 15%, feeling his muscles tense as power flooded him. Bakugo shouted that he was coming for Midoriya, but Midoriya decided there was no point in engaging them directly. He switched to Collapse, destroying the ground between himself and the others and collapsing the footing behind them, leaving them stranded on a small island. Stuck and bewildered, they shouted in surprise. Midoriya smiled, thinking there was no way he would face both Todoroki and Bakugo at once. He braced himself, briefly raising One for All to 20% in his feet and launching past them with a burst of speed. As he passed, he locked eyes with one person who could almost keep up, the crimson-eyed Bakugo. A thought flickered through Midoriya's mind and trailed off unfinished. Is he hesitating? He looked ready to take Midoriya down, and yet his posture and the way he followed him with his eyes suggested otherwise. Landing on the ground again, Midoriya hesitated for a moment, and it immediately affected his positioning in the match. The announcer declared that Midoriya had dropped all the way to last place after losing his headband. Watching the hand that floated away with his headband, a single desire flared inside him. He had to win. With that driven thought, all the power of both Collapse and One for All focused in Midoriya's legs. Every sensation narrowed to the pulse of energy and the single goal. With a burst of speed he lunged, snatching the hand that carried his headband and overpowering it so abruptly that the opponent cried out in pain. The motion disabled the hand without graphic detail, and immediately Midoriya pulled back, a cold dread running down his spine as the faces around him began to blur into fearful, accusatory expressions. Spectators gasped and whispered about what they had just seen, labeling him with fearful, shocked words. Those reactions made his heart race and his breathing uneven. Whether from trauma or something deeper, the memories and emotions rose to the surface, and once more the area around him began to tremble. He held the tears back as the ground shifted and cracked beneath him. A commentator noted, surprised, that Midoriya was holding everyone in place with no apparent effort. Midoriya thought to himself that it was not effortless at all. The strain hurt, and the surge of memories made his stomach churn so violently that he nearly retched. He allowed himself to sit down slowly, clutching the headband in his hand, and breathed out a long sigh while continuing to channel the power. He forced himself to maintain the effect at a continuous range of about 25 meters, preventing anyone from getting close without facing resistance. Now that people had realized he was no longer going to be caught off guard, they began to turn on each other and resume their fights. Midoriya told himself to hold on for just a little longer, counting down the minutes silently as he steadied himself. Bakugo ground his teeth and let off a few controlled explosions, declaring that they would go after Midoriya and that they were not going to lose to that murderer. Todoroki pointed ahead and warned that they could not move yet because the ground was shaking worse than before and that his ice would immediately crack apart if they tried. Bakugo scoffed at the restriction but quickly shifted to tactics, asking Ida how fast his engine-in legs could go. Ida looked briefly confused at the nickname but answered that if everyone held on tight he could reach a high speed, he only needed time to charge. Bakugo smirked and told Uraraka to activate her anti-gravity on him so he could hover and pinpoint Midoriya. Uraraka nodded and set up the support. As Bakugo floated up, he watched Midoriya holding everyone back and noted, with a cold sweat, that Midoriya had become even more powerful than before. Bakugo knew there was no room for error and resolved to take him down while he was seemingly stuck in one place. Back on the ground, Bakugo pointed toward Midoriya and said that he could be taken out now. He warned that Midoriya was using a tremendous amount of strength to maintain his hold and that their time was running out. Only 4 minutes remained. Ida agreed and called for everyone to neutralize their gravity, including Uraraka, for just a few seconds. A faint blush crossed Uraraka's face as she complied, and soon the whole group was floating. Ida launched forward with his engines blazing, urging everyone to hold on tight as he reached top speed. Uraraka began to react in surprise but was cut off by the intensity of the maneuver. They blasted through the seismic waves. Ida took the brunt of the impact. His momentum tore his clothing and he was injured from the collision, but he pressed on despite the pain. Bakugo acknowledged the effort with a curt affirmation that was all that needed to be said. It happened so fast that Bakugo could barely make out the details, but he found himself staring into Midoriya's fluorescent green eyes. The gaze felt like it went straight into his soul, filled with deep, raw emotion that made Bakugo uneasy. Midoriya, wincing from his own injuries, glared with narrowed eyes and ordered them to get back. Bakugo was taken aback. He had never seen Midoriya truly angry before. Ida's engines sputtered and stalled as he realized they could not push any faster. He panicked internally, thinking that even at his fastest he could not break through Midoriya's defense and berating himself for coming up short. He wanted to be useful and felt bitter that his speed alone seemed insufficient. The tension rippled through the group, and for a moment everyone froze. Then Todoroki acted, and a sheet of ice swept over Midoriya, encasing him in a glacier-like prison. The crowd erupted, believing Todoroki had frozen Midoriya without mercy. Midoriya could still hear the muffled noise of the cheering through the ice, and the others had overlooked how dangerous he could be when pushed to anger. A brief silence followed as everyone absorbed what had just happened. Midoriya was trapped in the ice and felt his temperature dropping. His body recoiled from the overuse of his quirk even as he kept releasing more power. He could hear jeers and applause from the crowd, and the noise irritated him. He thought that he could have died and that, if he had, no one would have cared. It would have been called a tragic accident. As the ice began to crack, warmth rushed to his head and his vision blurred. He was not quick to anger, but the repeated provocations had pushed his emotions to the surface. He thought that he hated this. With his eyes beginning to close, he felt a pull stronger than anything he'd felt in a long time and decided he did not care what happened. He focused his seismic waves into his arms and vowed that he would not lose. His arms went limp from the strain and fell to his sides. The ice sheared and shattered outward, sending teams scrambling and forcing the arena to take damage. Miraculously, no one was seriously injured. Midoriya collapsed onto the ground, breathing heavily and chilled from exhaustion. His temperature had dropped dramatically from the power he had used, but there was still a stubborn fight left in him. He only wanted to prove what he could do. The bell rang and the announcer declared that time was up. Time slowed for him. His vision remained blurry and a ringing filled his ears. He felt nauseous and focused on calming his heart and breathing. He could not move his arms. They had been damaged by the strain. Someone nearby said his name, and he came back to awareness to find medics moving him onto a stretcher. He realized he had been carried away without noticing the movement. The announcer then announced a 45-minute break before the first battle. Class 1B had mostly been pulled out of the festival. A classmate asked Setsuna Tokage if she was okay now that the match was over. Setsuna, whose quirk allowed her to split her body into many pieces and control them, had her arm in a cast from an earlier cavalry match injury. She had used one of her hands to take Midoriya's headband, but she had not been able to withstand the strength and speed he displayed. Setsuna assured them that she was okay, though it still hurt. She still could not believe what had happened. If someone had told her she would feel her arm give way under the force of one person, she would have called them crazy. Her classmates looked at her with sadness and concern, and some understood her frustration. The earthquakes and the overwhelming power they had just seen were beyond their experience, and Class 1A had shown a confidence that had allowed them to dominate most teams. Someone in the crowd whispered that they would make him pay. Medics continued to escort Midoriya away so he could recover. Everyone in the stands was confused about why the so-called villain had suddenly stopped moving. Some thought he would activate his quirk and grew uneasy. Present Mike announced that Shinso had brainwashed Midoriya. The crowd realized the implication and began to cheer. Students felt varied emotions. Some felt vindicated that the villain would lose this way, others were annoyed that they had not been able to act, and a few were irritated that he had come this far. Emotions swelled on all sides, including for the two who were fighting. Shinso felt a rush of adrenaline and attention. He was completely confident in his quirk. No one had ever broken free from his control before. He believed that all he had to do was issue the command and it would be set in stone. He imagined history changing. Midoriya began to walk as commanded, but he, too, struggled with his emotions. Though his body would not respond, his mind could still partially think and see. He urged himself to wake up and to think, reminding himself that he had not trained to lose here. Already fragile because of past trauma, Midoriya could not prevent the hallucinations that followed. He became desperate, his PTSD flared. A soft, hateful voice urged him to give up and insisted it would be better for everyone. In his foggy vision, his mother stood before him and accused him of destroying everything, asking whether winning would amend anything or make him a hero. The voice attacked his identity, calling him a genetic freak and denying him the right to belong. Midoriya could not move or answer. His mind felt like it was shutting down. Overwhelming sadness and despair washed over him, tears falling and his heartbeat racing. The voice urged him to end it, insisting that trying to fix anything was pointless because he would end up in the same place. As he stared at the out-of-bounds white line, something began to glow. Outside in the tunnel, a small, lanky man stood, then more hazy figures appeared. One figure reached out and announced that it was finally time. A sudden, loud explosion rocked the arena. Students, parents, teachers, and heroes were all confused. Shinso was the most visibly bewildered. He could not accept that his control had broken and the timer had not yet expired. He stepped back, unable to retaliate. The person he had frozen now regarded his hands with an expression that felt ominous. Shinso demanded to know how Midoriya had broken free, but as he looked, What he saw felt less like a hallucination and more like a glimpse of the future. A shadow falling over Midoriya's eyes and clenched fists that made Shinso seem insignificant. In a moment of panic, Shinso rushed forward to force a confrontation. Midoriya did not remain completely still. As Shinso closed within 3 meters, a crackle of power appeared. Midoriya moved to the side, extended his foot, and with controlled use of one for all and precise timing, redirected Shinso's momentum and sent him flying out of the arena. To Shinso it felt as if the world had flipped. He was thrown out horizontally as if overturned by a powerful move. Midoriya had used a calculated amount of his power and a well-placed motion to overturn Shinso and launch him from the stage. Midoriya breathed heavily, shaken mentally and physically. He had not suffered anything serious, only sore fingers and bruising small costs compared with what he had seen. He raised a hand to his mouth, ignoring the throbbing, and focused on steadying his breath. The announcer declared Izuku Midoriya the winner. Some cheered and some booed, but no one was as confused as Midoriya and All Might. All Might appeared puzzled by Midoriya's stillness and unreadable expression. Midoriya then moved toward All Might in the tunnel and said that they would need to talk later, after the festival. All Might agreed, though he was uncertain about what had happened in those moments. The next match proceeded. Midoriya visited Recovery Girl, who advised him not to overthink things, but he continued to replay the 2 words he had heard "it's finally time" until the strain of thinking left him nearly exhausted. Chapter 9. The One to Save. After the first round, Midoriya did not return to the stands with his class. He went to an empty room to sit with his thoughts and decided it was better to be alone than to be among those who might, in one way or another, turn him into the villain. Midoriya told himself he would rather just relax and think. After all, who would be in the right mind after what he had seen and the fire that resembled the current #1 hero? He felt confused and worried for his mentor. When it was his turn again, Midoriya moved toward the stage, thinking back to his original goal. He wanted to show his strength and prove he was dependable. He also hoped to change how people close to him viewed him. He resolved to save Todoroki. He had been watching Todoroki for a while and had heard things from him, especially after the obstacle course race. Narrowing his eyes, Midoriya remembered the heated words Todoroki had once spoken, accusing someone of destroying his chance to prove himself with fire and revealing the emotional wound left by his father. Midoriya understood, even if Todoroki had not fully realized it himself, that his father was the reason behind his lack of fire in more than just a physical sense. Midoriya also wanted to see how he measured up to Todoroki. One boy raised him mid-villainy and another raised as the son of the nation's second strongest. So many thoughts ran through Midoriya's mind as he approached the stage, but he was not alone in thought. Todoroki watched Izuku Midoriya and felt a cold disappointment. He could not stop tapping his finger against his forearm. Midoriya was his classmate, and Todoroki could not understand why Midoriya was not doing anything dramatic. Todoroki clicked his tongue, convinced that showing emotion only led to getting hurt. Memories of past hurts surfaced and his brow tightened. A loud explosion echoed across the arena, sending a shockwave that made those on lower levels feel the impact. Kaminari sat up and called out, asking what had happened. Someone else, a student with an unusual tale, remarked that Midoriya should not have been able to break out of mind control. Aizawa then explained the nature of Shinso's quirk, which caused murmurs among the crowd and questions about why he was in general studies rather than the hero course. Some wondered how a person with that quirk could aspire to be a hero. As dust settled, the attention of everyone in the arena focused on the 2 figures in the center. Todoroki noticed Midoriya looking at his hand, and that image pulled him back to his own reflection. He reached up and touched the slightly rough, discolored skin of his scar, feeling oddly detached. For a moment he wondered if Midoriya could feel something similar. A flicker of guilt passed through him, but it faded quickly. There was nothing to be guilty about, or so he told himself. Before the second round began, Todoroki felt unsatisfied and hesitant. That hesitation evaporated when Midoriya emerged from the tunnel with an expression not of regret but of hope. That made Todoroki feel irritated and useless. The crowd rose to its feet as attendance called for readiness. Todoroki's training and his father's expectations pressed at him. He unleashed a torrent of ice, freezing Zero in a tall formation. He knew he would not be able to go all out for the rest of the match, but he resolved that this would be enough. He refused to lose to someone whose strength centered on earth and physical power. The match began. Todoroki launched a flurry of ice toward Midoriya, but the attack shattered into a cascade of snowflakes against an unexpected defense. The commentators noted how the two had split their offensive tactics, and Todoroki looked down at the cracks left in the ice. He wondered if the breaking of his ice suggested something beyond his own usual power. Todoroki kept up a relentless barrage, launching attack after attack, but each ice formation was dispersed by Midoriya. Residual frost clung to Midoriya's sides, and the crowd cheered at the spectacle of Todoroki's pressure. To the audience it appeared that Midoriya was being trapped in a tunnel of ice, but some attentive students and pro-heroes noticed that Todoroki was moving more sluggishly than before. Aizawa pointed this out to the spectators. Bakugo, watching from the stands, mentally compared the situation to stamina in a game, wondering how much reserve Todoroki had left after earlier exertions. In the center, Midoriya calculated in his head. He told himself that 2 more broken flurries and he would be able to move. His arms were strained, but he could keep going. The fibers of his opponent's technique had not been torn yet. He pushed through, destroying 1 more flurry and then another. Midoriya began to wonder if that would be enough. Todoroki exhaled a cold breath and could not help but shiver as the exchange continued. The crowd soon began to notice and the tone shifted. Spectators murmured that Midoriya was not injured, others said Todoroki was about to be out for the count. Some sneered that this was all the number 2's child was worth, and a few joked they should have bet on the villain. The audience started to see Todoroki in a darker light. Todoroki, unused to hearing such things, looked around in confusion. He turned from side to side, seeing disappointment on people's faces, and he grunted in bewilderment. His gaze fell on his father, and he froze. The expression on Endeavor's face was one he had seen before, but never so intense. Disappointment radiated from him. As Endeavor began to turn away, Midoriya spoke nearby, and Todoroki felt as if a fist had struck his gut. The words landed hard. Todoroki fell to the ground, coughed and shivered, and looked up at Midoriya. Midoriya wanted Todoroki to understand a minute of his life. Todoroki, ready to hurl an insult, found his anger dissipating when he saw the exhaustion on Midoriya's face. He could not find the energy to lash out. The arena trembled softly beneath them, the shaking growing gradually but remaining controlled. Midoriya reminded him that his life was like that all the time. Then Midoriya asked why Todoroki would not use his flames. For a moment Todoroki really wondered why he did not use them. The memory of his father's treatment and the look his mother had once given him returned, binding him. He could not bring himself to use those flames. Todoroki protested that he could not use his father's flames after what had been done to his family. He unconsciously produced a small sliver of ice, and Midoriya pointed out that excessive cold could cause frostbite. No one in the crowd understood what was happening between them except All Might, who watched with a knowing, surprised smile. Todoroki cried out that he did not care, and Midoriya pressed him harder, asking if he did not care about being a hero or avenging his mother. Todoroki froze, throat dry and unable to answer. When he whispered his mother's name, Midoriya recognized the moment of vulnerability he needed. Midoriya concluded that he needed to take a drastic, contrasting approach to push Todoroki. He needed to force him to face his power. Midoriya demanded whether Todoroki was afraid of using his own power. That question broke the dam. A bright, fluorescent orange blazed from within Todoroki, surprising everyone and driving Midoriya back. The lights in the crowd suddenly flared as if awakened. Cheering rose from some corners declaring that Todoroki could keep going, that he had fire like his father, that this must be Endeavor's son. Midoriya winced from the knockback but rose, flexing sore and stiff arms. Todoroki panicked as he released the flames he had bottled up and watched the frost on his body begin to melt away. A rush of adrenaline and endorphins made Todoroki euphoric. Heat condensed into a focused point on his left arm as he felt unfamiliar, almost terrifying power. He warned Midoriya he could not be responsible for what might happen. Midoriya answered that he would not have it any other way. Todoroki launched an attack of fire and ice while Midoriya surged forward with the combined force of Collapse and One for All. Their attacks collided, and the sudden change in temperature generated a massive shockwave. Steam and debris ripped through the arena and a thick mist enveloped both combatants, obscuring them from view. Present Mike gaped in disbelief and the stands were shaken by the display of power. Even many pro-heroes reacted with stunned silence, while Endeavor watched with a wide, eager grin at the sight of his son's flames. When the mist finally began to clear, two silhouettes became visible, one lying just outside the lines and one standing upright looking down. The crowd erupted with speculation that it had to be Endeavor's son who had won, based on the earlier flame display. Excitement died down into disappointment when they recognized the forest green hair. The joy faded into disgust and anguish. It became clear how Midoriya had managed to win. Combining One for All with Collapse at near full power had been overwhelming. Midoriya's right arm hung limp at his side, bruised and battered, yet he felt the pain less than he remembered. Announcers declared Izuku Midoriya the winner. There were a few cheers from the professionals, but public sentiment remained mixed. Organizers then announced a 1-hour break to repair the stadium. Walking out of Recovery Girl's office, Midoriya stretched his sore right arm and thought he had been lucky to have an hour to rest. Without it, he would be severely limited in his next match. He left the stadium and rather than face the food stalls and reactions, climbed a tree to rest. He was groggy from treatment when voices below drew his attention. Some kids were murmuring about the villain and joking that this was an amazing chance. Midoriya's balance faltered for a moment and panic crept in, triggering Collapse. Just as he fell, a small tremor knocked the troublemakers off their feet. One boy panicked and flailed a leaf-like blade from his elbow. Midoriya sidestepped and glared. It became obvious these kids were in over their heads. Before he could intervene, a lattice of branches rose to trap the children and an authoritative voice rang out. Kamui Woods, followed by MT Lady and Death Arms, approached him. Kamui Woods admonished the troublemakers not to use their quirks illegally. Midoriya gave a slight chuckle and sighed. An onlooker observed that things apparently were not over. Any Lady then congratulated Midoriya on his efforts, and she invited him to intern with her after the festival. Midoriya gave a soft, confused smile and looked blankly at the female hero. Midoriya stammered that he would ruin her popularity, but MT Lady interrupted by pinching his cheeks and assuring him that she no longer cared about popularity. What mattered was saving people even from rock bottom. Kamui Woods spoke up next, saying that Midoriya was a hero whether he believed it or not, pointing out the sludge incident and the USJ as proof, and promising that he and the others would back him even if no one else did. Death Arms and Lady both nodded in agreement. Midoriya realized that his perfect score had finally begun to lose some of its weight. Slowly but surely, others were starting to believe in him. He thanked them and committed to keep pushing forward. The heroes nodded and waved as they returned to their duties. Midoriya felt the responsibility settle on him and told himself that he could not fail them. Looking toward the tunnel ahead, he noticed a small flame flickering in the darkness. Chapter 10. A Villain Suited for No Other. Midoriya walked down the hall toward the waiting area for his next match and came face to face with a hulking man. He recognized the figure as Endeavor, and he felt a dangerous intensity radiating from the hero. Midoriya barely dodged a fist of flame aimed in his direction. It was not the strongest blow Endeavor could deliver, but it was still terrifying. Endeavor told him that he had been ecstatic and proud that Shoto had used his flames, something even Endeavor could not do. Then his expression soured as he described the spiteful look Shoto had given him earlier. His anger deepened, and his flames flickered around them, making Midoriya feel sweat prick at his back. Endeavor's voice turned harsh as he ordered Midoriya to get lost. As Endeavor made another move, Midoriya targeted his center of gravity, channeled his available OFA power into a controlled palm strike, and sent Endeavor sliding into the wall. The impact stunned the hero and temporarily shut down his quirk. Endeavor, winded and bewildered, warned that he would not hold back next time, but then he forced himself up from the wall and walked away. Midoriya watched him leave and muttered to himself that some people behaved wildly under pressure. Turning the corner, Midoriya saw Todoroki and was about to call out when the voices of other classmates interrupted him. Several students accused Todoroki of trying to get close to them only to betray them later. They shouted that he would destroy them one by one. Midoriya's hand fell to his side as the smile on his face faded into neutrality. He felt the familiar shadow cross his eyes and realized that fitting in would be harder than he had hoped. He thought that calming one fire only allowed others to flare up elsewhere. Todoroki rejected the accusation outright and called their claims nonsense, his tone filled with disgust rather than anger. Classmates quickly moved to comfort him while Midoriya backed away, his eyes hidden by his hair. He questioned the point of it all and decided to return to the waiting room where he could avoid further confrontation. A taunting voice then called out to him, labeling him the #1 villain of UA Academy. Midoriya turned to find Monoma and 2 other students approaching. Monoma smirked, introduced himself and his companions, and placed his hand on Midoriya's shoulder. Midoriya bristled at the touch. He did not know Monoma's quirk and distrusted his bravado. Monoma reminded Midoriya of an incident they intended to raise at a national event and made it clear that he could not stand the idea of someone he considered a villain being in Class 1A while the rest of the troublemakers were elsewhere. He laughed and declared that Midoriya would be blamed if anyone were harmed, and then he activated his quirk, causing tremors that made the ground ripple underfoot. Midoriya felt the tremors jolt his body, and realized he had to act. He thought about how seismic waves behaved like other waveforms, how they could, in theory, be matched and cancelled if aligned correctly. He resolved to produce counterwaves of equal strength but change their direction from horizontal to vertical in order to neutralize the shaking. He clenched his teeth and prepared to test the technique, urging himself to make it work. Midoriya urged himself and released the power from his gut, immediately feeling the blowback. He reminded himself that matter and energy cannot be created or destroyed, only converted. As he absorbed the energy from the seismic waves Monoma had released, he converted it into the output of One for All. The electricity produced as a side effect began to fill the room and briefly blinded Monoma and his 2 classmates. Monoma reacted in shocked alarm. Monoma staggered and fell back. The waves he had produced dissipated. Midoriya found himself surrounded by pro-heroes who had been guarding the building. The heroes ordered him to get on the ground. Midoriya responded with confusion and looked at them with half-closed eyes, feeling a sharp ache in his mouth and struggling to focus. Midoriya insisted that he had not caused the incident. The heroes exchanged looks and some laughed. One of Monoma's classmates accused Midoriya of using his quirk and attacking. Midoriya looked toward Itsuka and saw her supporting Monoma, who could not move his arms or his right leg. He began to deny the accusation, but in a split second he dodged an attempt by a hero to subdue him. Midoriya raised his voice at the hero who looked like a sidekick, demanding that he be heard. He felt One for All activate, and then a voice only he could hear reassured him that he was not alone. He searched for the source and found nothing. He moved again and spat, having narrowly avoided the hero's follow-up strike. Midoriya shouted in disbelief and insisted he had not caused the damage, standing unsteadily and clenching his teeth. The heroes stepped back, fearful of him. He realized how terrified even pro-heroes could be of someone labeled a villain. Then 3 familiar heroes pushed through the crowd and positioned themselves facing him. Kamui asked Midoriya what had happened. Midoriya explained that Monoma had copied his quirk and tried to frame him for the damage. Itsuka angrily argued that Midoriya had hurt Monoma, but Midoriya recognized that her accusation offered him the opening he needed. A nearby hero asked if Midoriya had physically attacked another student. Midoriya firmly denied it. The heroes remained unconvinced, so Kamui asked if he had any proof that Monoma had copied his quirk. Midoriya smiled and nodded. Midoriya urged Monoma to show his injury. Fear spread across Monoma and the other students' faces, but Midoriya felt only coldness. A hero inspected Monoma and noted that there were no external wounds, then observed that Monoma could not move his hand. The other heroes reacted with shock, and Midoriya smiled inwardly. Midoriya explained that it was the same impairment he had now and that he had been unable to move his right arm after countering Monoma's seismic waves. He said he had saved everyone in the building using his power. Monoma reacted angrily and lunged at him. Kamui Woods moved to restrain Monoma, but Midoriya gave him a commanding look, then dodged Monoma and struck him with a kick powered by 10% of One for All. Monoma was knocked unconscious. Kamui Woods and Death Arms moved to secure the scene, while Emmy Lady approached Midoriya and offered her shoulder to escort him to Recovery Girl. Alarms were sounding throughout the facility. MT Lady noted that the building had gone into lockdown, apparently prepared for an incident where he might lose control of his quirk, and she asked if he was okay, looking concerned. Midoriya smiled faintly and nodded. He told her there was nothing he could do about it now. MT Lady's expression remained somber. She remarked that he was good at masking his feelings. Midoriya tried to act innocent as she walked away. She added that his smiles looked painful to create, and then she left. The color drained further from Midoriya's eyes. He felt numb toward everyone and everything. He thanked MT Lady. At Recovery Girls, he sat in silence and heard other patients recovering from injuries caused when Monoma had used the copied quirk. He dissociated and tuned out the noise, and did not notice when he had been treated, and Recovery Girl told him he could leave. Recovery Girl did not spend long on him before returning to other patients. He remained seated until the next round. When his name was called, he returned to the present and walked through the halls with his eyes still hidden by his hair, noting how the crowd had thinned, many fearful that something similar might happen again. Midoriya muttered in disbelief as he walked toward the stage, gazed down, when suddenly an apple struck the side of his head. The crowd froze briefly at the sudden display of power, and then the moment passed. Present Mike hesitated but decided to proceed with the next section. He announced the match as Midoriya vs. Bakugo, but there were few cheers and little noise. The remaining audience was largely composed of pro-heroes, and many remained skeptical about the matchup. Midoriya sighed and thought about Bakugo's previous opponent, Kirishima, and imagined that Kirishima likely resented him for reaching the final first. He looked at Bakugo and saw a scowl that revealed no trace of warmth. The match began. Midoriya started to focus on strategies to block Bakugo's attacks when something clicked in his mind, as if a new reality had opened. Amid the crowd's provocation, he felt something stirring within him, eager to break free. Bakugo hurled an insult at him, calling him a murderer. As Midoriya prepared to react, the stirring within rose and a single sentence echoed in his mind that it was finally. The Class 1A sat together in the booth, ready to cheer Bakugo, except for two Kirishima and Hagakure who did not cheer. They also did not cheer for Midoriya, but they did not yield to the crowd's mob mentality. Kirishima felt it was unfair that Midoriya was treated like this. He had been trying to make amends. He thought it was not manly to condemn someone for something they could not control. Hagakure, who had been Midoriya's friend in secret, had his number from earlier and had messaged him a few times. She could tell he did not know how to talk to others, and that uncertainty made her chest ache. She had been watching the match with anxiety because during the 2-week training PRD she had only heard from him at the beginning when he had said not to worry and that he would be training. He had not responded after that. Now, during the tournament, he had damaged limbs and seemed to have lost control of his powers. The stadium had gone into lockdown to prevent his quirk from causing further harm. Hagakure thought it was unfair that his own school would take such precautions. The crowd fell silent when, just as Bakugo readied an explosion, the ground began to ripple. Kaminari leaned forward, astonished at the sudden motion beneath them. Present Mike announced the obvious shock sweeping the arena as people tried to make sense of what they were seeing. Teachers, All Might, students, and other spectators watched in stunned silence. Aizawa analyzed the situation and corrected the initial impressions. He explained that the ground had not literally liquefied from seismic waves alone. Instead, cracking the concrete had reached the saturated soil beneath the recently fixed stadium, producing a liquefaction effect. Midoriya had felt the soil rise and forced it back down into himself, releasing a wave of energy equivalent to a 9.1 magnitude. His body had locked to prevent further strain on his limbs. Far from the stadium, in a dark room in the basement of a certain building, A figure watched and smiled with cold delight at the quirk evolution unfolding on the monitors. The figure marveled aloud at witnessing such a transformation and declared that they needed to get Midoriya. He instructed an associate named Johnny to open a portal so their project could advance. Back at the stadium, Bakugo ground his teeth, furious at being kept in the dark. He snapped that he wanted to know how much Midoriya had been holding back. With an explosive burst he lunged forward, driven by anger more than strategy. The moving ground reacted, wrapping around Bakugo's arms and legs and briefly immobilizing him. The crowd erupted in outrage and confusion, voices wondering when Midoriya had developed this level of control and some feeling jealousy at the unexpected power on display. Some heroes watched with conflicted emotions, even Endeavor, reflecting on the magnitude of explosive power combined with emotional control of the earth, regretted that the chance to shape such potential might have been lost. Bakugo snapped and forced an explosion that shattered the earthen shell, trapping him, blasting himself free. He advanced, eyes fierce and breath ragged. Midoriya, still locked by his own activated power, looked at Bakugo and recognized the anguish and intensity on his face. That recognition loosened Midoriya's control and the ground returned to normal as he raised a trembling hand to his neck. In that moment a voice from the villain who had set the trap echoed in his ears, calling out that phrase that had marked their manipulation. The sound affected him deeply and his power faltered, dropping to a much lower level. Bakugo accused Midoriya of showing pity and unleashed an explosion that struck Midoriya directly. Midoriya cried out in pain. Despite the turmoil, Midoriya found an unexpected detached thought rise inside him. He realized, in a way unfamiliar to him, that he did not care. Midoriya muttered that it was too much as he leaned forward and emerged from the smoke of Bakugo's explosion. Bakugo told him not to take it, then struck the still hyperventilating boy and sent him just outside the arena. Midoriya fell back onto the ground and sat, hands and legs shaking and throbbing. He thought he had gone too far. Bakugo, however, stared at the edge of the arena, ready to explode at the boy before him, until a hand on his shoulder and the sudden loss of his quirk made him pause. All Might stepped in and instructed young Bakugo to calm down. Bakugo complied outwardly, but calm did not come. The festival was over and there were hardly any cheers left. All Might's smile was gone as the crowd's attention shifted to the hulking hero who had appeared unexpectedly. Midoriya was taken to Recovery Girl and bandaged and healed before the medal ceremony. Bakugo gripped his chest and breathed quickly. The darkness that had trapped him returned, the same as that traumatic day with the sludge villain, and he forced himself to slow his breaths. The pain felt like a phantom left by that near-death experience. The thought that Midoriya had known about it and used it against him flared into anger and kept him moving. He hurried through the halls, ducked into the nearest restroom, and emptied his stomach into the toilet. He cursed under his breath, wiped his mouth, and tried to pull himself together. A knock came at the stall. Kirishima asked if he was okay, and Bakugo snapped that he was fine, complaining loudly about being in the bathroom. Kirishima urged him to hurry because the awards were about to start. Bakugo left the restroom collected but inwardly seethed. He privately hoped Izuku would gain his proper power soon, a thought that disgusted him and which he dismissed as stupid. All Might made his dramatic entrance from above the stadium, and though it was not as spectacular as his first appearance, it still commanded respect. He announced third place as Tokoyami, praising him for his performance despite his weakness. Having been exploited, Tokoyami bowed and then received an encouraging embrace. All Might declared second place as Bakugo, commending his effort and the complexity of his moves while noting his attitude needed work. Bakugo sneered and looked away as the medal was placed around his neck, and All Might could see the rage simmering beneath the surface. He briefly considered arranging for professional help, then pushed the thought aside and continued. All Might then presented first place to Midoriya, applauding the boy's power, skill, and strategy throughout the festival and noting that he had won every event on his own, catching the attention of many professionals. Midoriya nodded with a tired, small smile. All Might felt remorse for all the hardships the boy had endured during the event but recognized there was little he could do now. He closed the ceremony and asked everyone to applaud the young heroes. As the remaining crowd cheered, the students dispersed. Class 1A reacted in various ways. Many were upset with the results, the audience was disappointed the villain had won, and some professional heroes were intrigued. The event also drew attention from organizations beyond the stadium. In a dim room, two voices watched an image of the festival. One voice, bitter and dismissive, said that they did not want or need the boy. The other voice, intrigued, countered that he might be useful for their purposes. The intrigued man signaled his subordinates that he wanted to test the boy. A new trial would soon be arranged. The next day at UA, the teacher announced that after the sports festival everyone would choose agencies for their internships and projected a hologram listing requests. Todoroki Shoto topped the list, followed by Bakugo Katsuki and then Tokoyami. Midoriya was not among the top 3 despite his win. Near the bottom of the list, a single agency had requested Izuku Midoriya. Midoriya's eyes widened when he saw the paper. Many classmates looked on with contempt. Someone attempted to peek at the list, but Midoriya hid the paper and received a confirming nod from Aizawa. The teacher instructed the rest who had not received requests to review the list and find agencies to intern with. With a loud slam, the classroom door opened and the recent judge of the sports festival walked in. Midnight stepped into the room and announced that it was hero name time. While everyone smiled, Midoriya froze with his pen hovering over his notebook as he met the gaze of the seasoned hero. As Midnight read out names one by one and either approved them or asked for a redo, Midoriya tapped his pencil, felt his mind race, and then smiled softly as he wrote a name on a small whiteboard. Midnight examined the board and approved the choice, declaring Midoriya's hero name to be Collapse, the ground hero. Midoriya hurried home, thinking he was going to be late while trying to get away from All Might. He heard All Might call his name from behind and panicked as the former number 1 hero approached. Using Collapse and One for All, Midoriya made it to his house, slammed the door, and locked it, breathing hard and relieved that he had escaped for the moment. In the kitchen, Detective Tsukachi appeared, and Midoriya greeted him awkwardly. When someone knocked at the door, Midoriya blurted that All Might was trying to force him into something. Tsukachi smiled and opened the door, welcoming All Might inside after All Might shifted into his more casual form. Tsukachi told All Might that he had no objections, and Midoriya stared in disbelief. A flashback returned to the class the day before Halloween. Kaminari posed energetically, balancing on furniture, and Jiraiya gave him a nudge that sent him tumbling onto Mineta, prompting light groans and teasing from classmates. Kirishima suggested a costume contest for Halloween, and the idea seemed fun until All Might burst into the room with his characteristic loud entrance and exaggerated cheer. Midoriya winced at the memory of an earlier school trip that had left him feeling uncomfortable. All Might then announced a Halloween experiment in which someone would be temporarily transformed into a monster, a vampire, a werewolf, or whatever the class chose. All Might and the class looked to Midoriya, and the choice fell on him. Alarmed, Midoriya leapt through an open window and ran to escape. Back in the present, Midoriya found himself restrained by All Might and Detective Tsukachi, who said the event would be fun, as All Might carried him through UA toward a secluded room where the experiment would take place. Midoriya lay in All Might's arms, bundled up and feeling helpless like a trapped student. He worried about what he might become and considered various monster forms in a desperate attempt to plan an escape, imagining turning into a bat to fly away, a werewolf to use speed, or a wizard to conjure an opening. All Might paused to grab some food on the way, saying Midoriya might need it. In the secluded room, Midoriya was placed on a table with his classmates gathered around. The girls reacted with excited squeals while some of the boys watched with mixed expressions. Midoriya felt a sense of history repeating itself and tried to speak, but All Might began explaining the procedure. All Might said Midoriya would undergo several transformations to make him feel more engaged for the event and urged him to be prepared. Midoriya asked if the process was safe, and the class's responses downplayed his concerns. The equipment activated, lights and soft hums filling the room, and Midoriya felt sensations of change sweep over him in a brief, surreal moment that felt much longer internally. The transformation unfolded in stylized, almost theatrical flashes, like something out of an animated sequence rather than anything harsh or violent. Midoriya inhaled at the sight of the creature. It looked like a frail reaper. He tried to speak, but no sound came. He wondered if the creature had somehow replaced him. Unable to communicate, he teleported off the table, using his scythe to cut a portal and step through. All Might called his name, but Midoriya was already gone. On the other side, he found himself on a street full of people trick-or-treating. Curiosity rose as he imagined how the creature must feel, brought into an unfamiliar environment with no obvious way back. A voice asked where it was. Midoriya recognized the Reaper. The Reaper indicated that communication was possible there, nodding to confirm. Midoriya explained that his classmates had transformed him and that if they returned they might be able to switch him back. The Reaper considered the plan, then cut a portal back to the lab where everyone was panicking and seemed to accept the idea to ask the others to reverse the change. Back in the lab, everyone reacted with shock. All Might almost shifted back into his original form. The technicians strapped Midoriya down and activated the machine. As the process began, Midoriya felt intense heat through his body and feared another unwelcome transformation. When it finished, everyone gasped as his body shifted into a different demonic form. Midoriya cursed inwardly at the unwanted change and felt a cool, detached attitude press against his consciousness. The new presence asked where it was and took in the crowd, giving off an unsettling impression. Midoriya warned it about the dangers of the human world and explained that his classmates were the only ones who could restore him. The transformed figure reacted in ways that unsettled the room. Some classmates looked away, others blushed at the awkward attention. Midoriya longed to be himself again. All Might, looking worried, guided him back onto the table and allowed the technicians to return him to his normal body. Once everything was finished, Midoriya stood up, breathed deeply, and walked away, offering a brief, playful trick-or-treat greeting as he left. Chapter 11, MT Ladies Internship, Revised. After the sports festival had ended, there was little for Midoriya to do besides prepare for internships. He had received 2 requests, but the second had come too late. By the time he learned of it, his placement with the first agency had already been processed. He wondered why All Might had been so wary of Gran Torino, but it did not change his plans. He followed several classmates toward the train that would take them to their assignments. As he walked, Midoriya noticed Ida ahead and felt a surge of controlled anger from him. Midoriya had become attuned to people's emotions through long exposure to their intensity. It had become almost a sixth sense. He stepped closer to Ida and saw the name on the train's destination. Ida turned and glared. His expression was cold and blunt. Ida warned Midoriya not to do anything rash, arguing that the hero killer was too dangerous for someone like him. Midoriya sighed inwardly at Ida's awkward phrasing. Ida muttered that Midoriya had called him, like you, and then admitted that he did not care what others said. He seemed resigned to being seen as someone consumed by vengeance. He moved toward his car and boarded the train. Midoriya followed and took a seat in the car behind him, intending to keep an eye on Ida. Alone on the train, Ida murmured to himself about his sense of loss and uncertainty. No one could answer his question. He felt isolated, unsure of how to act in the face of such a complicated situation. When Midoriya arrived in Hosu, he checked his directions and began to navigate the streets. He noted that Mount Lady's agency was fairly new but rising quickly in the rankings. As he walked, he saw Ida enter Manuel's agency and took comfort in knowing the other student was nearby. Midoriya turned from the agency area and continued on, scanning the neighborhood until he found the imposing building of the agency he had been assigned to. He stepped into the building's main hall and felt an unease build, as if a crowd of expectations might overwhelm him. A receptionist approached and asked if he was Izuku Midoriya, then instructed him to follow. Her voice held no enthusiasm, a tone that made the lobby feel even colder. Midoriya stepped into the elevator and began to fidget with the quirk-canceling bracelet on his wrist as it descended. Finally, something had been developed for him. It took time to run through legal procedures because they would be using a criminalized device on a citizen, but that proved the easy part. The harder task had been miniaturizing it into a bracelet that could be attached and removed without trouble. Everyone agreed that someone like Midoriya deserved to be restrained by a quirk dampener. The receptionist directed Midoriya to go straight down the hall, follow the corridor to the end, then take the left-hand hallway to its end. That was where MT Lady's office was. Midoriya followed the instructions. As the elevator closed behind him, he felt the stares of sidekicks and office workers and worried that he was far too recognizable. He rubbed the back of his neck and knocked at the door, announcing himself, and a feminine voice invited him to enter. Midoriya stepped into an office where MT Lady was buried under a literal mountain of paperwork. She stammered nervously and then tried to joke about collateral damage, admitting that paperwork was not her strong suit and asking if he could help. Midoriya smiled and offered assistance, asking whether she needed liability, construction, advocate, signed, or organized forms handled. MT Lady asked him to pass her the liability, construction, advocate, and signed forms and told him he could take care of the organized forms. Midoriya immediately sorted the stacks into labeled sets and passed them to MT Lady, who was surprised by his efficiency. She asked if he was used to this kind of work. Midoriya explained that he had lived with a detective and had experience handling paperwork, and that he had had to review his own case files as well. MT Lady reacted with a quiet murmur of guilt and pity, and Midoriya reassured her that it was all right and that the experience would make pro-hero work easier for him in the future. The two worked in silence until the task was finished. MT Lady rose from her chair, stretched, and told Midoriya that she would change into her hero suit and that they would head out on patrol afterward. She instructed him to meet her at the front of the building in 10 minutes and indicated that the restrooms were to the right of the elevator on the first floor. Midoriya nodded, grabbed his suitcase, and said that he would see her soon, though his heart raced with excitement at the prospect of hero work. Despite everything he had been through, Midoriya still held hope for his future and was eager to take another step toward becoming a hero. While he waited for MT Lady, he checked his gear and examined the quirk-canceling bracelets. He hoped these ones would actually work. The issue with quirk-canceling equipment was that Midoriya's quirk could surpass the compression and nullification limits of regular cuffs, and wearing such devices made him look like a criminal, which only increased discrimination. That was why medication had been developed as an alternative, though like any drug it could have lasting effects if used too long. A giant hero appeared and apologized for taking so long, urging them to get going. Midoriya looked at the hero and nodded in agreement. 2 days later, at an unknown bar. Sitting up in the nurse's office, he was finally cleared to go get some food. His arms still hurt despite being treated by Recovery Girl, and he wondered if the stalls had takoyaki. As he walked through the market, people split away and fled, shouting that he was a villain, a monster, a psychopath. He ignored the taunts until a boy who had been eating froze in fear and activated a quirk that tightened the air around him. Panic rose as his throat constricted. Holding his neck, he heard the crowd cheer. Before the heroes could step in, he released a non-lethal area effect that scattered the boy and made him run. Coughing, he kept a hand at his throat and watched people scream and dash away again. When footsteps approached from behind, he turned to see 3 silhouettes. He took the outstretched arm and found himself looking at Kamui Woods, Death Goro, and Milady. Kamui Woods asked if he was all right. He replied that he was about as fine as someone who had just been unable to breathe could be, his sarcasm coming out despite himself. Death Goro gave a hesitant response, and he told them it was okay and that he was used to it. Kamui Woods seemed to want to say more but held back. Milady identified him as the person from the sludge incident a year ago. He studied her for a moment. She looked younger than he had expected and then confirmed that she was correct. The 3 heroes looked away, and Milady offered a soft apology. He told her there was no need to apologize. A year had passed and he had already dealt with the repercussions. When he looked back, he saw tears in MT Lady's eyes. She asked why they had not defended him, admitting that they had stood aside when they should have acted. He felt his hand tighten, wanting to reassure her but finding the words hard to form. The other 2 heroes shared the same reluctant shame. He managed to tell them that their apology meant a great deal and thanked them. The heroes, in turn, said they were grateful to him, explaining that his story had shifted how many thought about hero work and that he would be remembered as an example of persistence and willpower. He bowed briefly and hurried away. His first match would begin in about 45 minutes. The arena announcements called everyone to prepare. He stepped onto the stage under a mix of boos and praise directed at his opponent. He noted his opponent as Shinso Hitoshi from General Education and wondered what his quirk might be. He had not paid much attention to students outside his class. His focus had been on surviving the competition. He judged that Shinso held an advantage in surprise, but believed he himself possessed greater strength. When the match began, insults from the crowd flared up. Spectators questioned the hero program for allowing in someone they called a murderer and a harbinger of tragedy. Shinso glared and accused him of complaining about killing his mother while living a happy life. He tried to ignore the taunts, but at the suggestion that he had lived happily, he laughed and demanded who had said that, causing a tremor of tension to ripple through the stage. Shinso retreated slightly with a smirk and then used his quirk. A fog rolled over him and he felt his body go slack. He realized that Shinso's ability was a form of mental influence. A short neutral pause followed as the match continued. Elsewhere, Stain confronted Shigaraki in a tense exchange. With intense resolve, Stain removed a blade and turned away, declaring that he would not be drawn in and that there was nothing left for him there. Kurogyari opened a portal and watched as Stain left, then asked what they should do next. Shigaraki gritted his teeth while Kurogyari helped him tend to a wound. He seethed at Stain when a broadcast flicked on and captured both men's attention. The man on the screen addressed Shigaraki as sensei and said that the doctor wanted someone kidnapped, suggesting that Shigaraki gather allies to form a new league. Shigaraki asked who the target would be and was told it was Izuku Midoriya. The name made him uneasy. He recognized this as the same Midoriya who had once defeated Inomu. The broadcast explained that the doctor wished to experiment on the boy. Shigaraki's unease shifted into a darker excitement at the idea of removing his rival. The transmission advised that an associate would find an appropriate time and told Shigaraki to assemble allies. The broadcast then cut off. Shigaraki instructed Kurogyari to open a portal to Hosu and announced that he had a gift for a hated man. Kurogyari agreed and prepared to release the Nomu while Shigaraki attended to his wound. 2 hours earlier in Hosu, with Ida present, events had been setting the stage for the hero killer's return. Manuel, a veteran hero, asked Tenya Ida if the real reason he had come to the agency in Hosu was because of the hero killer. Manuel observed that hating someone was one thing, but trying to get revenge was a line a hero must never cross. Ida's eyes wavered at those words. They were the same words someone else had once used on him. Manuel noted the surprise on Ida's face and told him that at least he had hesitated, which meant he was still within reach of being saved. The question left Ida silent as they continued down the street, his confidence not as steady as usual. Manuel then asked Tenya what he thought was the top quality in a hero nowadays. Ida stopped and answered that it was to save as many people as possible, though his voice lacked its usual conviction. Manuel responded that the answer was almost right and then, spotting something down an alley, moved toward it and told Ida to follow quietly. Peering around the corner, Manuel had seen a fading purple wisp and pressed on, finding a child who had passed out against the wall. Manuel instructed Ida to call the police and report that there was a child suffering from malnutrition and suspected abuse. Ida immediately sprang into action. His clouded mind cleared as he attended to the boy and contacted emergency services. An hour later, at the hospital, Manuel asked Ida if he had found the answer he was seeking. Ida admitted that he could think of no other top quality than saving as many people as possible. Manuel looked at the unconscious boy and told Ida that the greatest quality in a hero was to save others without expecting thanks. Ida reacted with surprise, then quiet understanding. For heroes of old, service without reward had been the beginning of everything. Manuel smiled, feeling that things would move differently from here on out. A vehicle crashed into a gigantified hand with a loud impact. MT Lady scolded one of Endeavor's sidekicks for not paying attention after he had nearly lost his life. The sidekick apologized and thanked her. MT Lady nodded as she returned to normal size and stepped next to Midoriya, who had just helped a civilian out of a burning apartment. MT Lady asked Midoriya how things looked inside. Midoriya reported that he had just gotten the last civilian out and that he would now help subdue the Nomu. Lady was stunned. He had been so calm while already rescuing people, and he had been first to act when the battle began. When a Nomu had slammed into the bullet train they had been riding in, Midoriya had rushed the creature and pinned it to the ground. He noticed it was weaker than the other Nomu, though. Complications arose when the Nomu launched him away with a small expansion quirk and then disappeared. Both of them had ended up in the center of the fight. Emi Lady was about to tell Midoriya to step back and that she would handle the situation, but he took the initiative. He volunteered to help with the burning buildings, taking action over her command in a way that only someone with practical experience would do. Emi Lady instructed Debris to be careful with those creatures while she handled the rubble. Midoriya checked his upgraded gauntlets and assured them he would take the Nomu out and make sure no one got hurt. His face was covered by a metallic mask and a tinted visor, giving him the appearance of a hero moving through the night. Emi Lady admired how far ahead he was in dealing with villains, but she worried that his composure did not come from school training. It seemed implanted in him through repeated pressure. She told herself to stop hesitating and focused on helping civilians. She increased her size and moved cars thrown into the way, clearing rubble and piling debris into a single heap before turning back to watch Midoriya. With One for All and Collapse combined, Midoriya rushed every Nomu in his path. Emi Lady found it difficult to keep up with his speed and decisiveness in the face of such enemies, even as Endeavor struggled against a large, regenerating Nomu. The number 2 hero clicked his tongue as he fought the creature while protecting his sidekicks. Just as Endeavor prepared an attack, a blur of black and green landed on the Nomu's head. A strong vibration rippled through the area, and Midoriya's fluorescent green eyes shone through his visor like a predator's. The Nomu fell to the ground unmoving. Midoriya was about to move on to the next target when his phone buzzed with a location ping from Ida in the group chat. He found the message close to their position and wondered why Ida would send it and why Endeavor would be there. Midoriya's eyes widened. He handed his phone to Emi Lady and ordered her to send any available heroes to the new address. Emi Lady barely caught the phone, confused by her intern's sudden action and his urgency. Before she could ask why, Midoriya vanished in a cloud of dust. She considered running after him, but a screeching Nomu hurled a car at a building. Realizing she still had work to do at the scene, she gigantified her body and prepared to finish clearing the area quickly so she could respond to the new call. In an alley 5 minutes before the location ping. Chapter 12, A Golden Heart. The present. Midoriya judged he had been right to come immediately. As he reached for his phone, he cursed because he had left it with Emi Lady and regretted that he could have pinged to identify the hero killer. Stain regarded Midoriya with interest and noted that the voice matched. He drew a knife from his belt and pointed it at Midoriya, accusing him of being the killer from Yusufatsu. Midoriya did not reply. He activated his quirk. Ida lunged at Stain in an effort to protect the others, but he could only watch in stunned silence as Midoriya moved to defend Native. Stain conceded that Midoriya had skill and, with a rare smile, declared that he would spare him because he possessed an unbreakable will. He then aimed his knife at Native and proposed a cruel bargain. If he could kill Native, he would let the 3 of them live, otherwise they would be forced to protect 3 people. The hostile intent radiating from Stain was overwhelming, and both Manuel and Ida felt the pressure of it. Stain told himself that even seasoned pros had frozen under his presence, and he intended to finish it quickly. He threw his knife with the intention of taking Midoriya by surprise, certain that if he rushed him he could end the fight before any survival instinct could flare up. He believed no hero he had faced could match his cultivated pace and that only All Might could be worthy of killing him. Instead, the thrown knife struck something and fell. Midoriya had deflected it. Ida and Manuel stared in disbelief, and Stain could not fathom how Midoriya had moved so swiftly. Midoriya explained that he had faced worse intent since the start of the school year, that he would not stand by when a life was in danger. He surged forward using 14% of One for All and closed the distance. Stain produced a final dagger and tried to strike in one swift motion, but his blade met the ground and he found his arm stilled as Midoriya struck his chest and sent him crashing against a wall. Midoriya moved Manuel and Ida next to Native, observing that Native's suit was designed to resist cuts, heat, and blunt impact and was well made. Stain wiped at his lip, which was bleeding, and acknowledged that Midoriya had immediately moved the wounded to a safer position after threatening them. He also suspected Midoriya had been stalling and detected a second quirk that gave slight vibrations in the ground, perhaps a way to sense movement. Bouncing off the wall, Stain lunged back toward Midoriya, thinking he needed to recover a weapon to paralyze his opponent. Without one, he feared being overpowered. Midoriya, however, raised earth to cover Stain's weapons and rendered them unreachable. Manuel, who was beginning to stir, staggered while holding his injured arm. He mentioned that Native had been hurt first. Midoriya listened but kept his focus on Stain, then asked Native for his blood type. Native, pale from pain, answered that he was B positive. Manuel said he was a positive, and Ida added that he was B negative. Midoriya noted that Stain was effectively unarmed and said he could handle him for the moment. He assessed that no reinforcements had arrived in the last 4 minutes, which suggested the Nomu outside were causing larger problems than anticipated. Midoriya instructed Manuel to take Native away as the immediate target, and he told Ida to head out for help as soon as he could move. Requested reinforcements and emphasized that he would not underestimate Stain. Manuel was surprised by Midoriya's level-headed decisions. He had expected a showy display, but instead Midoriya offered clear, practical orders. Stain muttered that he hated himself for feeling this way. He reflected that Midoriya had come from circumstances that would break many people, yet had maintained a golden, pure heart comparable only to All Might's. The realization unsettled Stain. He thought about how he had shifted from a vigilante who fought criminals for the people to someone who had become what he once despised. He adopted a hand-to-hand stance and admitted defeat, lowering his arms. He asked himself when he had gone wrong and acknowledged that while he could not undo his past killings, he was sorry for the errors in his thinking. With nothing left to do but take him into custody, the heroes and trainees prepared to arrest Stain. A voice announced the arrival of reinforcements, and Midoriya turned to see a milady with Endeavor behind her. Endeavor could not believe what he was seeing. He registered that the hero killer had been apprehended and felt a rush of conflicting emotions. He had been brought to Hosu because the situation seemed beyond control, yet here were 2 students and 2 low-ranked heroes standing over the subdued hero killer. The villain looked defeated, but not entirely lost, as if he had realized something obvious in his final moments. Endeavor demanded to know who had done it. Native prepared to speak when Manuel stepped forward and took responsibility on behalf of his team, saying that with his permission trainee Ida and his companion had taken down the hero killer with his assistance. Ida and Stain both met Manuel's stance with the same intense look. Stain observed that Manuel was covering for the boy who had acted without direct orders. He studied Midoriya, whose face was mostly covered, leaving only his eyes visible. Endeavor asked the young man to identify himself. Midoriya introduced himself as Collapse, the ground hero. Endeavor scoffed at the name, while Todoroki, standing at his side, felt his eyes widen in recognition. Todoroki began to speak in surprise, but Ida interrupted and expressed relief at seeing his classmate unharmed. Todoroki, confused, responded that Ida seemed to be doing well too. Endeavor, who could read people despite his temper, noted that Ida clearly knew more about Midoriya than he let on. Endeavor grunted that he understood, ordered that an ambulance would arrive soon, and instructed Shoto to leave with him. Lady remained behind, knowing she would be questioned further. Lady approached Midoriya cautiously to check on him without saying his name. Midoriya confirmed he was uninjured and had managed to keep the villain at bay long enough for others to intervene. Lady, recalling that the hero killer had taken down Ingenium, was stunned by Midoriya's strength. She glanced at Ida, who was examining his limp arm, and realized Manuel had shielded the boy's involvement for a reason. Perhaps he had seen Midoriya's capability and adjusted his judgment. Sighing, Lady rested a hand on Ida's head and gently urged him that it was time to go home after a very long day, and that they would let the others handle the aftermath. Manuel nodded and they turned away. Midoriya looked back once more at Ida, who was clearly wrestling with conflicting feelings. Midoriya caught Ida's eye to acknowledge him. Ida looked up, understood the gesture, and gave a thumbs up as he walked toward the ambulance. Tears welled in Ida's eyes, not from his wound but from the relief of knowing the man who had hurt his brother was now behind bars. He felt gratitude toward Midoriya as he was taken into the arriving ambulance. MT Lady tapped her finger on the paperwork and told Midoriya that they only had about 2 days left of the internship and that the next activity would take an entire day. She explained that the public had learned something and that he was being asked to accept credit because of the video of his fight against the hero killer. MT Lady noted that the public had praised him and All Might as having hearts of gold, and she warned that the revelation had sparked conspiracy theories about the masked hero, which both of them knew referred to Midoriya. She cautioned that they would have to be careful from now on and shivered at the thought of what a fanatical individual or villain group might do if they discovered who Stain had been referring to. Midoriya acknowledged that the situation was unstable and that he could not change much about it. He kept his mask on while inside the building to avoid anyone finding out his identity. MT Lady said that the day would mostly be paperwork and that she would send him out later for patrol, advising him to try not to get into trouble. Midoriya winced at the implied warning but agreed to comply. MT Lady set a small stack of papers in front of him and told him to read and follow them as if he were a proper hero, since the public was treating him as one. A small smile formed on Midoriya's face until his wrist beeped, indicating an emotional peak. MT Lady chastised him about having destroyed a pair of bracelets the day before after calming down from the fight, and Midoriya's expression fell at the reminder. He looked at the papers and began to work. Flashback 11 p.m., MT Lady's residence. MT Lady had told him she would step out to check the mail and to make himself at home, mentioning that there was an extra bed in the corner with space for his bag. Midoriya had nodded and watched the door close, then collapsed onto the bed, breathing heavily and clutching his chest. He forced deep breaths despite the pain and stared at his hands, the fear of the evening settling into him like a weight. The encounter with the hero killer had been different from anything he had faced before. Stain's clear, determined intent to harm had cut much deeper than the aimless rage or aggression he had seen in other foes. In his mind, Midoriya thought that he had faced hostile intent before from rivals and critics at school and reminded himself that he had to act when lives were at stake. He moved to the bathroom and shut the door, images of Stain's cold determination replaying in his head. His stomach twisted and he retched, bringing up the contents of his stomach into the toilet. His knuckles were white on the rim as he breathed raggedly, supported only by the control imposed by his restraints. Memories of All Might's advice came back to him, the idea that a hero must stand firm even in the face of fear. Midoriya knew he had acted and moved against Stain, but he could not claim to be like All Might. The fight had been the worst he had experienced so far. Unlike the Numu, which was dangerous but mindless, Stain had a motive and a focused intent. That night Stain had seemed determined to stop anyone he judged to be unworthy, attacking with a single-minded force. The battle had ended with the heroes returning alive, but the psychological cost for several of them was clear. Midoriya felt that the encounter might become a long-term trigger for him. While he struggled, a lady returned and quietly placed a cup of water beside him, rubbing his back to steady him. She told him to drink something to calm his throat and reminded him calmly that he did not need to shoulder the weight of the world alone. She admitted that none of them were gods, not even All Might, and urged him to allow himself moments of being a regular kid instead of living only for self-sacrifice. MT Lady said that others had offered the same counsel, teammates and friends who cared, and that being a hero did not mean being isolated. Heroes were never truly alone as long as there were people who wanted to protect others. Midoriya's lips trembled and his eyes fell to the floor as the emotions overflowed. The lady gathered him in an embrace, holding him with steady care, and for the first time that night he allowed himself to be consoled. For an entire hour he cried into MT Lady's arms. As a child, he had rarely been allowed to grieve from the heart. The few times he had cried before were responses to physical pain. This, however, was a cry from the soul, the cry of a 4-year-old who had never known a normal life, the cry of a hero who had been beaten down again and again. This was the cry of Izuku Midoriya, the boy who would become the hero many might not want, but would eventually need. A flashback ended, and reality returned. His bracelet had begun to fry its circuits from the strain of suppressing his power and had to be replaced. As he prepared to leave for patrol, MT Lady issued a final warning. She told him he could act at his own discretion so long as his actions were safe, and that anything beyond a common event must be reported and assistance called. Midoriya reassured MT Lady that he would call if anything came up. She smiled as she watched his back disappear, but once the door closed her smile faded and she slumped back in her chair. She stared at the sky, biting her lower lip until it hurt, anger clear on her face. She asked aloud why he could not live a life where he could smile without everyone worrying about his quirk, then immediately composed herself. She knew there was nothing she could do. A fleeting thought crossed her mind and was quickly dismissed. She would never wish quirklessness on anyone. Chapter 13. Pain in the Form of Heart. Somewhere in the city, someone ran from a creature in the rain, bleeding from a wound and struggling for breath. They turned corner after corner, their steps splashing in the rain, until they found themselves pressed against a dead end. They slid down the wall, weakened and losing consciousness, and shouted in a mixture of fear and pain, urging the pursuer to finish the chase. The alley grew quiet for a moment, then the sound of approaching footsteps began steady, deliberate. When the foot came into view, it wore a gray-black metal brace over a red high-top boot. The rest of the figure followed, a boy with green hair and emerald eyes. The stress and injury had pushed the injured person into shutdown. The green-haired boy knelt, urged them to stay with him, and quickly produced medicinal supplies. He worked methodically and reassured them that they were not going to die here. The injured person's eyes closed, and their minds slipped into darkness. Midoriya wondered what had happened as he bandaged the person before him. He recognized the injured teen as the same boy whose wings had sprouted from his back when they were 4 years old, the boy who, in the past, had caused so much upheaval in his life. A long, heavy silence settled over him while millions of thoughts raced through his mind. He found himself without words, simply asking why as he navigated the alleys with the unconscious teen held in his arms. There was no need to hurry. Midoriya knew the person was stable for the moment and in no immediate danger. He moved with steady, purposeful steps and allowed this time to think, to decide what to do next. When he stepped out of the alley, the rain intensified, soaking his hair and obscuring his eyes. His body moved on autopilot, carrying him toward the nearest hospital with no true desire behind it, only habit and obligation. He asked himself why again quietly. A beeping from his bracelet interrupted his spiraling thoughts and reminded him to keep his emotions in check. He told himself to calm down. The city was crowded and he was on patrol. He resolved to get the injured teen to the hospital. Onlookers glanced as he carried the unconscious person, then he removed his bracelets, activated one for all, and leaped onto a roof, sprinting toward the nearest general hospital. Midoriya felt a slight grind in his muscles from using 23% of his power, but it was nothing compared to the ache in his heart. His emotions could be restrained, but his heart could not always be held back, for better or worse. He knew that his heart hated this boy, and yet he also knew he could not keep hating him. If he blamed the teen now for what had happened, he would never become the hero he wanted to be. His heart wanted one thing and another at the same time, a contradiction that left him uncertain about what he truly wanted. Finally arriving at the hospital, Midoriya carried the boy to the nearest receptionist and gave a brief rundown. The receptionist noted that the case came from a back alley, the patient was bleeding and had received first-grade bandaging, and that they would list Midoriya as an emergency contact while they tried to reach the boy's parents. Midoriya nodded but did not know what to think. He was glad he had saved a life and yet felt empty at having done nothing more for the person in front of him. He told himself to stop, shook his head, and began to leave the hospital when a noise caught his attention. He turned and looked at the boy he had brought in. The boy's condition had suddenly worsened. Midoriya's eyes widened as realization hit him, and he shouted for everyone to get away. 1 hour before Midoriya found the boy. Tsubasa gasped for breath as he walked slowly. His body ached and everything was spinning. The last things he remembered were a doctor's face and a burst of red that blurred his vision. He kept looking at his side where an injury had not been allowed to heal. He took more steps through the endless maze of alleys and felt fear take root. He wanted to call for help, but something inside him warned against it, an instinct telling him never to call out when he was lost in a dark place. Instead of summoning aid, such a call seemed to attract predators. Tsubasa kept moving until he thought he heard something and, looking down into a puddle, saw a light green-skinned creature with a visible brain staring back at him. His flight instinct kicked in and he ran. Adrenaline forced his burdened body to keep going even though he could barely see or hear. It was terrifying. Every cell urged him to move, no matter how cold he was or how much he needed help. He knew that if he stopped now there would be no going back, and his spiral through the alleys began. Eventually he passed out. He should have felt relief at being saved by a hero, but instead he felt fear. Why did he fear this defender? Why did his instincts demand escape, destruction, even killing this hero? As he began to regain consciousness in the hospital, he saw his reflection in a mirror being used on him and realized with quiet resignation that he had been the monster all along. The present. It was too late. An explosion erupted from the boy, and the nurses who had been nearby were caught in the blast and thrown back, badly injured. Midoriya stepped between the explosion and the waiting patients and warned everyone to evacuate, explaining that the blast was not ordinary. A figure emerged from the smoke and the pieces fell into place. Midoriya recognized the creature as a Nomu reported to have escaped during the hero killer's attack, the same Nomu that had been struck in the side of its chest during Endeavor's assault. A voice in Midoriya's mind urged him to act, whispering that destroying the creature would be justified. The voice tempted him with revenge, growing louder until a single command repeated insistently in his thoughts. The weight of that urge hit him. He realized he wanted to punish the being responsible for his mother's death and for the scars on his life, for the friendships that had been broken. He imagined a world where he and Bakugo remained close, where they were heroes together and their families met on weekends, then pushed that daydream aside and moved to protect the others. He ordered the civilians to move to the walls away from the door, and they opened a path. Midoriya struck the figure in the smoke, then grabbed the Nomu's legs and threw it through the door, watching the creature crash outside as he chased after it. He called for anyone who could assist the injured to help and for someone to call the police, then leapt outside just in time to see the Nomu try a powerful strike at his head. Midoriya braced, felt a sharp impact as he was driven into a wall, and realized his arm was badly injured and his helmet cracked. He could not withstand many more blows. A crowd had gathered despite the danger. Midoriya rose, coughing, and a nearby couple urged people to run. He steadied himself and faced the Nomu, aware that human nature had drawn witnesses to the scene because of what they might gain from proximity to danger rather than out of caution. The Nomu focused only on Midoriya, driven by a single, relentless impulse. A voice told him the creature wanted him dead and, in a calmer tone, added that it was acting out of self-preservation and that he must survive. As he activated One for All, the Nomu rushed and swiped. Midoriya opened to 25%, his body protesting but moving faster than before. A blur of green dodged the swipe and struck back with a fierce uppercut. The Nomu staggered as Midoriya pressed the attack. Age 7, Training Fighting Style, Day 256. The instructor demanded that he get up. Blood trickled from the boy's mouth after a solid punch to the jaw and his equilibrium spun, but there was no mercy in the lesson. The vertigo passed and he stood again when the instructor told him to come at him once more. Young Midoriya closed the distance between them. When the older man swung for the jaw, Midoriya ducked under and executed a quick, calculated counterattack that brought the instructor to his knees. Midoriya followed with a right hook that left the trainer staring up at a 7-year-old with cold emerald eyes. Age 8, Training Fighting Style, Day 467. Midoriya cursed and pushed himself through another intense session with a new trainer teaching grappling and boxing. After 256 straight days of being tested and beaten by one man, the fear the original instructor had instilled remained with him, but it had also become fuel. When faced with someone stronger, his body reacted with hyperfocus. If he did not respond in kind, he felt he would not survive. After one more parry, Midoriya landed an uppercut and watched the trainer fall. This man lasted only 211 days. The intercom announced praise for Midoriya and then asked him to refrain from nearly killing the trainers. Midoriya watched men behind protective glass speak to each other. He could only imagine what was being said. They were not comforting him. They were shaping and punishing him, trying to domesticate something wild. Present. A right hook, a knee, a jab, a parry, a lunar kick. His instincts had taken over. As a child he had not understood the voice in his head. Now he recognized it as the instinct to survive, the refusal to yield to death. Even when his body approached collapse, the fear cultivated in his youth still pushed him forward. Breathing heavily, Midoriya looked at the damaged Nomu that had finally been contained in shackles formed from hardened earth. Normally such restraints would not hold that creature, but after the damage it had taken, he doubted it could do much. He slid down against a wall, coughing and supporting his arm. Some onlookers approached cautiously while most of the crowd applauded his efforts. A shopkeeper stepped forward with concern and asked if he was all right, saying that he had called the police and they were on their way and wanting to know if Midoriya could stand. The kindness warmed him unexpectedly. With help, Midoriya rose, walked to the Nomu, grabbed the handle he had created on the shackles, and began moving the creature toward the approaching sirens. The crowd's praise swelled, calling him awesome and the newest hero, even suggesting he might be the next #1. Nomu normally required top-ranked heroes to handle. For one boy to subdue one drew astonishment and admiration, especially given his past survival against Endeavor. The applause felt warranted. A familiar voice called his hero name. Lady looked at his figure and could not believe he was still moving. The man who had asked if he could stand now rushed forward because Midoriya looked as if he should not be able to move at all. Cameras recorded a broken hero who kept going despite his condition. Then another voice appeared and Midoriya faltered. He collapsed to his knees and began coughing, his mask fractured with a sharp crack. Lady hurried to his side, removed his helmet, and saw a long fissure spreading along the side of his face. The damage did not appear to be a simple wound but something related to a quirk. Lady called his name and tried to get a response, but his eyes were dull as the atmosphere shifted. Those who had been live-streaming the event found themselves suddenly famous online. They had captured the unmasking of the figure involved in the Musafatsu incident a decade earlier, the man known as Collapse, the same Collapse who had once faced Stain, the hero with a reputation for decisive action. The revelation spread fast. The cheers ended abruptly and were replaced by stunned silence, then fear and revulsion. Those who had been cheering now watched him with suspicion and disgust. There was no one on his side at that moment except Mt. Lady. Mount Lady carried him and urged that he be taken to a hospital. She wanted to say many things to those around her, but she could not. As much as she hated it, she still had to maintain her image as a hero. Not only was she a famous hero, she answered to the Hero Association, which had been demanding that heroes fix their public images. Going against them would have been suicide. The police moved in to deal with the Nomu while Mt. Lady carried Midoriya away. Midoriya, however, found a faint light return to his eyes as tears streamed down his face when a new voice in his head told him that it would have been better if he had been born without a quirk. Chapter 14. Internship's End. Midoriya felt lost and hollow, wondering how he had reached this point. He sat in a vortex of darkness on what looked like a broken platform, the place uncanny and familiar from one other time when those vestiges had appeared. Time seemed to move differently here. A voice told Midoriya that he had waited, and Midoriya did not flinch or move. The voice sounded both firm and gentle, and it explained that it had known Midoriya would come sooner or later. When Midoriya asked why the visitor sounded so sure, the man replied that it was because of him. Midoriya realized the man was referring to a glowing ball of earth that expanded and contracted like a ticking bomb. He finally looked away from the ball and focused on the man with white hair. Midoriya asked if that ball was his quirk. The man confirmed that it was Midoriya's Collapse quirk and clarified that it was not one for all. The man said that one for all was over there and pointed to a place Midoriya had not yet noticed. Midoriya widened his eyes at the vast difference in scale between his own quirk and one for all. The man explained that one for all was the culmination of generations and that All Might had told Midoriya this. He added that one for all was not just a culmination but also a tether to the past. With a sweep of his arm, the scene shifted. The vision showed All Might fighting against All for One in his first battle. The scene shifted again to show the white-haired man being held by someone Midoriya assumed was All for One. The man indicated that the sequence ranged from All Might to himself. He continued sweeping his arm and the images changed, giving small glimpses of other battles that lived on inside One for All. The man said he would show everything if it were his story to tell, but it was not. He then signaled that he would tell Midoriya of his unfortunate fate. With a snap, Midoriya and the man found themselves sitting opposite each other in chairs. The white-haired man explained that he would have a previous holder explain further. He told Midoriya that this would be the last time they would communicate for a while and assured him that he was not alone. Then the man disappeared into Midoriya's chest cavity in a vortex, and another man appeared in his place, a man with a scar like a crack over his right eye. The newcomer introduced himself as Shinomori, the fourth user, and acknowledged the flood of thoughts racing through Midoriya's mind. He said he would attempt to answer some of those thoughts. Shinomori lifted his hand, and the scar on his face glowed as though emphasizing what he was about to explain. He told Midoriya that the crack on his face was not decorative but a direct translation of what his quirk felt like a bolt of lightning striking through his brain, alerting him to danger. Midoriya nodded in silence, unable to find words. This went far beyond the simple visions he had expected. Shinomori said the crack had not been present at birth but had developed over time after he had acquired One for All. He explained that One for All stockpiled power and amplified the current quirks of its users. Shinomori's expression grew deadly serious as he stated that all One for All users had died young at the hands of All for One and his forces, except for him, who had managed to last a few decades while trying to build power to defeat the great evil. The scene changed to a forest where Shinomori trained his body to peak condition, sweat running down his face and occasionally joined by another boy. Shinomori said that he had died soon after that training. Midoriya reacted with confusion and asked if Shinomori's own quirk had caused his death. Shinomori confirmed and explained that One for All amplified quirks and that quirks were an extension of the body. He asked Midoriya to imagine a muscle that was never meant to surpass a certain range of power exploding because it was amplified. The body was not made to handle that. He pointed to the crack on his face and noted that he had not felt the consequences until around 35 years old. Midoriya struggled with this information. He remarked that All Might seemed older than 35, and Shinomori remained silent long enough for Midoriya to realize the implication. Midoriya understood that the seventh user had died young while All Might had survived because he had been quirkless before inheriting One for All. Shinomori confirmed that Midoriya was beginning to grasp what would occur. When Midoriya asked how long he had, Shinomori's expression softened to one of empathy and pity, and he answered that it would be 7 years at most. The scene shifted back to the original void, and Midoriya watched his quirk struggle. Midoriya asked what the quirk singularity that the first had mentioned was. Shinomori explained that the quirk singularity was the point of expansion. Midoriya had reached the threshold and One for All was growing immensely because the past was becoming the present. Shinomori said that their quirks, including his danger sense, would all be inherited by Midoriya. The notion of inheriting additional quirks caused Midoriya's world to spin. He wondered why this was happening now and what had changed. Shinomori admitted that he did not know all the details and could only describe the general workings of the fate they had been given. As Midoriya's nervous system began to glow with an electric sensation, Shinomori indicated that it was time for Midoriya to wake up. He told Midoriya that he had died once more, which was a testament to One for All beginning its change, and that the reason Shinomori had spoken to him first was not a mere coincidence. A brief, neutral moment followed as the vision closed and a transition prepared Midoriya to return. In the hospital, the older man explained to Midoriya that he had now accessed danger sense. He did not know how powerful it would be after its amplification, but he assured Midoriya that it was a friend, not an enemy. Midoriya nodded as his eyes began to close. He apologized that this was the fate the older man had been entrusted with and said that the older man might be the last hope for all of humanity as the last wielder of One for All. Ida flew into the alleyway between the hero native and the hero killer Stain, rushing to check on native after Manuel ordered Ida to get him out and then return. Stain, pushed back by their surprise entrance, held his sword at his side and watched them with measured steps, cautious but unafraid. Ida moved quickly, calming his voice and lifting native to carry him away from immediate danger. He leaned native against the wall, his engines quietly revving, and pulled out his phone to send their location. Ida informed Manuel that he had pinged their position and asked if Manuel wanted him to help here. Manuel replied that he would focus on protecting Native but insisted that Ida should not be treated like his injured brother. Stain's smile widened at the mention of a brother. He taunted Ida, telling him he was already better than his brother because he had followed orders and tried to help, and then proposed a cruel deal. He would spare both of them if they allowed him to kill only the one who had harmed Ida's family. Stain's presence shifted, his intent pressing on the air and forcing Ida back a half step while Manuel grew visibly tense. Manuel refused the deal. Stain praised the response and closed the distance, charging at Manuel with sudden speed. Stain struck Manuel in a swift, precise movement that knocked him back and left him unable to move. Stain sneered as he observed Manuel's immobilized state, remarking that Manuel had the right idea but lacked the power to bend others to his will. He examined his blade and then took another step toward Ida. Ida watched with his heart pounding, the image of his brother's injury flashing in his mind and filling him with anger and doubt. He felt the old fear: could he truly stand here and do what needed to be done? Stain taunted him again, calling him a child and claiming that even he would hesitate to kill a child, then lunged forward as Ida summoned his resolve and pushed to close the distance. Ida charged toward Stain, determined to stop him, but Stain's real aim was not Ida. In a subtle and terrifying motion, Stain sent his blade arcing toward the heart of the wounded Native hero. Native's face reflected a haunting vision of his brother's injured body, and Ida's mind swamped with the thought that he had failed. Just as the blade was about to strike, a flash of green intercepted it and deflected it away. An arriving hero announced that they had been right to come immediately, stepping in to prevent the worst. Midoriya sat in class, staring at his notebook. He had spoken with All Might as soon as he returned and had asked about previous users and their quirks. All Might had been shaken by what he learned but had not doubted his successor. Midoriya had not told him that he believed he had only 7 years left to live. He knew All Might would be overwhelmed by guilt and would try anything to save him. He had arrived about 45 minutes early. His mind raced as he tried to keep his thoughts in order, and he tapped his foot to steady himself while his gaze remained fixed on the desktop, hardened and intense. He wondered what he would do if everything he had been told was true, and what he would tell the detective or All Might. His face tightened with a rare flash of anger, angry that he might have only a few years left, and strangely relieved at the same time. That relief came from a darker part of him, a side that had been struggling since the sports festival. He had been tempted by sharp objects and dark thoughts more than once. On a recent occasion he had hurt himself and immediately regretted it, surprised by a brief, confusing calm that followed. He had dressed the wound and forced himself to stop. The memory of the bandage on his wrist made him feel weak. Those last 5 minutes of solitude before Ida usually arrived were the hardest. He worried about how others would see him. He wondered whether Ida would finally understand him, or whether Ida would accuse him of taking credit for something he had not done. He bit his thumb and tapped his foot faster, but his thoughts never formed into any clear wish. Nearby, Jiru noted that she had heard rumors in the teacher's lounge that Midoriya had been hospitalized twice, and she wondered if he would be in class. Kaminari laughed and said he hoped Midoriya was not present because the classroom atmosphere had been easier without him. They were about to continue when they looked directly at Midoriya and noticed his eyes. Jiru, Kaminari, and the others saw only a dullness. Midoriya did not look toward them, his attention fixed on the window and the sky beyond. They had never seen him like this, as if his determination had been stripped away and only a fragile, broken person remained. Uraraka had nearly called him out, ready to insult him, but the words failed her when she saw his expression. The emptiness in his face made her think of Ida's seriousness in a way she could not explain. She sat down slowly, as did Jiru and Kaminari, all subdued by what they had witnessed. As more classmates trickled in, confusion and worry spread through the room. No one wanted to push him further, everyone feared making him worse. Even Bakugo, who usually showed anger, was taking the situation particularly hard. He had taken medication that morning to keep his fear from becoming a panic attack. Bakugo had been diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder at 9 years old after a long series of traumatic events involving his mother and Midoriya. The memory of those times had left a deep mark. At Midoriya's mother's funeral, Bakugo had felt as if the emptiness in Midoriya's eyes was like a monster staring back at him, threatening to pull both of them under. He had muttered in frustration then, words no one else had heard, and the image of Midoriya's hollow look had stayed with him ever since. Over the years, Midoriya had slowly returned some light to his eyes. He had undergone experiences he had kept to himself. Others had no reason to suspect what had happened behind closed doors, especially when Midoriya could somehow heal small wounds without leaving scars. People took that as proof that things were fine and would never have believed any hint of what he had endured. Time built and pressed on, forcing him through more difficult moments. The light in his eyes had fully returned, briefly, on his 11th birthday when he had been allowed to go to a beach. The beach was not pristine. Trash had been accumulating with time, but the day itself had offered a small, bright memory in the middle of everything else. It was only a few piles here and there, but Midoriya felt this was just the beginning. The beach would later be remembered by him as Dagoba Beach, just as he had imagined. The trash had accumulated so much that he could not tell if anyone could ever fix it. Yet he personally fixed it. During the 10 months of training with All Might, he had been cleaning that very beach. It became a metaphor for his own life. Midoriya took it as proof that things can change if one puts in the effort. Aizawa ordered everyone to be quiet. Midoriya turned to his teacher, and when he made eye contact, Aizawa flinched like everyone else. Midoriya did not show it outwardly, but inside he began to hear voices. The voices told him that even a pro-hero was afraid of him, that there was no point in trying to make amends because he scared people he had never hurt, and that those he had hurt must feel like they saw a murderer walking free. The voices urged him towards self-harm, and Midoriya struggled with the dark thoughts. He lowered his gaze as Aizawa began homeroom. It was the final class of the day for hero training. While everyone changed into their costumes, Midoriya changed into his PE clothes and went straight outside because his outfit had been torn and stained. All Might welcomed them back and announced that, now that they had all had internships, it was time to test how much they had improved. He explained that there would be a race through the city to the center and that they would try to see how effectively everyone could use their skills. He separated the students into groups and smiled at their excitement. The only one who looked out of sorts was Midoriya. Ida also seemed distracted and injured. All Might instructed that Group A would start as soon as the buzzer sounded and then attempt to reach and rescue him. The group of Midoriya, Mina, Ida, and Siro lined up, and the others began making wagers about who would win. Siro thought his quirk made him the favorite, while some said Ida would take it despite his injury. Bakugo scoffed and told them to stop kidding themselves, indicating that there was an obvious winner. Everyone followed his gaze and, despite their reluctance, knew who he meant. When the door snapped open, everyone except Midoriya bolted. Siro thought the start was too easy. Ida glanced back once before focusing on the course. Midoriya crouched instead, and Bakugo muttered a curse under his breath. No one could react when Midoriya unleashed OFA and rocketed forward. The surge of speed carried him across the training area and out into the city in a flash of motion, breaking windows and scattering debris in its wake without any graphic detail. Dust filled the air, and the students left behind coughed as they watched the aftermath. A nearby sign, cracked and swinging, revealed the result. The timer had recorded 3 seconds. The silence that followed felt heavy. Those who had been delayed by the blast eventually arrived at the center, where Midoriya was already sitting and speaking briefly with All Might. All Might regarded Midoriya with a puzzled expression and called it a display, but with the other students now assembled he shifted back into leader mode and praised everyone for their improvement, even acknowledging Ida for finishing third despite his injury. The students acknowledged it, but satisfaction did not follow. They could only stare at Midoriya, who had gone still and distant again. Ida looked toward Midoriya and wanted to speak but found his thoughts tangled and his voice unreliable. Since that day he had remained unsure of what to say or how to think. He had a meeting with his brother coming up to discuss his actions, and he thought he would ask for advice. He turned away from Midoriya and began moving back toward the starting point. The races continued without incident until the day wound down. All Might called Midoriya forward, and Midnight accompanied them away from the field. The rest of the students were dismissed to go home. As they walked toward the front of the school, Hagakure voiced the question that many had been feeling. She wondered whether Midoriya had seemed more human during the exercises. The others admitted it felt strange to see someone so determined appear hollow at the same time. Bakugo remained silent, studying his palms with a storm of thoughts behind his eyes. Kirishima asked whether anyone had noticed that nothing bad seemed to happen around Midoriya recently, pointing to his actions during the internships where he had saved Ida and 2 other heroes and had even been praised as an example of what a hero should be. Uraraka, however, remained skeptical and resentful. The group observed that Uraraka's distrust came from a deeper place. Her family's financial struggles and the sight of her disabled father lying connected to life support had left her longing for the simple, warm memory of being carried by him. Losing that connection had left her guarded and bitter. Ida cut through the arguments with a reminder of what had happened when Stain had attacked. He said that Stain had targeted several of them and had been trying to do serious harm, and that Midoriya had not been wounded. The others began to suggest it could have been an act. Mina pointed out that Todoroki had been involved, implying they might be putting on a show to win favor. Tension rose as voices tried to guess Midoriya's motives. Ida then recalled a remark Midoriya had made during the confrontation with Stain. He removed his glasses for a moment, letting the light catch his indigo eyes as he spoke more plainly. He paraphrased Midoriya's words, saying that Midoriya had asked why anyone would be surprised, since he had to deal with the hostile intent that classmates and others directed at him. The memory of that calm, almost resigned observation left the group quiet. Kirishima admitted that he himself did not know what to think. He reflected that, ever since they had become classmates with Midoriya, they had never seen him do anything truly malicious. Kirishima listed moments that had looked dubious at first but revealed themselves otherwise, protecting them from the Nomu, being framed at the sports festival, and now saving Ida and 2 heroes he had not known before. He took a breath and turned to Bakugo, the one who had known Midoriya the longest, asking whether Midoriya had ever truly been a villain and addressing Bakugo by his familiar nickname. Everyone looked up at Bakugo as he raised his head from his hands, the weight of their question hanging in the air. Bakugo answered that he thought so without hesitation, and he wondered aloud why others in the class saw him as a villain. The room fell into thoughtful silence. Todoroki turned his attention to the group and, in a steady voice, asked them to imagine a string of what-ifs. What would they think if Midoriya had killed someone's mother? What if his power had paralyzed a father? What if he had killed a friend? What if he had destroyed a home? What if he had hurt a family? What if he had ruined a father's career? What if he had sent someone to the hospital? What if he had broken a mother's mind? Todoroki directed each hypothetical to different classmates in turn: Uraraka, Yaoyorozu, Mineta, Ida, Jairu, Kaminari, and finally Bakugo, and the weight of the questions pressed on everyone. Hagakure stepped forward and asked whether the harm they feared came from the person or from the quirk itself. The simple question left several students momentarily speechless, mouths slightly agape as they tried to form a response. Kirishima then moved beside Hagakure and, with his voice wavering, told the class that he had been there too, and had seen how many people were hurt. He reminded them that on that first day everyone had been relieved simply to be alive, as if an earthquake of fate had nearly taken them. He explained that his scar came from his own quirk when it first manifested. It had hurt him and it had hurt others. He admitted that for a long time he had hated his quirk, but it had also saved him. He recounted a memory of being a child at Tatooine Station with his dog Red and his mother. As a crowd panicked and tremors shook the area, he had clung to Red in fear while the buildings began to crumble. When he activated his quirk to protect them, the force of that protection had injured Red fatally. For years he had blamed falling debris, but after long therapy he had realized that his quirk itself had caused the tragedy. The class listened in stunned silence, some with tears in their eyes. Kaminari, Siro, and even Bakugo moved closer to offer silent support. Kirishima said that he still hated that day, but it had shown him just how dangerous quirks could be. Outside, distant thunder began to rumble like an echo of the class's unease. Bakugo announced that he was going home and walked away with his head down, tears unseen down his face. Only Jiru seemed to notice the faint sounds of tears hitting the floor. Jiru remarked that it felt like the first signs of rain, though no drops had begun to fall. Gradually, the students dispersed and went their separate ways, the day's words heavy on their minds. Chapter 15. A Broken Soul. Teacher's Lounge. Aizawa told Midoriya that the decision had already been made and that the teachers and Principal Nizu had been discussing it since the encounter with the League of Villains at the USJ. He assured Midoriya that the matter would not be made public unless Midoriya wanted it to be. Midnight offered to be his therapist and asked him to trust her. Midoriya met her gaze and reflected that trust was like a foundation. He explained that a house might be built on such a foundation, and if an earthquake cracked it, everything above would be in danger. A therapist, he said, was someone who tried to determine whether that foundation had already been cracked by asking questions that nudged the mind toward those hidden places. Aizawa and Midnight exchanged puzzled looks until Midoriya revealed that they would not be the first therapists he had known. Midnight, writing notes, asked whether his previous therapist had broken his trust. Midoriya's expression shifted as a memory repeated itself behind his eyes, the shadow at the wall and the fallen chair. A single tear traced down his cheek as he answered that his previous therapist could not handle him. The man had taken his own life. The realization explained why there was no record of that therapist in Midoriya's history. Midoriya raised 5 fingers to indicate how old he had been, and then began to explain what had happened when he was a child. Midoriya confronted the adults, laying bare everything on his mind. He demanded answers about why his mother could not come back, why his friends had become tormentors, and why the world seemed intent on tearing away everything he had once held close, leaving him abandoned and alone. His voice was flat, but his words carried raw accusation and pain. Aizawa asked Midnight if anyone who had been through what Midoriya described could reasonably be expected to have sound mental health, and whether his behavior could simply be dismissed as strength. Neither of the adults could find words. Midnight had dropped her notepad. Aizawa felt overwhelmed. He had heard difficult things before, but this was on another level. He told Midnight that if she wanted to act as a therapist, they would begin. Unknown to the others, Midoriya's face contorted with sorrow. He revealed that he wanted to die and that he often wished he could simply disappear. He had imagined a final release from the pain, convinced that ending it might at least put him where he thought he deserved to be. Aizawa went pale and Midnight stood frozen. Tears streamed down Midoriya's face as he said he had tried repeatedly to make friends and find help, but had been unable to do so. He described being repeatedly harmed and subjected to painful procedures that silenced his cries, and how nobody had listened. He leaned forward with his face in his hands and struggled to breathe. He did not know what to do anymore. The room fell silent. The teachers who had stayed late had heard everything, but none of them moved. No one had expected this, and none could bring themselves to act at first. Some stood with tears in their eyes, others were visibly shaken. Aizawa exhaled sharply and rested a shoulder against Midnight, who was also crying. He wondered aloud how anyone could expect a typical therapist to handle trauma of that scale. They had all frozen in the face of it. In the hush of the room, Midnight's quiet words cut through and reached everyone. Guilt settled over the group as they realized they had not intervened. Each person imagined what the boy must have endured and fell into a temporary depression, haunted by the knowledge that they had only watched and listened. Midoriya had mentioned being restrained and undergoing forced medical procedures. Many feared the worst, but none cared to assume the full details. Sitting at his desk, Midoriya tapped his foot and told himself he hated this. It was not simply the knowledge that he had 7 years left to live. If anything, that should have made him feel oddly relieved. What had pushed him toward breaking down now was the constant, piercing headache. Since his conversation with the fourth, something had been changing in him. That change had finally broken through that morning on his walk to school. Whenever something dangerous seemed to happen, a massive pain would stab through his skull. The fourth had described the sensation exactly. The day his head throbbed without cease, he had explained it earlier to Ida as a persistent killer intent directed at him, and now, with the new ability, he could begin to pinpoint where that intent came from. The new quirk was both blessing and curse. It tore down the walls he had built to protect himself. He would no longer be caught off guard by anyone sneaking up, but he could also tell with painful clarity how many people truly had it in for him. The realization settled on him and cracked something open. His therapist had died, and he had been burying his grief for a long time, but the truth rushed forward when he realized that even in the lounge some people harbored negative feelings about him. He could not tell from whom, only that it was there, faint but present. Now, in a quieter place with his head clearer, he tapped his foot and tried to think of a way to cope. His bracelet stopped the effects of OFA and collapse but not danger sense. Midoriya wondered aloud why it even differentiated. He opened his computer and researched quirk factors, and came across an old book titled The Quirk Doomsday Theory. The book, written about a century earlier by a scientist studying the evolution of quirk factors, argued that as generations amplified powers, the human body might eventually be unable to withstand them. Many dismissed the idea as baseless, but after what he had heard from the first and the fourth, Midoriya understood why they had both been fated to die from their quirks. He thought his body might not be able to handle the increasing power. Slumping back in his chair, he considered the bleak trajectory the world might be on. As quirks continued to strengthen, the number of quirkless people would dwindle until they were nearly gone, and only quirkless partnering with quirkless could carry humanity forward. He stood and went to the bathroom. For a brief, dangerous moment he focused on the edge of a knife and made a shallow, superficial cut across his forearm. He cursed his own thoughts and rinsed the small wound under running water, telling himself he needed to stop. Looking at his reflection and the dark circles under his eyes, he could see why today had felt different from everyone else's. He admitted to himself that he looked exhausted. He did not want to go to school the next day. On impulse, he grabbed a jacket, a beanie, a mask, and glasses, and left the house. At the cemetery he knelt before his mother's grave. He told her he knew he had not visited much recently and apologized for that. He admitted that a lot had changed and that he still did not have what he would call friends. He told her he had hoped to have someone to share things with, but he felt that, no matter what he did, people would always resent him. His bracelet remained quiet. He said he had imagined he might meet her sooner than expected but quickly dismissed that as pessimism. He wondered aloud whether there was an afterlife at all, admitting he was not religious but unwilling to rule it out entirely. He explained that, when he talked to others who could respond, they often froze and fell apart, and that he felt alone in ways he could not describe. He told his mother about a recent therapy session with a hero he had intended to open up, but instead he had snapped. He had said the worst things about himself and unleashed a darkness that left everyone in the room stunned, unable to respond. The wind scattered the fallen leaves, and Midoriya noted that a storm seemed to be brewing, both in the sky and in his life. Suddenly a sharp pain stabbed his head, and he turned, searching for the source. There was no one nearby, yet the pain urged him in a direction. He followed the gut feeling the quirk provided, left and then right through narrow alleys, until the sensation cut off abruptly. Around the next corner his heart began to pound faster, and his bracelet started to beep in escalating rhythm. The sound echoed between the walls, each beep sharper than the last. His pulse hammered in his ears and he thought it had to be a joke, but the beeps only intensified. He dropped to his knees, hands trembling, and reached for his phone. Nausea rose in his throat. He dialed emergency services and reported a possible homicide. The operator asked his location and the condition of the scene, and whether he was all right. Midoriya looked at the figure on the ground, a person lying motionless and showing signs of a violent attack, and slid down against the wall, struggling to breathe as the emergency dispatcher continued to ask for details. Midoriya moved through the narrow alleys of Musafatsa District 3 and called for help after finding a body. He identified himself as Izuku Midoriya of Class 1A when the call began, but the line went silent and was cut. He tried again and the connection dropped repeatedly before he finally reached the local police station. The dispatcher asked for his condition and what had happened. Midoriya told them that he had been walking through the alleys when he discovered a man who had been the victim of a violent attack. The victim lay still, the scene showing clear signs that the assault had occurred some time ago. The dispatcher asked for his name. Midoriya declined to give it directly, saying only that he was a UA student and that he would speak through UA staff if necessary. When the dispatcher asked his year, he answered that he was a first year. The officers said they would head to the location at once and advised him to be careful, then the call was cut off. A knife suddenly flashed toward Midoriya. His danger sense activated and he dodged instinctively. He turned to see someone nearby with stained hands and a bag that appeared darkened from whatever it had contained. Midoriya thought there might be a second person involved. He demanded to know if that person was responsible. The stranger replied with a taunting, hostile response. The stranger laughed, then his expression snapped into something unnerving. In the brief, chaotic instant that followed, Midoriya reacted and struck the man. The man fell and did not move. Midoriya's eyes glowed with a fluorescent green while danger sense continued to flare. He felt overwhelmed. The alerts did not stop. A familiar voice called for him to freeze and ordered everyone to turn around with their hands up. Midoriya looked and saw his teacher, Aizawa, arrive on the scene. An officer, feeling threatened, fired a shot. Aizawa moved to intervene, and Midoriya caught the bullet inches from his own chest, stopping it with a frantic motion. Aizawa stepped between the officer and Midoriya, shouting for the situation to calm. The commanding officer took the weapon from the shooter and ordered everyone to stand down. The officer who had fired looked shaken when Aizawa pointed out the bag with its dark stain and the knife embedded in a nearby wall. Midoriya remained frozen until his body gave out and he collapsed to the ground. The sensory overload had been too much. The strain of his quirk had robbed him of control. He began to breathe rapidly, realizing that the drawback of his ability was not just headaches but the temporary shutdown of his nervous system. When he regained enough control to sit up, he told Aizawa that he was okay and that the loss of control was only temporary. He explained that catching a bullet put severe strain on his body. Midoriya then described what had happened. He had reported the murder and intended to leave the scene, but the man had tried to kill him. In fear he had turned and thrown a punch. Aizawa examined the fallen man and concluded that the blow had been decisive. The man had died. Aizawa told Midoriya they would go to the police station and that he would need to give a statement. Because Midoriya was a minor, UA would provide him with legal support and they would try to manage the situation with discretion, but the process would take time. Aizawa explained that the maximum initial detention for a minor was limited and reassured him that UA would be present throughout. Aizawa tried to offer reassurance in a way he could manage, promising to be there every step of the way. Midoriya heard the words but felt hollow. He muttered that he would be there every step of the way as if questioning the promise. Then, almost to himself, he said a number. Aizawa's expression changed. He realized that this boy knew the precise number of people who had died in that prior event years ago. Aizawa felt unsure how to respond. He was unused to a student who had been involved in a killing, accidental or not. Still, he stood with Midoriya and repeated that he would support him. 9 days later, Midoriya sat in a holding cell. His face showed the strain of what had happened and his eyes were downcast. He repeated Aizawa's promise to himself with a bitterness that suggested he did not yet believe it. MD Lady urged the team as the medical staff resuscitated Midoriya, and at last she heard the heart monitor register a steady beat. The tension left her body and she collapsed to her knees, barely holding the door jamb she had been watching from. She remained in that posture for what felt like hours, though it had only been 5 minutes. When attendants helped her to her feet, she saw Midoriya sitting up. The doctors tried frantically to get him to rest, but he did not seem to respond. MD Lady knocked and requested to enter. She was eventually allowed in. Midoriya met her gaze, and she noticed a faint fissure at the edge of his right eye, an odd hollow look that made the eye seem less familiar. MD Lady asked to be filled in on what had happened. The doctor sighed over his notes and explained that Midoriya had revived suddenly, seemed to have an unusual reserve of energy, and that his wounds appeared to have healed. The lady stared at Midoriya, bewildered, and asked if he was truly all right after everything. The doctors nodded, equally puzzled. One of them hurried off to fetch the necessary paperwork, reluctantly agreeing to discharge him since they could not ethically study him without consent. The lady was left alone in the room with Midoriya, who remained silent. The lady asked how he was feeling, forcing herself to keep her emotions steady. When he tried to answer, his voice came out thin and strained. He admitted that he did not know how he felt. The softness and brokenness in his tone were unfamiliar to her. She had heard his defiance, his sarcasm, his sadness, but never this. She looked at him with quiet compassion and told him that he did not need to carry all the guilt alone. Midoriya acknowledged her words, and she remembered that she had ordered him to patrol alone and had made the tactical calls that led him into danger. He had been used as bait, and she questioned whether her command choices had been right. He rose slowly, brows furrowed, and reflected that when something truly breaks a person down, that was when they could recognize they had hit rock bottom. A small light returned to his eyes as he tightened his fist and checked that his bracelet was secure, asserting that the only way to go from rock bottom was up. 8 a.m. First day back. Chapter 16. A Twist of Fate. He sat in a cell with a faint trail marking his chin. Small sounds of the room emphasizing the chill around him. He asked where Aizawa was, his voice low and cold, carrying an edge of controlled anger. Flashback the day of the tremor, Yaoyorozu. Yaoyorozu woke gasping, sitting up in a cold sweat with her chest pounding and forehead burning. She hugged her knees and tucked her head between them exactly as she had years before, quiet tears slipping as the memory pressed in. She still hated that she could not move past that trauma. After the tremors, her parents had found her. They had been safe in a helicopter, but they had seen the destruction below. From their vantage they had watched the wreckage where their home once stood and dared not rush in. They called in every favor they could to get heroes to the scene, but none were available for 5 hours. Many were immobilized, and others had been diverted by rivalries and opportunists seeking fame. Her mother had almost run toward the rubble, but her father had held her back, knowing that a single misstep could collapse unstable structures and crush any survivors inside, or expose them to sights they could never forget. They lived in a state of terrible uncertainty. Their daughter might be alive, or she might have been lost. They did not want to open that box of possibilities. When heroes finally reached the site, they rescued Yaoyorozu, and relief flooded the family. It lasted only a moment. The rescuers reported that the maid, Miss Shino, had given her life to protect Yaoyorozu. That day became a hard, fixed shard in Yaoyorozu's memory. She could not remember any of her life at age 4, not her birthday, not the day her quirk had manifested, only that violent, lonely year and the loss that defined it. The thought returned like a broken record, shaping the way she understood everything that year. She knew this was the mind's doing, yet it was no less real. Kirishima's words from long ago echoed in her mind, and she wondered how she was supposed to pretend it had never happened. She wiped her tears and, resigned to another sleepless night, turned on the television to follow the news. She kept up with reports both to learn new ideas for creation and to stay aware of events that might affect her future. The screen shifted to a breaking news banner and her stomach dropped at the headline, Izuku Midoriya accused of murder in an alleyway. The image shown was a still photograph with soldiers surrounding a hooded figure. Even Aizawa stood in a ready stance. Yaoyorozu recognized Midoriya by his eyes and hair despite the hood. The picture had captured his features enough that anyone who knew him would be able to tell. Her phone began buzzing. The school group chat filled with the same image and a link that Mina had posted, tagging Midoriya directly. Kaminari suggested it was in his nature. Bakugo dismissed him with a harsh remark. Kirishima admitted he could not be sure. Uraraka confessed that she had been doubting herself. Hagakure asked if it might be mistake. Ida reminded them that initial reports could be manipulated. Jiru pointed out that the image made them look like they believed he was a murderer. Yaoyorozu observed that only they seemed able to identify his face in the photo. Todoroki asked if she was defending him. Yaoyorozu said she was only stating facts and would speak to Midoriya as class president. Hagakure intended to wait for an official school statement. Bakugo scoffed that Midoriya would claim innocence. Putting her phone down, Yaoyorozu felt conflicted. Part of her was strangely relieved to have someone tangible to direct the old fear toward. Another part wanted to move beyond blaming a single person. She had been raised to believe in second chances, and she did not know whether Midoriya deserved one. Exhausted, she lay back as the TV light flickered across the room and eventually fell asleep. On the way to school the next morning, she noticed a crowd of reporters at the entrance trying to question Aizawa, who had been present on the scene. The whole morning was dominated by talk of Midoriya's supposed crime. Pushing past the press, Yaoyorozu went to class where students took their seats. Ida arrived promptly, and Bakugo was late as usual. Midoriya did not come. Uraraka voiced what everyone was thinking. If Midoriya were not in class, then perhaps the rumor was true. The room went quiet, the accusation hanging heavy in the air. When their homeroom teacher entered, he looked exhausted and weary. Yaoyorozu stepped forward in her role as class president to request a report. Aizawa chose his words carefully and explained that Izuku Midoriya had stumbled upon a murder the previous night. While calling the police and waiting, he had been attacked by the alleged murderer. In the ensuing struggle, Midoriya struck the attacker and the attacker fell, resulting in the man's death. The students absorbed this, stunned. Yaoyorozu noted aloud that, in the published image, Midoriya had not appeared injured, and Aizawa looked puzzled by that observation. Midoriya had been holed up trying to find an attorney and had been avoiding the news. He only knew that the press had somehow discovered he was accused of killing someone. Mina showed the image to Aizawa and stammered that this was the one. Aizawa's eyes widened and he asked who had taken the picture. The class fell silent. Aizawa noted that there had been no one else there, that a security camera would not produce such clear quality, and that the angle made the subject's face visible. He rubbed his temple and sighed. Aizawa admitted the case had become far more complicated. He walked back to the center of the room and explained that Midoriya was being detained for questioning, and that was the reason for his absence. He clarified that Midoriya had not been formally charged and that they did not expect him to face criminal penalties at that time. The students listened as one of them pointed out that the families of the two who had been killed were calling Midoriya their hero. Uraraka raised her hand and asked why the others had been prepared to arrest him or point their weapons at him. Aizawa replied that the police had received an anonymous call requesting that communication be handled through UA, and that audio logs would be used as evidence that Midoriya had reported the incident. He added that there were also photographs showing the man carrying a bag taken from the scene that suggested something had been removed. Uraraka felt conflicted. She was unhappy at the idea that he might be innocent, but relieved in part because it meant he was unlikely to harm them in the near future. Aizawa acknowledged her concern, nodded, and told the class they would continue with lessons, adding that Midoriya would most likely be absent for the next 10 days. Present day, 10th day in jail for Midoriya. Midoriya walked through the halls with his head hanging low, arms cuffed by a quirk suppressor and still wearing his bracelet. A station guard ordered him to move and shoved him from behind, sending him to one knee. The guard muttered that he had wanted this his whole life as he led Midoriya into a room of the station without cameras, a place the guards often used to smoke or take drags. The guard told Midoriya that they would have some fun and then punched him in the gut with all his strength. Midoriya doubled over as the air left his lungs and he retched, stumbling forward onto the floor. The guard laughed at him. The guard then said he did not care if he got fired and claimed this was revenge for losing his wife, before striking Midoriya in the face with a heavy right hook. Midoriya felt ringing in his ears and struggled to keep his balance. He feared he might be concussed. The guard landed another blow to the jaw, shouting that he hated that this was their last day together. He had waited for the paperwork to finish and then attacked Midoriya. After 3 days of paperwork and legal wrangling, no one had returned to check on him. They had left him within the legal 10-day limit of being detained. Anger and dark thoughts crowded Midoriya's mind. He thought the system was broken and recalled extremist arguments he had heard, the line between moral certainty and something darker beginning to blur as he wondered what it would take to change things. Just as the guard raised his fist again, Midoriya smiled suddenly and unexpectedly, a small, unsettling grin. The guard stepped back, confused and angry at what he called funny. Before he could strike, 3 police officers burst into the room and announced the guard's arrest, seizing him. The guard struggled and shouted until Detective Tsukachi stepped forward and told him, with cold, venomous calm, that he hoped the guard enjoyed jail. Realization hit the guard he had taken things too far, and he might have escaped with a lighter penalty if not for the evidence. He could not allow himself to be taken down with that look of peace on the face of the one he blamed. The guard shouted that it was unfair, then used his shrinking quirk to slip from the officer's grasp and bolted toward Midoriya while returning to full size, shouting a violent threat. Midoriya met his charge and, with swift force, sent the guard crashing into a wall. The guard collapsed, coughing and dazed. The officers restrained him again and placed Quirk suppressant cuffs on him. Detective Tsukachi looked at Midoriya with a mix of shock and concern. He did not expect the boy to be able to move with that strength and endurance while carrying so much weight and bearing fresh injuries. A part of the detective feared what might happen if Midoriya broke mentally after all he had endured. After Midoriya received treatment at the hospital, Detective Tsukachi drove him home. The detective explained that, with the evidence and what had happened that day, Midoriya's court date had been postponed for 6 months. Normally that might have meant parole, but because of his age and the nature of the case, Midoriya would be allowed to continue his life with additional restrictions. The detective told him he would need to inform someone when he went out and where he would be, and to return within specified timeframes. Failure to comply could require constant reporting or the use of a tracker, camera, or escort. The detective apologized for what Midoriya had to endure and promised that they were working to restore some normalcy. The rest of the drive passed in quiet awkwardness. At home, Izuku showered and examined the bruises remaining from the repeated abuse. The station was under investigation for its handling of his detention, but that did not soothe his anger. Strangely, despite everything, the bracelet on his wrist had not once emitted a beep. The next morning at UA High, at 8 o'clock, Midoriya sat at his desk tapping his foot. His right eye was bruised, his lower lip split, and his gaze felt hollow. No one in class approached him. Many of his classmates had intended to speak with him. Students like Ida, Kirishima, and Hagakure had wanted to offer support, but none felt bold enough when he looked so battered. News about what had happened to him in the detention room had spread. Some people praised the guard. Others condemned the attack as a blatant assault on a vulnerable person. Everyone in Class 1A had seen how badly he had been hurt. The extent of his injuries was obvious and troubling to them all. No one knew how many days he had been taken and repeatedly struck during those encounters. The injuries he still bore suggested his condition was far worse than it appeared. Otherwise, Recovery Girl would have healed him by now. Yaoyorozu observed the way his eyelids twitched as he fought to keep them closed and thought that he was simply too exhausted. She looked toward the door, hoping their teacher would arrive soon. When Aizawa finally entered, the classroom heard a beep. The students noticed Midoriya, who was absorbed in writing in his notebook. Aizawa announced that Midoriya had returned, that he would be treated as innocent and guided through the court process without complication, and that any petitions to expel him would ultimately change nothing. Class resumed, but the beeping did not stop until Aizawa left the room. Each time Aizawa moved near the boy, the bracelet on Midoriya triggered again. No one understood why, nor what was going through Midoriya's mind, but the bracelet's behavior suggested something far from normal. When the final bell rang, Midoriya remained seated. Midnight entered the classroom and informed him that it was time for a session. He followed her to a private room for the two of them. Midnight apologized that the first session was occurring after his 10 days away. The bracelet began to beep the moment she mentioned it, and she made a few notes. She asked how he was feeling, trying to prepare herself for the conversation. Midoriya's voice had lost its usual softness. It sounded rough and edged. He offered to be direct, and Midnight steeled herself. He lifted his shirt to reveal 3 parallel shallow scars across his torso. Midnight recognized the sign of self-harm. She had not expected the session to begin with that. Midoriya explained that hurting himself temporarily eased the pain and quieted the voices he experienced. He described the sense of control it gave him and admitted that the behavior had become something he found hard to resist. Midnight noted his words with concern, disturbed by the admission but focused on understanding his state. When Midnight asked how the behavior made him feel, Midoriya answered that it made him feel alive. The single word landed heavily in the room. Midnight asked whether he thought he would continue, and Midoriya replied that he did not know and that it depended on how he felt. He confessed that he had only done it a couple of times, during moments when he had felt an intense urge to end his life. He looked out the window and sighed. Midnight paused in her notes before moving on to the next topic. At the mention of the last 7 days of his absence, Midoriya's body language shifted. His bracelet began to beep again. He spoke with harshness, addressing Aizawa's earlier promise that he would be there for him through everything. Midoriya said that after the third day, Aizawa had not returned, and that he had been left bearing the consequences. Midnight asked what he felt about that, trying to elicit an honest response. Midoriya's reply came with cold clarity. He said he hated the society and the rules that governed it, calling them pointless. Midnight recognized the words as dangerous and felt a chill. There was a darkness in his voice that was not merely anger. The bracelet, however, remained oddly calm. Midoriya argued that the system was unfair, not only to those whose powers overwhelmed their bodies but also to those without quirks. He accused some heroes of ignoring the struggles of the quirkless because they possessed any ability at all. He slammed his fist down in frustration, and the bracelet began a noisy countdown. Midnight spoke his name firmly, attempting to reassert control. Midoriya rose and looked down at her, challenging her with a single, blunt question. Midnight reflected that this was not the obedient boy everyone had known. Something in him had hardened. She told him that the world was not his enemy. Midoriya answered with a voice that left no doubt about how far his thoughts had traveled. That's where you're wrong. Midoriya told the therapist that the world had only taken from him and that he had 7 years left. He stood up and began to leave. The therapist was stunned and whispered that he had 7 years. Midoriya glanced back and warned the therapist, who was a professional, to keep the specifics to herself. The therapist understood and knew she should not share details, but a part of her also felt that the burden was too heavy for one person. She was an adult and a hero, but here she was, a therapist for a boy whose life had been so damaged that he seemed to be unraveling. A student overheard the conversation by accident. Yaoyorozu had been passing by to speak with Aizawa about classes when she heard what was being said. As soon as she realized how long he had left, she ran. It all made sense to her now. She hated to admit it, but who wouldn't begin to break down after so much suffering? It reminded her of how she had felt during the weeks after Ms. Shino's death. She almost felt herself overlapping with Midoriya. The dead eyes, the hatred of the world, the sense of unfairness. She did not fully understand it, and yet she understood how he felt. She found herself more confused than ever about what she should feel. At the dorms, Yaoyorozu returned after finishing her duties with Aizawa. Midoriya's words kept ringing in her ears. All he had left were 7 years. The figure made her acutely aware of how short 7 years could be. Considering the average lifespan, being told he would be out of commission at 22 seemed staggeringly unfair. She wondered how he coped with that knowledge. She remembered how she had once hated the world, though she had always known that it was something she could not let consume her. Unconsciously, she found herself standing in front of Midoriya's dorm room. Her breath hitched when she realized she had been startled. Then she looked around and calmed, noticing no one else around. She thought that she wanted to know more. She knocked on the door 3 times. After a brief silence, Midoriya opened the door and regarded her with a questioning look. Yaoyorozu told him that they needed to talk. He started to close the door, but she said the word 7, and his eyes widened. He pulled her inside and closed the door behind them, then sat on his bed and stared at her. Yaoyorozu admitted she was afraid but took a seat across from him and asked whether it felt to him as if the world had ripped his heart out. Midoriya looked confused. She asked whether it felt like his feet were starting to fail him, and then whether it felt like the world could stop spinning at any moment. Midoriya said nothing at first, but when she said 7 years aloud, she suggested that he probably just wanted something to change. He found himself speechless. With Midnight, he could control conversations. Here he felt read like a book and overwhelmed. Yaoyorozu asked if she could tell him a story, and Midoriya nodded. She told a tale about a little girl whose parents were always busy, leaving her in the care of a maid. The maid taught the girl about the world and the wonders within it, and the girl grew to love the maid as her only friend. Yaoyorozu moved toward the window, her hand touching the cool glass as the light changed. When the little girl developed her quirk, her parents were absent and she was frightened by something she did not understand. The maid stayed at her side, teaching her to control her power, and the girl grew attached. Eventually a day came when they were separated. The little girl tried to survive by hiding under the table where she and the maid had sheltered. When heroes finally rescued the girl, the maid had died in the collapse that had struck them. Yaoyorozu's voice rose as she described the aftermath. The girl blamed everything on a boy whose power had caused the tremors. She hated the world and everyone in it. She wanted the boy to disappear and to feel the consequences of his actions. Her hatred grew over time, and her parents put her in therapy, hoping it would help. Rather than healing her, the therapy led her to push people away. She refused to form connections, to listen, to forgive, or to forget. Yaoyorozu asked Midoriya if he knew what became of the girl. Midoriya looked into her eyes and answered without hesitation that she had grown up hating the boy, just as everyone else did. Yaoyorozu corrected him gently, saying that it was not exactly so. She explained that the girl had grown to hate the quirk that had killed her friend, until one day she realized something else. She had played a part in what had happened. The girl understood that both she and the maid had been under the table, and that things might have turned out differently if she had not run out during the tremors. Midoriya's breath hitched at the twist in the story. Yaoyorozu raised a finger to her lips and paused. She trailed off, leaving the rest unsaid. She became classmates with him and did not know what to think, forgive and forget, or blame and suffer. As time passed, she never saw him do anything bad. On the contrary, he kept saving those around him. Her tears had stopped, but her eyes still shone, showing she was simply holding them back. She compared him to a bright sun in a hero story that had begun to waver after being run through the ringer one too many times. Midoriya chuckled softly at the comparison. He certainly felt like he'd been rung around the world's finger. When news came out about his alleged involvement in a murder case, she became confused again. Had she blamed him too quickly? Was he really the villain everyone else had seen him as? Midoriya's gaze dropped to his hands as he began to agree with her that he was not what others claimed. Her eyes reminded her of her past self, though she had not realized why until she heard something she had not expected. The boy had mentioned 7 years, and it all made sense: the desire for a change, one where he was not simply suffering, one where he could win for once. She looked at him and stopped when she noticed his expression. Midoriya's eyes were wide and his mouth slightly open. A single tear traced his cheek. His bracelet gave its rhythmic countdown. Yaoyorozu called his name in surprise, and he felt confused as he touched the tear on his face. Midoriya looked at Yaoyorozu for a moment, then cut his gaze and focused on his hands. He wanted to say it. He wanted someone who was not connected to the case to know, someone who could help him change what had happened, but he knew there was no way to do that. Yaoyorozu recognized that there was no one he could truly trust, and she could not promise immediate solutions, but she asked if he was not silently screaming for help and if he was not in pain just standing there. Midoriya, shaken, asked to be left alone. Yaoyorozu had arrived to find fresh signs that he had recently harmed himself, faint marks visible along his side. He could not think clearly. He did not know what he wanted anymore, whom he hated. Yaoyorozu refused to let him withdraw. Her response came with an unexpected firmness that widened his eyes. She told him she had found her answer. He looked at her with cautious hope and braced himself for disappointment. Yaoyorozu told him that he was not a villain and not a murderer. She insisted that he should not bear all this guilt alone. She emphasized that his quirk was not evil and neither was he. She told him he was only a human who had been trying to change in a world that had made him a scapegoat. Tears kept falling from Yaoyorozu now, and only then did she realize that she was standing in a boys' restroom. She had been so confused and worried that she had not known what to think, but now that her mind was clear and she had found her answer, everything came into focus. She intruded on his space and, driven by a sudden determination, began to give orders and list parts of her life, disregarding what he had said. Her face flushed as she moved toward the door, apologizing and preparing to leave. Just as she opened it, she heard him whisper that his quirk was too strong for a human to handle. She saw his lonely smile, the kind only someone who felt hopeless could give. On that day, a turning point began. A therapist later reflected on the words a patient had said. The public began to question the legal process surrounding a potential murderer. And a young woman finally found the answer she had been looking for, giving the green-haired boy a small, fragile hope for the future. Chapter 18: The Final Exams. After Yaoyorozu departed, Midoriya stood in the shower, the water washing over him as he touched the faint marks along his side from recent self-harm. His mind was in complete disarray. On one hand, there was finally someone who believed in him, and that made him admit to himself, however quietly, that it brought some comfort. On the other hand, there was still so much unresolved. The court hearing, the decision, the petitions seeking his expulsion. There was far too much for his mind to process. Why could things not be simpler, he wondered. He knew the reasons, but that knowledge did not stop him from sliding down the tiled wall and letting the water wash his face as steam clouded his vision. Yaoyorozu's words, "You're just a human who has been trying to change in a world that puts you down," as its scapegoat echoed in his head. For a moment he allowed himself to imagine he might have finally made a friend, but the harsh voices in his head continued to say a monster like him could never fit in. 15 minutes later he stepped out of the bathroom, steam following him into his room. His shirt clung to his skin. He collapsed onto his bed and stared at the spot where Yaoyorozu had sat. Her words repeated in his thoughts, and his expression shifted into one mostly unfamiliar to him, a fragile happiness born of acceptance. He wasn't sure if they were friends, but he knew that he took a step forward. She had been a direct victim. Unlike others, she understood that the problems in her experience stemmed from her own condition and his power, not from him. That realization warmed his heart as he moved the bedsheets and tucked them underneath. Moonlight kept illuminating the chair as if it were an object of great importance. After Yaoyorozu departed, water droplets tapped against the ceramic floor in Yaoyorozu's room. She sat with her knees pulled to her chest, staring at the picture frame on the table, the only image of her and Miss Shino, taken on her 4th birthday and the last one they had. A drop fell from her damp hair as she stood and took the frame, brushing the dust from its edge. She felt a whirl of questions and confessions in her mind. She had said so much about herself, revealing thoughts that had previously been shared only with her therapist. She repeatedly wondered why everything had happened this way. She had gone looking for answers about his shortened lifespan and had ended up revealing more about herself than she intended. She remembered the words he had said about his quirk being too strong for his body and tried to make sense of that. She wanted to ask him more, but she hesitated, afraid of how the truth might land. Her therapist had warned that holding everything inside only caused pressure to build until it overflowed, destroying the person from within. She felt that pressure now. She needed to talk and release the tension. She imagined what it would be like if people knew someone only had a few years left. She imagined pity, and then she imagined hatred, the isolation of being abandoned by friends, even by oneself. The thought of how long he must have been carrying that pain made her lips quiver, and tears began to fall. She could not claim to know his exact suffering, but she understood how much it could hurt. She tried to sort her thoughts about Midoriya and his situation, but questions nagged her. Why now? What changed? Why only 7 years? Those questions crowded her mind until exhaustion took her, and she drifted into sleep. Third-person perspective on Midoriya. A sharp slap echoed through the room, staged and harsh in the way punishments were sometimes depicted in dramatic scenes. A small child wore restraints meant to dampen his power while a man with a scar on his left eye glared down at him and demanded results, calling the child useless. A nurse protested to the doctor that it was not solely the child's fault and reminded him of how many drags had been tried to nullify the quirk factor. The doctor listened but insisted there was no alternative. The nurse watched the boy with pity and a frown. She remembered their oath to protect and save lives, not to experiment on those in their care. She could not bear to meet the child's hollow gaze and left the room. The boy sat back against the bars of his enclosure, whispering his mother's name over and over, the repetition a fragile tether to himself. Days blurred into months. He received treatments meant to suppress emotions and growth. They left him quieter and withdrawn, his reactions muted. Time passed, and the doctor who had overseen the program began to feel the weight of what they had done. He looked at the boy's empty stare and the monotone beeping of the monitor and realized, with a sinking clarity, that their interventions had stripped away more than they intended. Guilt rose in him like an accusing voice. He began to hyperventilate and ran from the building, unable to face what he had done. The staff watched the doctor flee in disbelief. Some muttered that he had lost his mind. Others worried aloud that he might reveal details of their work and the decisions they had made. A staff member had shouted that they needed to stop him. That day was the last time that medicine was ever used on the young boy. Midoriya woke in a cold sweat and tried to calm his racing heart as fragments of a dream scrambled at the edges of his mind. He struggled to pull the memory together, but it remained blocked, refusing to surface no matter how hard he concentrated. His eyes took in his surroundings and he remembered where he was: the dorms. After he had been framed and placed under watch, the school decided it would be best for him to stay in the dorms at UA. Cementos had built them in a matter of hours so the staff could monitor Midoriya, though no one spoke openly about it. Everyone could tell he was reaching his limit. Midoriya no longer tried to make others see who he really was. He had stopped talking. His silence made people uneasy. If the dorms had not been mandatory, most students would have chosen other arrangements rather than live in the same building as him. The class reminded itself that they never knew when someone might be targeted again, and the fear of Numu and other threats hung over them all. At first Bakugo, Uraraka, and a few others had resisted the arrangement. They finally relented when they were permitted rooms on the ground floor with direct exits in case of emergency. Another rule the school set was that Midoriya would not be allowed to eat with the others if a majority voted for it. It was a harsh measure, but even UA could not ignore the disturbances surrounding Midoriya. He rose from the chair Yaoyorozu had occupied less than 12 hours earlier and sighed as he prepared for the day. In class, Midoriya drifted, dissociating and not focusing on the lessons until Principal Nizu entered. The principal greeted the students cheerfully and then announced that he had come for more than pleasantries. Nizu explained that the school had been hinting at final exams and that, since the students were back from their internships, he wanted to describe what would happen next, especially with the dorm system and other recent changes. Nizu described that the final exams would be held in a week and that the students were to study until then. He explained that there would be a practical exam as well, and passing would allow them to attend the summer camp while failing would mean missing it. He then said he wanted to set expectations and see how the students responded to having prior information. A hologram projection appeared, showing 10 different arenas. Nizu explained that the students would compete in those arenas in teams of 2, with pairings based on how well students could work together, their weaknesses, and mutual understanding. The teams had not been decided yet. The teachers would judge every student over the next 7 days to determine suitable matches. He urged them to give their best during the week. Midoriya watched the projection and felt a small flare of disappointment at the lack of a dramatic twist. He thought it was typical of UA to nudge students in the right direction rather than lead them by the hand. Uraraka raised her hand and asked if there would be a way to vote to avoid being paired with someone if it was impossible to work together. Nizu paused and acknowledged that such concerns would be factored into the assessments of teamwork and mutual understanding. He smiled and left, reminding the class to be prepared for summer. Aizawa said little before homeroom ended. The rest of the day followed the usual rhythm of class after class until everyone returned to the dorms. The difference now was that students were more mindful of how they behaved around one another. During hero training, everyone tried to pair with someone they already knew to improve their teamwork. It was obvious that almost no one volunteered to work with Midoriya unless they were forced to. A week passed. Only a few students had consistently partnered with Midoriya: Kirishima, Hagakure, Yaoyorozu, and Todoroki. Midoriya considered them the most viable candidates to be paired with him. Rumors circulated that they might face robots again, but Nizu's smile left Midoriya uneasy. Nothing at UA was ever as simple as it seemed. The repeated dream continued to plague him throughout the week. Each time it replayed, the memory eluded him, and the lack of rest began to show. Dark circles gathered under his eyes, and his expression grew increasingly hard. No one mentioned it directly, but the visible crack on his face had grown. People worried about what it could mean, and right now no one could get close enough to offer comfort. Everyone feared what Midoriya was becoming. Even All Might was concerned. He knew his successor was beginning to break. He had tried to reach out to Midoriya, but their interactions had grown sparse. Midoriya told All Might that he would not understand, and the words stopped All Might in his tracks. Midoriya had said it with such a sad smile that All Might, never the cleverest but always relied upon for strength, found himself at a loss. His strength would only last a couple of hours now, and there was little he could do. Midoriya watched everyone else talking among themselves. He checked his phone, saw multiple unread messages, then turned it off and rested his forehead on the desk. He thought it felt pointless to give others expectations when he expected to disappear in a few years. His mind drifted into a dark place until his bracelet beeped, and the sound nudged the room into quieter conversation. When the expected second beep did not follow, conversations resumed until Aizawa entered. Aizawa noted that everyone was present and instructed them to put on their suits. He warned it would be a long day. Midoriya, who did not move, noticed the principal hidden in Aizawa's scarf and thought that nothing at the school was ever simple. He reasoned the principal would not come just to watch the first years. If robots were involved, the recordings would suffice. Aizawa, in a gruff tone, urged them to hurry since they did not have all day. In the locker room, the girls discussed who they hoped to be paired with for summer camp. Uraraka imagined being paired with Ida because he seemed someone she hung around with and worked well with. Mina's eyes lit up and she teased Uraraka, suggesting she might be falling in love, which made Uraraka blush and deny it while the others laughed. Hagakure joined the banter, and then Mina pretended to think about her own preference, saying she mostly wanted to enjoy the camp. Uraraka pouted at Mina's evasiveness. Hagakure suggested that Ojiro might be a good partner for her, since their fighting styles were similar and neither relied on long-range offense. The group nodded, and the conversation turned to Yaoyorozu, who had just finished changing. Yaoyorozu clarified that they were trying to choose the best partner to ensure they made it to summer camp. After considering options from several girls who named Todoroki and Pugu, Yaoyorozu pointed out that if guaranteed entry was the goal, Midoriya was the safest choice, given his growing strength and demonstrated abilities. Some of the girls reacted with confusion or dismay at that suggestion, while others silently acknowledged the logic. Jairu stepped in with a quieter perspective. She had not been directly harmed in recent events, but her advanced hearing had forced her to listen to things she wished she had not: screaming, alarms, siren sounds that had left a lasting ache. Those experiences had driven her toward heroism. She wanted to prevent a world where such screams would be heard again. Her resolve had led her to UA and into the path she was on now. The girls all considered Yaoyorozu's reasoning. Uraraka and several others looked uncertain, while Hagakure felt a private, complicated relief that someone was starting to accept Midoriya. Hagakure had been worried about him for some time. He was not replying to texts, and he had told her not to speak to him at school. She had tried to reach out multiple times, only to be met with a distant expression that suggested he had been broken. Each encounter left her chest tight with a mix of worry and something she did not fully understand. She wondered why another girl's acceptance of him made her anxious. Yaoyorozu acknowledged that making it to summer camp might require flexibility and compromise. She could accept not always working with a top choice. As she left the locker room, she bit her lip in frustration, remembering how Tokoyami had undermined her confidence during the sports festival. She worried about whether she was truly fit to lead, and whether she could speak to Midoriya after a week of awkward silence. She resolved not to confront him about his prognosis. That would be too blunt and insensitive. Still, she allowed herself a small, quiet hope that something positive might happen at summer camp. A brief smile crossed her face, the last she would allow herself until after the exam. The girls departed more subdued than before, having been confronted with a difficult truth. Over time, many of their attitudes toward Midoriya had softened into sympathy, even if they were hesitant to say so openly. After seeing him save everyone and do all these good things, even Uraraka could not bring herself to hate him like before. The brunette thought it was so stupid before she closed the locker room door behind her and joined the rest of the class for the finals exam. The boys were quiet. None wanted to speak while Midoriya looked as if he might explode. His new upgraded suit and changed appearance did little to ease their anxiety. There were no jokes about partners, no idle chatter. Everyone changed and kept to themselves. Aizawa remarked that it had taken them long enough, and his gaze fell on Midoriya, whose face was partly hidden behind a half mask that allowed his hair to remain free. The change from the older, bulkier suit made him less reliant on technology and more comfortable. Nizu popped up from Aizawa's scarf and announced that alongside Aizawa, All Might, and himself, some of the other staff would help conduct the exams and that students would be put into the groups mentioned earlier. Kaminari, eager and hopeful, felt sure the practical would be easy after the writing quiz. Nizu then called the matchups. Midoriya and Bakugo were paired against All Might. Nizu explained that teachers would wear suppressants to slow them and that Midoriya and Bakugo were expected to need little assistance. All Might landed in front of them with a loud thud, his expression serious about the match ahead. There was no preparation between Midoriya and Bakugo. Bakugo told Midoriya to do whatever he wanted but warned him not to get in the way, then stormed off. All Might wished Midoriya luck, noting that both of them would face a tough battle, and then disappeared. Midoriya felt as if someone had started to call his name, but when he turned there was no one looking at him. He decided he must be hearing things and followed Bakugo down the tunnel toward the arena. Yaoyorozu watched him go. She had considered asking him to be her partner because she knew he was capable and experienced, but the slump in his shoulders made her worry. He looked defeated, and she felt her chest tighten. She had nothing to ask him now, and when she glanced back he was already gone, leaving her with a quiet disappointment. Midnight had also noticed him and had almost requested to face him despite likely losing, simply to get answers. She wondered what someone striving to be a hero might think when told their life was falling apart and they had limited time. She remained in her role, having already spoken with Aizawa about the situation. Aizawa had acknowledged his part and admitted that access to Midoriya had been closed off. He had considered confronting those responsible but had no clear path through the barriers around his student. As the three watched Midoriya's back disappear, each held a similar thought about what they could do for him, one thinking as a therapist, one as a teacher who wanted to see his student stand again, and one as a peer beginning, quietly, to shape the class's future. In the arena, Midoriya told Bakugo not to follow him. Bakugo ignored him at first and then exploded in profanity, warning Midoriya not to get in his way. Midoriya kept his focus and pushed forward. An alarm sounded to signal the start, and All Might stepped into his role as the opponent, declaring that the destructive force of villains would be on display. A shockwave rocked the arena in a show of power, sending rubble flying and damaging structures in dramatic, anime-style fashion. Midoriya shoved Bakugo toward cover as the area suffered heavy impact. Midoriya felt a chill at the display of strength and urged they head for the exit, but Bakugo declared he intended to fight. Midoriya moved instinctively to the side to avoid a sweeping attack. Bakugo's body was hit by a fast strike and was sent skidding back across the arena. Acting as the villain, All Might acknowledged that they had grown stronger since they first met and warned that their resolve would be tested, then launched a rapid series of attacks in the training exercise. Midoriya grimaced as he dodged each blow, but he could not match All Might in direct combat. A heavy fist struck his gut, sending him crashing through concrete as the world tilted around him. He rose, cleared rubble from his chest, and listened to the distant explosions. He expected Bakugo to keep fighting, so he pushed outside and found All Might speaking in a tone of harsh disappointment. All Might said that he was revolted to see someone breaking himself for an impossible dream and that, with that attitude, the young man looked more like a villain. Bakugo's eyes widened and Midoriya's breath hitched as All Might continued, accusing Bakugo of leading unlawful attacks on classmates, of being keen on destruction, and of speaking in terms of killing, asking rhetorically whether he was not more villain than hero. Bakugo faltered, his eyes wavering, breaths quickening toward a panic. All Might's words cut deep, and before Bakugo could respond, a fist struck his side with enough force to send him stumbling back. All Might watched in shock as Midoriya scooped up the hyperventilating Bakugo and hurried into the alleys. In the narrow shadowed passage, Midoriya told Bakugo to breathe slowly and tried to calm him. He felt conflicted. At one point they had been friends, perhaps even best friends. Now Bakugo's anger and hatred stung after their last confrontation and the insults about his mother. Midoriya decided to visit her, hoping there might be something he could do, though he feared there was little. 3 weeks earlier, a nurse had told him that Mitsuki was in a room and not to expect much. She had been brought into a psychiatric facility after she could no longer manage outside. When Midoriya called out to her as Aunt Mitsuki, he barely recognized the woman who had raised him. Her eyes were dull and her face gaunt. She moved like someone much more fragile than he remembered. She looked up, dropped the broom she had been holding, and rushed to him, mistaking him for a lost friend. She hugged him tightly, crying and murmuring apologies and how much she missed the person she thought he was. She spoke incoherently about Izuku and Katsuki, wondering how Izuku was doing and whether Katsuki had finally made it to UA after the attack she had heard about. Her words became a muddled string of memory and longing until she fell asleep. Midoriya laid her down gently. She murmured apologies to Izuku one last time before he left. He walked away feeling hollow, realizing that he was the one who should be sorry. That day taught him that a hero who intervenes in other people's business must understand what they are truly able to handle. Back in the alleys, Midoriya asked whether Bakugo had finally calmed down and reminded him that, despite their differences, Bakugo was trying to improve. He asked Bakugo to think of himself as a tool for the moment. Bakugo met Midoriya's eyes and, after a tense pause, conceded. He stood, arms steady, and declared that they would proceed his way, warning in no uncertain terms that if anything went wrong he would retaliate. Then he turned and walked away, muttering under his breath about All Might. They moved through the maze of alleys toward the open area where All Might would be waiting. Midoriya explained that he would need Bakugo to hold All Might at bay long enough for him to use a full-strength move howitzer impact, and even then All Might rise again. Bakugo, unusually calm, admitted that Midoriya's power might be the only thing that could stop the symbol of peace, and that once Midoriya had done his part, Bakugo would put on any restraints or get to the gate as needed. Midoriya nodded. At the alley mouth, All Might appeared and taunted them, asking where all that power was when it mattered. He grabbed Bakugo's gauntlet and crushed it, savaging the tool Bakugo relied on and trying to shatter his confidence. All Might sneered that without that equipment Bakugo was nothing but a firework, and accused him of needing to be saved by the one he hated most. Bakugo snapped and shouted for All Might to be quiet. Adrenaline surged through him and he released a powerful explosion without the support of his gauntlet, forcing his whole body to push through the attack. Midoriya braced himself for the confrontation to come. Bakugo scoffed and accused All Might of showing his limits, saying that his body would soon turn against him. He stared with one glowing blue eye and insisted that All Might could not win against a symbol while clinging to his ideology. All Might prepared what would have been the final blow, but he then noticed Midoriya standing with blood trickling from his head and his left arm supporting his injured right side. All Might saw his successor smile, a chill in that expression, and Midoriya challenged him, asking how he could be considered a threat and whether All Might feared being stronger or being beaten with Bakugo's help. Midoriya reminded him that he grew stronger as his mental state worsened and that getting injured often sharpened that edge. All Might felt a tremor through his whole body. He tried to respond, but an explosion hit his left side. Bakugo, eyes bloodshot, produced another blast. All Might slammed Bakugo to the ground to try to knock him out, but Bakugo bit at his palm while the world shook and insisted that he would win no matter what, even if he had to break himself again and again. All Might looked down at Bakugo with sorrow, then toward Midoriya, who could barely move from the strain on his body. All Might lashed out with scorn, calling Midoriya a disappointment and questioning how someone who had killed so many could be so helpless against an old hero. He remarked that he could not imagine what Midoriya's mother must have felt. The words landed hard. Midoriya, breathing ragged and with a bleeding nose and a limp right arm, looked back with predatory eyes and told All Might that he should not provoke people who grew stronger from their emotions. Fear pushed All Might to try to leave Bakugo and defend himself, but the damage to his side made it impossible for even the #1 hero to fight effectively. Bakugo muttered that All Might never listened before losing consciousness. All Might felt sudden weightlessness and wondered what had just happened, a sensation he associated only with his fights against All for One. When he struck the ground to rise, his feet sank as if the earth were swallowing him. Midoriya moved deliberately, using the surrounding soil to bury All Might layer after layer. Each time All Might clawed out a hole, another layer closed over it, and his attempts only created openings Midoriya used to cover him further. All Might realized he was in real danger and could no longer free himself. Struggling to act, All Might tried to manage One for All and Collapse at once, attempting to stop Collapse from running away. He forced himself to grab Bakugo despite knowing the boy would hate him for it. He pushed forward with his failing strength, his vision growing hazy and the backlash from the combined quirks burning harder than before. The power felt foreign, as if he had crossed a boundary that looked like stainless steel but gave way like foil. As he reached that breaking point, an alarm blared to signal that they had won. Hearing it, All Might finally lost consciousness. While some students had been able to get through relatively easily, others were naturally struggling. Kaminari and Mina scrambled to avoid being crushed as Nizu laughed maniacally. They failed. Kirishima and Sadu tried to overpower Cementos, a terrible strategy. The concrete-bending hero layered barriers over them with ease, the same method Midoriya had once used on All Might, but Kirishima and Sadu were nowhere near that level. They failed. Uraraka and Aoyama faced 13, who was methodically using her quirk to immobilize them. 13 enjoyed the feeling of being important after the earlier USJ humiliation, and she made a casual remark that flustered Uraraka. Uraraka turned bright red and lost her grip on the railing, but the three of them recovered and secured a win. Mineta and Zero had pretended to run away. Using quick thinking that showed why he ranked among the top students for intellect, Mineta baited Midnight away from the gate and trapped her with his grape rush. He forced himself to hold his breath to keep the trap intact, grimacing from the strain, and they won. As the rest of the class accumulated victories, Yaoyorozu and Todoroki found themselves struggling the most against their own teacher. It was not a matter of raw power, it was the difficulty of choosing an approach. One partner was blunt and relied on strength without strategy, while the other had lost confidence and hesitated to make decisions. Aizawa had already forced Todoroki into a mistake and showed no intention of holding back. He intended to make the encounter a learning experience, but he also wanted Yaoyorozu to reclaim her confidence by taking responsibility for choices. He thought she had lost her edge and needed to find her own way. Yaoyorozu fought internally, trying to decide what to do. Todoroki motioned toward an alley and then disappeared, creating a massive ice wall to put distance between them and their teacher. Yaoyorozu recognized the tactic as clever, but she worried how long Todoroki could keep evading Aizawa. Aizawa, for his part, waited near the exit, confident the students would not give up. Yaoyorozu berated herself, worrying they were running out of time. Todoroki caught her eye and focused on the problem. He assessed that Aizawa's mobility needed to be neutralized. Their ice barrier had blocked their own path as well as his, and Aizawa could already be tracking them. Yaoyorozu nodded and came out of her thoughts to listen to Todoroki's plan. He explained that they needed to blindside Aizawa, but warned that their teacher would not be easily defeated and could be ruthless. Yaoyorozu agreed and followed his lead. When they reached an iceberg formation, Yaoyorozu almost spoke up but stopped herself. An inner voice told her to trust Todoroki. Still, she prepared a backup plan and produced a secondary tool with her quirk just in case. Todoroki attempted to melt the ice to open their path, but Aizawa had anticipated the maneuver. Before they could react, Aizawa disabled Todoroki and strung him upside down from a light pole. Yaoyorozu managed to get out of the way. Aizawa remarked that attempting to flank was clever but futile if the opponent knew their position. He questioned whether Todoroki had checked whether Yaoyorozu had any ideas. Todoroki hesitated and fell silent, which only confirmed Aizawa's assessment that Yaoyorozu had lost her confidence and needed something to rebuild it. Yaoyorozu stopped moving and breathed heavily, panic threatening to overwhelm her. She felt the situation collapsing and berated herself for not being decisive. She imagined relying on others the way she had relied on Todoroki, and the thought filled her with discomfort. Determination swelled instead of despair. She did not want to be merely a support, she wanted to be a hero in her own right. With renewed resolve, Yaoyorozu moved quickly and deliberately, taking the same turns she had used to arrive there and committing to action. Her regained confidence pushed her forward as she worked to turn the tide of the encounter. Momo ran out of the alley and shouted for Todoroki to close his eyes. It happened so fast that neither of them had time to react. Moments earlier they had thought she could do nothing, and now she was charging forward. Aizawa was about to throw his scarf when Momo tossed a Russian doll that split open to reveal the device she had planned to use on Todoroki. Aizawa smirked, but a sudden flash struck his eyes and he deactivated his quirk to clear his vision. Momo formed a scarf resembling their teacher's and hurled it at him. Todoroki, barely able to move his hand, directed his flames toward their teacher, and the heat caused the material to tighten around Aizawa. Todoroki expressed surprise that Momo had learned to reproduce the scarf's properties. Momo shook her head and explained that she had used a similar material that returns to its original shape when heated. She looked at their restrained teacher and noted that the plan had worked in part because Aizawa could not keep his quirk active as long as he used to. Aizawa smiled at Momo and praised her, telling her she had done well and advising her to be more confident. Momo felt tears threaten as she realized she had accomplished something even Todoroki had not. Aizawa asked what had driven her to go from confusion and worry to standing strong. Momo hesitated and asked for a moment alone. Her heart fluttered with a sudden clarity, and she told them that someone had given her the confidence she needed. Aizawa commended her for finding that support and confirmed that both students had passed. Momo and Todoroki exchanged relieved smiles, happy that they had succeeded. The young Yaoyorozu scurried around the living room and asked Miss Shino what the point of hide and seek was. She explained she had seen it on television and that people played it to have fun with friends. Miss Shino, the older maid, did not fully understand and asked why the child wanted to play with her. The little girl tilted her head and formed two small Russian doll figures, one modeled after herself and the other after the maid. Yaoyorozu told Miss Shino that she was her friend. Miss Shino held the doll made for her and offered a gentle smile, thanking the child. Yaoyorozu bounced with delight, pulled out a book on molecules she had been studying, and asked Miss Shino to promise to keep teaching her many things. Miss Shino promised that, for as long as she remained employed, she would be Yaoyorozu's friend. The promise hung in the air like a fragile certainty. The house they were in was a small vacation property near Tetsuin Station and Musafatsu. It was not as sturdy as the Yaoyorozu family mansion. It had seen only occasional use and had not been built to the same standards. As the child laughed and ran, the first tremors hit. Miss Shino instructed Yaoyorozu to hide under the table. The pair scrambled beneath it. Miss Shino held the child close, smoothing her hair and whispering reassurances. Miss Shino told Yaoyorozu that everything would be all right and promised nothing would happen to her. For a moment the tremors seemed to subside, and Miss Shino allowed herself a small relief. The lull was temporary. When they let their guard down, the ground answered. Yaoyorozu broke free and stepped out, thinking it was over. Miss Shino called warning of aftershocks and reached to pull her back as the house began to creak and shift. The second rumbling was stronger. Miss Shino grabbed Yaoyorozu and, with fear and sorrow in her eyes, apologized as the structure began to fail. She smiled in the steady way she always had when comforting the child. When the roof finally gave way, the table under which Yaoyorozu had hidden held long enough to shield her from falling beams. The collapse threw up clouds of dust and a cascade of debris around the perimeter of the table. Yaoyorozu could not move. She sat with her head between her knees as the hours passed. The silence around her was broken only by the quiet sound of a child sobbing into her hands. By the 5th hour, voices arrived. A male rescuer announced that one of the victims appeared lifeless, and Yaoyorozu, hearing the sounds of people above, managed a hoarse plea for help. Her voice was thin from dust and fatigue. When rescuers paused, one asked if they had heard anything else. Yaoyorozu found enough strength to bang weakly on the wooden table. A rescuer responded to the noise and worked to move the rubble. They uncovered Yaoyorozu, pale and breathing heavily from the ordeal. One of the rescuers reassured her that help had arrived and that they would take her to the paramedics. Yaoyorozu's senses were fading. The last clear image she saw before losing consciousness was the still form of her friend nearby. Her vision blurred, and she slipped into darkness. A short, neutral sentence bridges the scene where she passed out and the next moment of recovery. Recovery Girl apologized for how much discomfort Midoriya had been through and cautioned him that she had pushed his recovery too far, leaving his stamina sluggish. She advised him to take it easy and mentioned that someone was waiting for him outside. Midoriya looked at Recovery Girl with confusion, wondering if it might be All Might or one of the other teachers. He rose stiffly and opened the door. Midoriya scanned to his right and then to his left. He was about to conclude that no one was there when he noticed a student sitting with good posture, clearly waiting. Yaoyorozu was there. She spoke to him gently to point out that he did not seem to be moving very well, and he found himself caught in the intensity of her onyx eyes. She created a walking stick with her quirk and offered it to him. Midoriya accepted with an awkward thank you. Yaoyorozu tried to ease the tension by asking a light question about his favorite ice cream. They began walking side by side, but Midoriya suddenly froze, his breath catching. Yaoyorozu called his name and, worried, grabbed his shoulders to shake him out of the stunned state. Her touch and urgency brought his gaze back to hers. His face was full of worry. He apologized in a small, quiet voice. Yaoyorozu could tell something had triggered him and took a step back to give him space. The small device on his wrist was beeping, and the sound had been growing more insistent. Yaoyorozu guided him to some nearby chairs until he had calmed. Midoriya apologized again in a whisper, and Yaoyorozu reassured him that he did not have to apologize. She admitted that she was not very practiced at talking with boys and felt self-conscious about her own social awkwardness. She had grown up surrounded by girls and had not had the kinds of first crushes, holding hands, kisses that others might take for granted. Her admission made her feel vulnerable. Midoriya, meanwhile, struggled to answer the simple question about ice cream. He explained that he had not had anything sweet like that since the day that had changed everything for him, and Yaoyorozu realized the topic was a trigger. She asked if there were other things she should avoid mentioning. Midoriya hesitated, then said that mint had been his favorite flavor. He gave a tentative, soft smile at the memory. Yaoyorozu, without thinking, told him that a smile suited him better than the heavy expression he had worn recently. Midoriya turned away, cheeks flushing, unused to this kind of attention. The bracelet on Midoriya's wrist continued to beep intermittently. Yaoyorozu noticed it and asked if he was all right, which only made his blush deepen. She touched her own lip, surprised to find herself suddenly embarrassed as well. They fell into a shy silence, both unsettled by the unfamiliar closeness. Yaoyorozu then answered her own earlier question. Her favorite flavor was cookie dough. Midoriya reflected that Yaoyorozu's approach was different from the others. Even Hagakure and his classmates had not been able to get so close to him, emotionally. All Might was a comforting presence but had duties that kept him occupied. This conversation with Yaoyorozu was the most social interaction Midoriya had recently enjoyed. When Yaoyorozu turned the conversation toward deeper motives and asked what had driven him to become a hero, Midoriya gathered himself and spoke about his childhood dream of being like All Might, creating a world where he could be number one and save everyone with a smile. The memory made his voice waver. He went on to say that now he wanted to prove to people that he was not the murderer they feared he might be. He wanted to show that he was not defined by his quirk, even if it meant sacrificing himself to do so. His expression was sad but resolute. Yaoyorozu's mouth opened slightly as she searched for the words to respond. When she finally spoke of her own reasons for wanting to be a hero, Yaoyorozu admitted, with a flushed face, that she had wanted to be cool and to become someone her parents could look up to. She hid her face in her hands for a moment, shy and embarrassed by how plainly she had confessed her insecurity. Then she suddenly looked up and let out a small cry of surprise, breaking the tense, earnest atmosphere. Yaoyorozu told him not to laugh, but Midoriya began to laugh, the first time since he had joined Class 1A and UA in general. He laughed with one of his classmates and then murmured that she was mean, calling her an idiot. He stopped laughing and covered his mouth with his right hand. His bracelet beeped softly. Yaoyorozu recovered from her embarrassment and allowed herself to be a little petty. She had not been able to act like this with anyone else, and it felt refreshing. Midoriya thanked her. Once they calmed down, Midoriya spoke seriously and said this was the first time he had enjoyed such a normal conversation with someone his age. He chuckled. Yaoyorozu replied that she felt the same, that people usually only saw her as the dependable class president who had to do everything. She stood up, and as the sun set through the window, its light picked out the edges of her ponytail, a sight that took Midoriya's breath away for a moment. Yaoyorozu said that being able to talk to someone as an equal was really fun. Midoriya smiled and stood to match her height. He said he hoped the summer would be one to remember, and she nodded in agreement. When Midoriya tried to move, he realized his sore, stiff muscles had fallen asleep and he began to fall. Yaoyorozu steadied him and he nearly stumbled, but she supported him. They shared an awkward, quiet moment before stepping apart. His bracelet beeped again, and a voice in the back of his head uttered 7 years, which made him step back and turn away, apologizing softly as the bracelet continued to beep. Yaoyorozu looked down at her feet and quickly reassured him that she was just glad he had not fallen. She smiled awkwardly and remarked that the summer seemed to be off to a memorable start. Unseen by the two of them, Hagakure had heard and seen everything. She had been searching for Midoriya with the intention of talking to him, carrying an apple and a knife she had brought to help him eat since they had agreed not to include him at dinner. She had been too late. By the time she arrived, he was already talking with Yaoyorozu. The smile she had carried while looking for him faded as she listened to their conversation. When she heard Yaoyorozu say this was the first time she had had such an enjoyable conversation with someone her age, Hagakure felt a painful question rise in her throat about what that meant for her. Realization settled on her. Even if it was only a crush, she felt for him something she did not feel for others. Her heart ached as she turned and walked away. Back at the dorm, a few classmates tried to reach out to Hagakure, but she walked past them directly to her room. Mina and Jairu paused the movie they had been watching in the common room when they noticed the movement. Jairu heard muffled crying and froze, unsure whether to intervene. Mina, intrigued by drama, wanted to go see, but Jairu felt bad and decided they should give Hagakure space. Jairu spoke firmly enough that Mina relented, and they sat back down to continue the movie. Later, Mina yawned and said it was time for bed. As she reached to turn off the light, the dorm room door opened and Yaoyorozu entered, followed by Midoriya. Mina tilted her head and asked why they had been out so late. Yaoyorozu explained that she had been helping Midoriya at Aizawa's request and indicated the cane she had created to help support his weight. When Mina asked why she had not simply made it and left, Yaoyorozu replied that Midoriya had asked them to handle some paperwork and that, despite appearances, he was the vice president. Mina questioned whether Midoriya intended to join the group's plans for summer camp, directing the question at him. Midoriya hesitated and considered that the camp was in a public area with security, which made him feel safer about attending. He remained thoughtful and silent for a moment as the others waited. Midoriya offered only a hesitant agreement, and that was enough. Jairu announced she was heading to bed and left for the elevator with her hands in her pockets. Midoriya looked away, uncomfortable at how he had made Jairu feel. Mina decided not to worry. Seeing him there next to Yaoyorozu and remembering how he had been all week, she felt different than when they had first joined Class 1. Mina thought that this was what happened when you got to know people in person. Mina said she was going too and wished them good night, and Midoriya gave a small, confused wave in response. Yaoyorozu chuckled softly and commented that the evening had gone better than expected, then offered to make food. She moved to the fridge despite the late hour. Midoriya accepted, and they prepared 2 plates from the leftovers. Yaoyorozu began heating yakisoba and noted it was an interesting choice for the season. Midoriya tapped his finger as he waited. Yaoyorozu asked if he was all right, since he seemed lost in thought. Midoriya admitted that the day had been full of firsts and that he did not know how to feel. First time enjoying himself with someone, first time someone had shown open dislike toward him, and the first time in a long while that someone had said goodnight to him. His bracelet beeped again. He said it felt nice to have someone to talk to, because adults often could not understand his feelings and seemed to view things differently. Yaoyorozu listened as she placed the plate in front of him. Midoriya reflected on how people around him, the detective, All Might, Aizawa, and Midnight, seemed to expect things from him because of how things had always been, without considering what he had done or what his quirk had done. Yaoyorozu acknowledged that his situation was difficult but believed that with time things would change. Admitted it had taken her time to see it, but over the first year of school she had come to recognize his true character. She smiled and said that many classmates should slowly realize he was not a villain, though some might always hold a grudge against him for past events rather than as a person. Midoriya lowered his gaze to his food and stared at it. He confessed that he was afraid of being alone for the rest of his life, however brief that life might be. Yaoyorozu asked what he planned to do with the time he had left. Midoriya took a bite and said he intended to save as many people as he could, perhaps after that, he might be able to relax. Yaoyorozu wanted to say more but hesitated, not wanting her fears confirmed. Midoriya began to speak and then trailed off, prompting Yaoyorozu to encourage him to continue. He looked at her with such seriousness that she felt entranced and nervous. He started tapping his finger again and seemed about to ask something, but then he stopped, moved his plate to the sink, and excused himself. He thanked her for the day and reminded her that they had a mall trip the next day before disappearing down the hall, rubbing the back of his neck. Yaoyorozu remained at the table, wondering what he had meant to ask. Alone in his room, Midoriya closed the door and tried to push away the thought. His mood darkened as the voices in his head returned, warning him that if he let someone care about him, he would only end up leaving them behind to die alone. He sat on his bed and admitted to himself that he still wanted a friend. Despite being prepared to be a sacrifice, he had found someone who had made him smile and who had brought a new desire for something other than death. He thought that it was not fair. Chapter 20. The Line Between You and Me. Third-person POV, Midoriya. After the exams and everything else had ended, Midoriya sat upright in bed with the morning sun on his face. His body still ached, he was not fully healed yet. He had finally slept decently for the first time in about 2 weeks, but the dream that had plagued him had not returned. Instead he had slept in a dark, dreamless way. After changing, his eyes lingered on the mirror. Dark bags under his eyes and the familiar crack in the glass stared back at him. He looked away and clenched his fist, telling himself that maybe it would not hurt. He wanted to pretend to belong with the class, even if only a little. He cleaned up, dressed, put on his shoes and the bracelet he always wore. Downstairs everyone was already grouped and getting ready to leave. Yaoyorozu noticed his arrival and asked whether he intended to come. Midoriya replied that he would stay behind. There were a few things he needed. The others looked uneasy at his answer. Ida then led the group toward the station. When they reached the area near the shops, Midoriya pulled his hood up and put on his mask, separating himself from the others so he would not have to linger. He heard his name called but did not stop. He kept moving and slipped into one of the outlets to look for medical supplies. He needed gauze pads and wrist wraps and worried that this small errand was not what a hero would do. He bent to pick up a pack of gauze when a sharp, overwhelming sensation from his danger sense froze him. He slowly stood and walked out of the store. Staying inside felt like it would only make things worse. As the pounding in his head eased a little, he looked around, taking in his surroundings. The sudden silence of his danger sense confused him. An arm then came around his shoulder and a familiar figure spoke, introducing himself and suggesting a conversation. Immediately a wave of intense pain hit Midoriya's head. He realized the man was holding 3 fingers lightly against his neck. The man Shigaraki sat with him on a nearby bench and began speaking in a steady, bitter tone. Shigaraki explained that he had been ready to attack in the store but had realized Midoriya had left on his own, as if he had sensed something was wrong. He said this had been convenient, because it meant he did not have to make a scene. Shigaraki admitted he had thought he could have killed many people before anyone stopped him. Shigaraki went on to say he disliked how the attention fell on others like Stain, because that attention linked them together in the public eye. He expressed annoyance that the public had, at different times, elevated or demonized him and his kind. He tightened his grip on Midoriya's shoulder but did not hurt him. Midoriya felt powerless to struggle. Part of him that had been through dark places could not summon force against Shigaraki. Shigaraki told Midoriya that when people discovered certain truths, their attitudes shifted again, and that made him ponder the difference between villains and heroes. He asked Midoriya what he thought, since Midoriya had been in the limelight as a hero. Midoriya hesitated but understood the answer. It was the way the majority of people looked at you. Shigaraki acknowledged this and loosened his hold. Shigaraki admitted he had not wanted the conversation to calm him. He had expected it to inflame him. Still, he believed Midoriya was someone who might understand him more than most. He said he would take his leave but warned that when he met Midoriya again he would aim to destroy the heroes people loved. Midoriya stayed seated, then stood and called after him. Shigaraki replied that there was no hope in the world. For a moment Midoriya thought he saw a smile, but it vanished as Shigaraki disappeared into the crowd, seemingly teleporting away. Sinking back down on the bench, Midoriya realized his head had not been pounding since that exchange. Except for the initial warning, his danger sense had not alerted him during their conversation. He wondered whether Shigaraki had ever intended to kill him. It baffled him. He knew Shigaraki had once considered recruiting him at the USJ, but Midoriya had destroyed a Numu there, which should have made recruitment unlikely. It made sense that Shigaraki would not want Midoriya dead because others like the doctor might want him alive for different reasons. Shigaraki had asked a question he had not thought about in a long time, and Midoriya had given the answer Shigaraki expected. The villain believed there was no hope in the world, and that a broken soul could not be mended. While Shigaraki returned to prepare for whatever came next, Midoriya sat unaware of the students watching him. Uraraka, Ida, Kirishima, Bakugo, Kaminari, and Shiro were staring. Midoriya sat with his face in his hands, trying to process what had happened. The group watched him finally rise and walk back into the medical store in a dazed way. He returned with gauze pads, wrist wraps, and a small knife. He then sat back down and breathed heavily. Kirishima asked if he was okay, and the others shared concerned looks as Midoriya gathered himself and prepared to face the rest of the day. Bakugo glared, but he understood what the others were feeling. Ida was about to step forward when they all saw something that shocked them. Midoriya raised his sleeve and made a small cut on his wrist, and his breathing immediately steadied. Kaminari and Shiro exchanged troubled looks. Ida's eyes widened. Uraraka covered her mouth. Bakugo flinched, and Kirishima froze. Midoriya applied a pad, wrapped his wrist, stood up, and headed for the exit. He seemed finished with the day. Unable to cope with everything that had happened and everything he feared would come, he went to the one place that gave him solace. The other 6 were stunned and struggled to process what they'd witnessed. Ida insisted that the school had to be informed immediately and looked to his classmates for confirmation. The others stammered and hesitated. None had ever seen something like that in front of them. Kaminari wondered aloud what could drive someone to such an act. They all turned to Bakugo, and he muttered that desperate circumstances could push people to terrible things. He hated to think about how much his own and his mother's mental health had deteriorated over the last decade. Bitten lip tense, he turned away and walked back toward the meeting point. Uraraka asked what he was doing. Bakugo replied that he was ignoring him, just like always, but he could not hide the uncertainty on his face. The remaining 5 followed quietly. The mood had been ruined, and the trip to the mall no longer felt enjoyable. Uraraka, who had been the most resentful, had been shaken as well. None of them deserved to be pushed that far. Slowly, they began to realize they had been part of why Midoriya had reached this point, though such lessons rarely sink in until the consequences are visible. About an hour later, everyone gathered and prepared to get food when Yaoyorozu looked around and asked what had happened to Midoriya. The students who had not witnessed the incident searched the area. Mina suggested. He might have gone home early after being invited. Jairu agreed that he must be gone, since they could not find him. Yaoyorozu wanted to speak up but chose to stay quiet. The 6 who had seen what happened remained silent. If they were going to tell anyone, it would not be the rest of the students. They were not heartless enough to spread it. The rest of the day at UA passed without notable incident. A single call informed the teachers that Midoriya would be visiting his mother's grave and would return before 8 in the evening. When he arrived at the grave, he fell to his knees and gently brushed away the dust that had collected. He did not speak. After cleaning the stone, he simply sat there, staring at it in a dazed way. An hour passed, then 2, then 3. At last he decided to leave. He apologized quietly to the grave as he walked away. His thoughts raced. He imagined what might happen if he surrendered, or if he fought back at a world that had taken so much from him. For a time he considered using these years to finally pursue his own desires. Seeing Shigaraki had stirred painful, fragmented memories. He recalled crying at a doctor's office and saying it hurt, though he could not remember the details. His mind was a tangle of emotions that would not be sorted anytime soon. He returned to UA around 7:50 p.m., having taken the long way back and passing scenes of lives he had been denied, students heading to karaoke, arcades, and cafes. For a fleeting moment he imagined going to the arcade with Bakugo, but he scolded himself that he did not deserve such fantasies. A thought crossed his mind about giving OFA away to escape it all, then another question arose. He wondered whether he wanted to live. As before, he had no answer. He went to his room and, for the next few days leading up to the summer camp trip, kept to himself, attending only the required therapy sessions. On the bus the day of the summer camp trip, Midoriya sat alone at the front of the bus with his head against the seat and his eyes staring into space. He spoke very little. All Might attempted to reach him but could not get through. The detective tried and failed. Hagakure, Midnight, Aizawa, and Yaoyorozu each tried in turn, but he remained shut off from everyone. He moved through the motions because he felt he had to, caught in a numbness that came from too much thinking and too little connection. He told himself that staying quiet and only speaking when necessary would somehow make things easier for others. Ida had mentioned the mall incident to Midnight. Midnight had taken in the information with a small nod and thanked him, though she already knew and could not say so. During therapy sessions, Midoriya had closed down and only responded with yes or no, and their sessions had foundered. Midnight realized they might have reached a breaking point in the boy's life, and no one yet knew how to help him. The bus driver announced that they had arrived, and everyone disembarked. To stretch their legs. The class recognized the wild pussycats nearby and grew excited. Kaminari, realizing something unusual, understood that this was not a bathroom break and began to run for the bus, several others following. Pixie Bob smiled and said something reassuring about the camp directions and then used her quirk to shift the ground, sending some students down a safe slope toward the camp. When she turned, she noticed Midoriya had not moved. Pixie Bob, who was older and thinking about settling down soon, stepped closer and asked how he had managed to stay on the safe ground. Midoriya looked at the earth, pressed his hand to it, and liquefied a small patch beneath him. The teachers exchanged puzzled looks as he walked to the cliff edge and launched himself off, displacing part of the cliff with the force of his motion. Pixie Bob cried out in surprise while the other 3 pussycats took a step back. Aizawa's eyes widened. Aizawa thought that the power Midoriya had displayed was far greater than anything he had seen from the boy before. He had fought against All Might and shown strength, but he had never used such force to affect the environment so dramatically. From training, endurance, and the harsh experiences he had endured, Midoriya's body was currently capable of using around 55% of one for all without immediate strain. Midoriya bounced through the forest, using trees to propel himself. He arrived at a clearing where classmates were engaged with enemies made of compacted earth. He launched through the first earth creature, struck the second with a precise kick, and then dove at a third, breaking it apart in a swift, powerful motion. He landed and gave his classmates a long look before heading toward the camp. He had not worked directly with them in the skirmish, but his intervention had helped clear the way. The howls of the earth constructs faded, and the forest settled as though recognizing a greater force had passed through. When the group reached the camp, the instructors greeted them and praised their efforts given the circumstances. An instructor noted that the students would usually have arrived by dinner but had gained an early arrival because someone had cleared the path for them. The students were directed to get settled. Everyone moved wearily to their assigned sleeping areas. Kaminari flopped onto his futon and complained about how long the journey had taken. He winced when someone mentioned Midoriya taking out several enemies and admitted that Midoriya was incredibly strong and that it felt unfair. Some students wanted to speak up in his defense, especially Ida and Kirishima, but they remained quiet. Bakugo dropped his bag and left to clean up, his arms stinging from exertion. Others were similarly exhausted after pushing their quirks to the limit. In the girls' quarters, they set down their bags and compared aches and discomforts from the day's efforts. Uraraka felt nauseous from her quirk's side. Effects: Tsuyu noted soreness from the constant movement, and another commented on how much energy she had burned. Yaoyorozu groaned from the strain of producing material to fight the earth constructs. They shared a small laugh at their collective misery and prepared to head to the outdoor dining hall. Hagakure spoke up as they left the building and walked toward the dining area, mentioning that it was difficult not to bring certain things up. Mina chimed in with a speculative remark about Midoriya's whereabouts and actions that day. Jairu, uncomfortable with the tone, said that such speculation was unfair. Yaoyorozu, walking at the front of the group, spoke seriously and firmly. She reminded them that none of them could honestly say Midoriya did not need at least one person's help. She urged them to remember the Midoriya who had tried to reach out, who had tried to befriend Todoroki, and who had acted to save others with a smile. She asked where that person had gone and whether they wanted to stand by while he drifted away from them. The conversation quieted. Uraraka looked toward the setting sun, and the group walked the rest of the way in thoughtful silence. As they arrived at the outdoor food hall, Mina brightened at the sight of the meal preparations and eagerly moved toward the serving area, excited at the prospect of meat. The atmosphere lightened as Class 1A bantered about the camp and how exciting it would be. Mina chatted excitedly about summer camp activities and the fun they might have. Kaminari laughed and teased Mina about having to take extra classes for failing the exam, reminding Jairu that she had failed too. Jairu looked at him pitifully and Kaminari smirked, pointing out that he had failed as well, which earned him a grilling from Mina and kept the mood lively. Ragdoll laughed at the group's energy and remarked that they were the first group she had seen smiling and laughing like this. Most of the other groups simply ate and slept. Mineta asked nervously what that meant, and Kirishima spoke up to ask where someone was when they realized he wasn't present. Yaoyorozu murmured that he was not there either. Uraraka admitted confusion about her feelings toward Midoriya, reflecting on how she had started with so much hatred because he had seemed relentlessly optimistic after the events that had ruined her life. She told the group that, despite her initial anger, seeing his expression over the last few weeks and hearing the same beeps had made it impossible for her to keep hating him. Bakugo averted his eyes and rubbed his wrist, trying not to think about his past and avoid an attack, while Ida placed a hand on Uraraka's shoulder in comfort. Yaoyorozu noticed that many of them, even the previously most vocal like Jairu, were beginning to see that he was not simply a bad person. Ida advised everyone to get a good night's rest because the training ahead would be brutal. He then called Aizawa's attention to Midoriya's absence, and Aizawa explained that Midoriya had been training in the forest since he arrived. The class recoiled in surprise at this information. Mineta wondered how Midoriya could keep going, and Yaoyorozu asked what kind of training it was. Kirishima explained that Midoriya had been destroying those same stone monsters from earlier. The others tried to smile, impressed and worried that Midoriya had been pushing himself so hard, and they questioned whether he had even eaten. Hagakure reported that Midoriya had eaten a small meal and then gone immediately back to training, resting for only 10 minutes. The students exchanged concerned looks, fearing their classmate might burn himself out. In the background, a young boy observed the scene, muttered that they were acting foolish, and disappeared back into the main building. Aizawa reminded them that the hot springs were separated and that everyone should maintain proper conduct. The class nodded in agreement. Mineta, who had been enthusiastic earlier, decided to get some rest. In the forest, Pixie Bob, who had been using her quirk extensively, was panting and watching Midoriya with a mixture of admiration and worry. Midoriya moved away from a mountainside that had been left in ruins, showing signs of hard training, a fresh bandage on his right arm and a new scrape on his chin. Pixie Bob asked how he could keep going like that, concerned that a student was pushing himself so far. Midoriya answered vaguely that perhaps it was time or people driving him, then disappeared back toward the main building. Midoriya was determined not to sleep near the others. He carried an extra futon outside, placed his left hand on the ground, and focused. He activated One for All and Collapse, feeling the familiar tug in his gut indicating his power was flowing. He had been trying to master complete control over creating structures out of the earth he could manipulate. Using that ability, he made a simple shelter with a solid floor and prepared for the night. Just as he was about to fall asleep, someone knocked softly on his makeshift shelter. Yaoyorozu had come to speak with him. Midoriya rose, despite knowing he probably should not, and opened the entrance. Yaoyorozu stood there, leaning on the side of the shelter, nervous and unsure where to look. She told him she wanted to talk about how he was doing. Midoriya looked at the bandage on his arm and the scrape on his chin. Yaoyorozu found herself momentarily speechless in front of him. Chapter 21. A Man's Soliloquy. As Yaoyorozu sat in front of Midoriya, she looked around nervously and had trouble finding where to look. When she peered into his eyes, her face flushed and she felt inexplicably drawn to those emerald pools. She had recently taken a hot springs bath and was not thinking straight. Midoriya's eyes widened as a beep sounded from his bracelet. He noticed Momo Yaoyorozu enter his makeshift room, flushed and with steam still rising from her. He found himself unexpectedly nervous at her presence. He froze when her hand moved a strand of hair behind her ear, a simple motion that felt heavy to him in that moment. The bracelet beeped again. Both of them were overthinking the situation. Momo was beginning to understand the depth of her concern for him, while Midoriya struggled to understand what was happening. He had had crushes before, usually on people he barely knew, but being faced with a classmate who looked embarrassed and freshly washed made his thoughts scramble. Momo looked around the room as if judging it, and Midoriya felt guilty for not making it more comfortable. Yaoyorozu hesitated, then asked if he was all right, though she stopped short of finishing the question because she already knew he was not fine. She quietly asked him to tell her what was going on. Midoriya fell silent. He did not want to talk. Midnight, the detective, and All Might had not been able to reach him either, and he was unwilling to discuss the inevitable. Momo murmured that it had been 7 years, and Midoriya looked up at her, surprised by the sadness in her expression. The moonlight outlined her silhouette, and he could see tears gathering in her eyes. Yaoyorozu leaned against the doorway, her hair draped over one shoulder, the other side tucked back, giving her a composed, mature look. She wondered aloud how much he had been suffering on his own. She recalled the changes she had noticed in him since before the mall incident and how he had grown distant. She told him she had thought they were friends and that she had been worried. Midoriya felt his words stick in his throat as her voice mixed a gentle smile with sadness. He lowered his gaze and struggled to speak. Yaoyorozu said she wanted to get to know him better and to go places with him, to have him get to know her. Midoriya could not follow her quickly shifting thoughts at first, but he realized she was offering him her support and asking him to lean on her. Momo listed small signs she had noticed, the way he flinched at light, the dark circles under his eyes. She spoke about the pain he had endured, beatings, slander, and harsh comparisons, and questioned why he should shoulder all of that alone when people like All Might and Aizawa wanted to help. The tension in her voice broke, and tears she had been holding back began to fall. She closed the distance between them and gently brushed her finger over the scar on his chin. Midoriya, somewhat shorter than she was, found his breath catch. Yaoyorozu said that he did not have to push himself so hard and urged him to take his time, to tell her slowly because she would listen and would not judge him. Midoriya finally stepped back and admitted that he could not explain, that everything was overwhelming. He told her he was struggling to find the words. Yaoyorozu smiled softly and encouraged him to speak when he was ready, promising to be there for him. Despite her reassurance, Midoriya heard the inner voices that had tormented him. For so long, he felt the weight of the thoughts that told him he had only a few years left to live and that by continuing he would only cause others pain. Those fears had kept him from opening up, compounded by the recurring nightmares and the knowledge that his body was fragile under the strain of his power. He thought it had been a mistake to take that power. Midoriya thought that he could get something amazing like All Might's power with no repercussions. He fell silent for a long time, and Yaoyorozu remained patient, not speaking. Midoriya admitted that he did not know what to do. He looked into her eyes and confessed that he did not want to say the whole world was against him, and that Yaoyorozu was proof that this was not true. His bracelet began to beep, and he felt a searing pain behind his eyes. Tears finally broke through as the beeping grew louder. Midoriya explained that he could not sleep, could not think, and felt as if he were being torn apart. He began to cry, and Yaoyorozu moved to embrace him. She held him while he clung to the back of her shirt, releasing years of sorrow. He admitted that he had been harming himself because it made everything go away, and that he did not want to keep living like that or be the reason others could not enjoy themselves, or the reason people lost faith in heroes and you. Yaoyorozu told him that she was right there and that she had wanted to get to know him better before and still did now. She said that even if he did not want her in his life, she wanted to be in his life. A faint blush colored her cheeks as she looked directly into his emerald eyes, and she felt a strong, tender urge to comfort him. Yaoyorozu found herself unexpectedly drawn to him, more than to the idealized, princely type she had imagined she might fall for. She admired his work ethic and noticed small, careful habits that others overlooked. How he kept working out even in class, how he took notes about classmates despite their indifference, and how he memorized people's routines so he would not disrupt their days. These actions showed that, even while suffering, he was thinking of others and trying not to burden them. At the same time, he kept his distance to avoid getting close enough for anyone to mourn him if he died in 7 years. He had wanted to fade into the background so no one would be hurt by his loss. Aizawa, who had been nearby and tired as always, had intended to scold them both for being awake, especially Yaoyorozu. When he heard the mention of 7 years, he stopped and listened instead. He thought of how Midnight would not share details she was bound by her oath and how the principal had always said that she was not at liberty to provide specifics, only that the situation was worse than imagined. Aizawa found himself captivated and concerned. Yaoyorozu's voice had grown raw with emotion as she questioned why Midoriya was taking such pain on alone. Aizawa realized he had never heard her speak this way before. Her voice trembled and she seemed on the verge of tears. He reviewed the capture tape in his hands and noticed a new mark on Midoriya. Hearing Midoriya confess that he had been harming himself and fearing that he was the cause of others' unhappiness made Aizawa's body tense. The possibility that Midoriya was suffering so deeply struck him. Aizawa reflected on his own past. He had been criticized and ridiculed for his quirk and had become hardened, so he had not recognized how much Midoriya had been hiding by simply pushing through. Midoriya apologized quietly, saying that he had not wanted to get close to anyone. He admitted that at first he had wanted to be friends with everyone, but was repeatedly hurt. He said he should have understood that great power also carried a great burden. Then, with a hitch in his breath, he revealed the thing that chilled Aizawa. He believed he had only about 7 years to live, and he did not want anyone to feel sad when he died. Aizawa could not see Midoriya's face at that moment, but he imagined the same kind of smile the boy had shown when thinking of a dear, now-dead friend. On a hill in the dense forest, his hand rose to his face involuntarily, and he walked away from the makeshift hut. He did not know how he would approach the boy at this time. He told himself that at least the boy had opened up to her. The examiner congratulated those who had passed and informed those who had not that they had failed to make the most of their exams and would not enjoy the summer camp as planned. The students who had failed looked down, dejected. Bakugo could not meet anyone's eyes, the fresh bandages on his face showing how close he had come to failing. Midoriya was the worst off, his eyes glazed and his arm in a cast. He remembered Recovery Girl scolding him, having been upset that All Might had failed to hold back during the exercise. Midoriya kept apologizing while Recovery Girl berated him for forcing a student with severe trauma to relive a combat scenario. Midoriya seemed frightened of his elders in that moment, though he still tried to show respect. Aizawa scanned the group, smirking as he clarified the announcement. He told the dejected students that those who had failed could still attend the summer camp. In fact, they might need it most, since the camp was designed to help build their quirks. The failed students began to cheer until Aizawa warned them that the camp would be brutal. Midoriya leaned against the wall at the back of the group, struggling to breathe. Recovery Girl could only heal him so much before he needed to rest and recover his stamina. His eyes were heavy as he listened to the instructors review the exam footage. Footage from the match with All Might drew Midoriya's attention. He watched himself and Bakugo during that battle, remembering Bakugo's harsh words and the way they had pushed him. Aizawa cautioned that it was unwise to call someone a tool, even if the label had motivated a teammate. The teachers reviewed the recordings until they reached the moment All Might had been pushed too far. All Might remained on his knees, apologetic, as Aizawa expressed frustration. Nizu asked for the footage to be reversed and zoomed in on All Might's hand, noting something unexpected. As they rewound, it became clear that Midoriya's strike had overwhelmed All Might. All Might murmured that he had been surprised and overpowered, and Ida voiced confusion about what had been lost. The teachers realized there had been no visible restrictions on All Might, and to them the implication was staggering. Midoriya sat up straighter, mouth slightly open, eyes wide with disbelief as the others absorbed the revelation. Midoriya had managed to overpower All Might in that moment. Hagakure expressed amazement quietly. Everyone's communication bracelets chirped at once, but the signal meant little to the crowd caught up in the footage. Inside, Midoriya felt a deep sadness. The victory confirmed a future he could not escape, a path that seemed fixed and likely to end in tragedy. Later that evening, the villains gathered to plan. A member asked for confirmation that their target was the student who had fought at the sports festival. Toga, fidgeting with a small knife, spoke with unsettling enthusiasm about the way he had looked after being hurt, fascinated by his appearance in that moment. A masked man reminded her that Shigaraki had insisted the target be taken alive for now, and that if necessary she should rough him up rather than kill him. The masked man assigned roles. Dabi was to use fire to create chaos, Moonfish to sow confusion, and Muscular to engage aggressively. Toga excitedly imagined confronting the student but was told to bring back evidence of the encounter. A hooded figure removed his mask and grinned, eager for a challenging fight. Other members Spinner, Mustard, Twice, and Magna were placed on standby to respond wherever Midoriya or support might appear. The plan was to move that night and to set up escape routes beyond the usual radius the heroes patrolled. The villains dispersed to prepare, mapping approaches and exits. Muscular, more interested in the confrontation than the logistics, paced at the prospect of a fierce battle. Early the next morning, the training ground awaited. Class B had arrived later on a normal bus and had not been forced into action like the first class. They had planned to train their quirks, but they were unprepared for the harsh exercises unfolding before them. Bakugo pushed his limits with maximal explosions after exposing his hands to intense heat. Todoroki worked to balance ice and fire to regulate the water around him. Kirishima endured prodding from one of the wild pussycats. The most striking sight, however, was the cage built for Midoriya, where he faced wave after wave of earth monsters. As soon as one creature fell, another rose. Rather than slow, Midoriya seemed to accelerate. He dismantled each opponent and anticipated where the next would appear. When he finally slammed his fist into the ground, the earth cracked and trembled so violently that a shockwave cleared the immediate area. Pixie Bob complained that it was unfair and wondered aloud why Midoriya's control was stronger than hers, half joking about her age. Midoriya fitted his bracelet and continued to breathe heavily. He looked exhausted, even the students of Class B could tell. The unanimous thought among them was that this was a different kind of hell. Midoriya suddenly stumbled. Pixie Bob hurried to his side, but Midoriya motioned her away. He had been experiencing these intense attacks all day. Since finishing his conversation with Yaoyorozu, he had felt as if his head might split open. His danger sense was flaring in an unusual, unsettling way far different from the familiar wary feeling he sometimes received from others. He sat down, breathing hard, and it was obvious something was wrong. Though he showed no visible strain, he was clearly suffering. Aizawa watched from a distance, uncharacteristically drawn in. He admitted to Mandalay that he knew he should not be so obvious with his concern, but he could not help staring. Comforting others was not something he was good at. It was part of why he had become an underground hero and kept a distance. Even so, he wished he knew what to say to Midoriya. Aizawa felt guilty about the aftermath of the murder case and the way things had ruptured between him and his student. He had not been able to regain Midoriya's trust, and though some absences had been due to emergencies, the guilt of being part of the cause weighed on him. He had been trying to find ways to help his student, and now he felt pressed for time. He wondered whether Midoriya was sick or what else could explain the sudden, overwhelming symptoms. Rumors and second-hand impressions circled in his head, but fatigue clouded his thinking. Eventually the training session ended. Class B was exhausted but given a short rest before the evening test of courage, a class versus class exercise. Those who had failed the exam were to attend extra cram sessions. Mina begged to be released from Aizawa's capture tape, protesting that she was too young for the intensity of it. Kaminari likewise protested as he was dragged along. The others who had failed followed quietly. Mandalay produced a box of labeled papers and explained that each paper had a number and students would be partnered with whoever had the same number. Class A paired up quickly, and the students realized that some who had failed would be left without partners. They agreed to leave the remaining pairings to chance. Midoriya, who held the number 3, looked around and met Uraraka's eyes. She, too, clutched a 3 and looked ill at ease. When everyone had grouped, Tsuyu was left without a partner. Midoriya raised his hand and suggested switching numbers so that Tsuyu would not be alone, indicating how tired he was. Mandalay agreed, and Uraraka watched in confusion as Tsuyu joined her side. Mandalay then announced that they would begin. Deep in the forest, Class B prepared to move out. Several students wondered why it was so quiet and whether the first group had begun. A sour smell soon invaded their nostrils, and they asked what it was. In moments, the forest caught fire, flames leaping up and pushing through the trees. The students reacted in panic as fires spread like a fast-moving wall, filling the air with smoke and confusion. Screams echoed through the trees as the situation quickly became the start of a catastrophe for the generation. Chapter 22: The Hero's Defeat. Midoriya had been waiting for his turn to enter the forest when the strongest warning from his danger sense hit him. All day the sense had been nagging at him. Now it felt like a blow to his head. He fell to the ground, panting and clutching his chest. Yaoyorozu and Ida rushed to check on him. Midoriya stood, turned toward the source of the alarm, and yelled that villains were present and that Mandalay needed to be warned. He grit his teeth and resolved to deal with a specific threat to the side, then tore off his bracelet and sped away in the opposite direction. The rest of the class watched in confusion at his sudden movement, trying to understand his warning as blue flames erupted and began to spread through the forest. Mandalay tried to reach her partner Ragdoll over the radio and received only silence. Panic began to take hold among the students. Tiger nodded and started leading them back toward the main house. At the main house, Blood Vlad grunted while overseeing the remedial students. Aizawa stepped outside and noticed the eerie blue hue on the horizon. He felt the hair on the back of his neck rise and called for Vlad to prepare as he moved to confront the new threat. In the forest, Toga moved from place to place, searching her list. She had little time and needed 3 people before her team found Midoriya. She spotted an invisible pair of clothing and shoes beside a tall woman with onyx hair. The sight confused her, but her instincts told her this was what she had been looking for. On a mountainside path, Koda backed away in fear as a hulking figure approached wearing a distinctive mask and offering to swap it. The man made it clear he was looking for a specific boy and that Koda could stay alive by revealing his location. Koda, uninterested in the heroes in training and terrified, pointed in the direction of Midoriya. Muscular smiled, accepted the information, and leaped away toward the location Koda had indicated. A short neutral moment followed as events converged toward the threats unfolding nearby. Twice complained that they had to sit around doing almost nothing, sounding relieved to be off the front lines as he fussed about how his double had been sent instead of him. Kurojairi reassured everyone that they would find their target soon and that he would teleport the team to Midoriya, then instructed Twice to create copies of Muscular if possible, saying 2 would be perfect. Twice agreed with a groan and fiddled with his measuring tape, wondering if producing 3 Musculars in total would really be necessary. As time passed and the distant fire grew, Kurojairi noticed the large section of trees that had been blown apart and announced that they might have found their subject. Muscular's voice crackled over the radio, excitedly reporting that he had located Midoriya and asking if he could finish him off. Kurojairi replied that they were on their way, then opened portals for the rest of the league. Everyone responded and moved through the portals, everyone except for Toga. Kurojairi checked in with her over the radio. She said she would join in a little while, claiming she was having a small conversation with 2 friends. Kurojairi warned her to be careful, reminding her that they were still high-value targets, and then the line went quiet. When the league stepped out where Kurojairi had opened the portal, they were met by a startling scene. Midoriya had launched Muscular past the group, sending the villain crashing into a mountainside. Spinner reacted with shock at the sight of Midoriya, whose eyes were mostly hidden by his hair while the ground around him shook under the force he generated. Twice, unusually silent, muttered that they had expected to be fighting a kid, not a monster, and someone noted that Midoriya was the same one who had taken down the Numu at US. Kurogiri began to order the attack, but before he could finish, Midoriya flashed forward and delivered a powered jab that sent Kurogiri's metallic form tumbling. Several members of the League Magna, Spinner, Dabi, Mustard, Twice, and Mr. Compress turned just in time to see the impact. Mr. Compress tried to retaliate by launching marbles filled with rubble, but Midoriya brushed them aside without trouble. Dabi unleashed a wall of flames, only to be met by a sudden wall of earth that blocked the attack. Midoriya reached out toward Dabi with an intense glare, and Dabi, sensing the immediate danger, felt the moment grow critical. Before Midoriya's hand could strike, a powerful fist intervened and sent Midoriya crashing into a tree. Midoriya staggered, coughed, and slowly forced himself back to his feet. At that moment, 3 versions of Muscular appeared, Twice copies cheering that they were 3 of him. The clones beefed up and charged, and the air filled with trembling tremors as the fight exploded into motion. Twice shouted in alarm as the seismic activity threw him off balance. Midoriya narrowly dodged the first Muscular's attack and was grazed by the second, sustaining a minor cut on his cheek. Spinner shouted that they seemed to be going for a kill, and Midoriya realized he had been caught off guard at first, but he would not be so easily overwhelmed now. Midoriya turned and activated One for All at roughly 50%, his body whining under the frame. He ripped a tree trunk free from the ground and used it to smash into the third Muscular, breaking the clone's jaw. The clone collapsed and then dissolved into a swirl of dark particles, dispersing into the air in a dramatic, non-graphic display. Only 2 clones remained. Spinner drew a massive blade formed from an array of swords, and the 2 Musculars moved in together. Midoriya slammed his foot into the ground and channeled more power into One for All. The impact sent a burst of force into the earth that launched several jagged spikes upward. One struck the left Muscular hard, and the clone disintegrated into the same dark mist as the previous one, vanishing from the battlefield. Mr. Compress winced at the sight, and Dabi quietly slipped back into the trees to reposition. The remaining Muscular was more cautious now, but Midoriya was breathing hard. His body had been pushed to its limits. He felt the edges of his awareness blur and realized that fatigue was beginning to shut him down. He forced himself to focus and told himself to hold on just a little longer. Back in the camp, the Dabi clone smiled at Aizawa and threatened that he would extract information and would not hesitate to break bones. Aizawa neutralized the clone's quirk and subdued him, leaving him immobilized. The clone boasted that his task was already done and taunted Aizawa about how useless they would seem when others were gone or missing, then dissolved into a viscous form and vanished, leaving Aizawa stunned. Aizawa clicked his tongue and ran through the forest toward the flames that clawed at the sky. He called to Mandalay, who was amid a fight with an army of clones. Mandalay was bewildered and kept dodging a Spinner clone's slashing attacks. Aizawa incapacitated that clone as well and tried to get a read on the situation, the scene reminding him of the USJ incident earlier in the year where bad things had unfolded repeatedly. Aizawa demanded to know where Midoriya was. Mandalay looked guilty and said that she did not know, that Midoriya had gone to look for Kuda. Gritting his teeth, Aizawa forced aside his worry about Midoriya and pressed on to do his part in the battle. In the forest, gas spread among the trees and people coughed and panicked. Tetsu from Class 1B kept his voice steady and urged everyone not to let themselves be separated, insisting this was not part of the trial. Fear, however, drove the crowd, and his command struggled to hold the group together. He clenched his fist as anxiety rose in his chest. He began to hand out protection and almost lost his composure until Momo Yaoyorozu appeared, moving efficiently through the crowd, creating and distributing masks despite visible strain. When their eyes met for a moment, Tetsu felt tense and strangely inspired by Momo's unwavering resolve. He forced a self-deprecating smile, put on a mask, and activated his quirk, deciding there was only one thing he could do. He ran straight into the smoke, ignoring the cries behind him. Guilt from past events when 2 students had been expelled and Class 1B's reputation had suffered drove him on. He wanted to fix things and prove he could be a hero. As he charged, he was struck and thrown back by a shot that knocked him off his feet, pain flaring as he fell. A mustard clone watched from cover and taunted the injured student, amused that someone would come so far for a fight and pleased to have a gun even as a clone. The clone mocked Tetsu for calling himself a UA student and for how little he could do, firing repeatedly from the thickest parts of the gas. One shot hit and damaged Tetsu's mask, and the clone continued to jeer as Tetsu struggled to hold his breath. The mustard clone circled the kneeling boy, confident and cruel, claiming he would make at least one casualty. He aimed carefully, waiting for the moment Tetsu's quirk wore off. When the chance came, the clone fired. Tetsu gave a final smile as consciousness began to slip, then fell. With Kuda, events continued to unfold elsewhere. At this point, the clones were taken out one by the students. If the real villains had appeared, defeating them would have been far more difficult. The fact that almost all of them were clones aside from Toga allowed the students to concentrate enough force on each duplicate for them to vanish. Bakugo and Todoroki managed to take out Moonfish's clone. Half of Class B escaped back to the campground, while the other half began to collapse despite receiving the masks. The aid had arrived too slowly and they lost consciousness. Momo appeared and, clicking her tongue, regretted that being held up earlier had prevented her from saving more classmates. Toga had caught them off guard. With Yaoyorozu forming shields and Hagakure acting as an unpredictable blind spot, the fight had become a tense stalemate. Toga slipped into blind spots that the others could not account for, and Hagakure's invisibility continued to confuse most of them. They traded attack and counter repeatedly, neither side able to gain a decisive edge. Yaoyorozu tried to use a flash device and failed. The instant she activated it, Toga had already moved into a blind spot and aimed a concealed needle in a downward strike. Toga considered victory within reach, but Toru tackled her from the air and tried to restrain her. Toga protested fiercely, making frantic remarks that recalled the earlier USJ incident and revealing how unsteady she was. Yaoyorozu froze as a strand of hair slipped before her eyes. She judged Toga unstable and felt a confusing, hot pang in her chest at the sight of the villain's obsessive expression. The sensation surprised her. She could not yet name what it meant. Toga announced that her time was up, laughed, and slipped back into the foliage, disappearing through a portal. Back in the present timeline, Yaoyorozu walked toward the receding gas to where a puddle of dirty liquid had pooled beside an unconscious Tetsu. She felt relieved that his shouting about being a clone had spared him from greater harm. Although she disliked being destructive, she had acted to save a fellow student who risked himself in the fight. She had broken one of her principles to do so. Using thermal goggles to see through smoke, she had improvised a cannon and fired a live round to disrupt a clone and protect a student. She reasoned that detection through a smoke screen was useless if the enemy could still observe the outside. If she had not known he was a clone, she might have hesitated, and she believed he would have done the same to protect others. She called to some of the still conscious members of Class 1B to help carry Tetsu as she tried to steady the fatigue and headache that followed from producing so many masks, shields, and the cannon. Another student reassured her that he was likely safe, but that student soon passed out as well, and the group cried out in alarm. Yaoyorozu later blamed herself for feeling powerless and wept over emotions she was only beginning to understand. While she lay unconscious, Midoriya teetered on the edge of collapse. He had broken his arm using his full strength against Muscular, who had been hurled into the mountainside. Spinner, Magna, and Mustard were out for the count. Kurogiri had been forced aside earlier, his body having landed far from the center of the fight. Only Dabi, Mr. Compress, and Twice remained actively engaged. Twice looked to Mr. Compress with worry and asked if they were about to be overwhelmed. Mr. Compress did not respond. He kept his gaze on Midoriya, who was barely on his feet, swaying and exhausted. Mr. Compress launched 2 debris-filled marbles, which Midoriya managed to block. Dabi, who had been hiding and waiting for the right moment, had been watching the front line rather than engaging directly. When he finally decided to act, he unleashed his flames at full force. Midoriya's danger sense warned him and he braced, but the coordinated assault and exhaustion overwhelmed him and he was knocked unconscious. Dabi immediately ordered Mr. Compress to grab their fallen targets and retreat. Dabi moved to lift Midoriya and carry him toward Compress, who had spotted Kurogiri returning. Kurogiri said he felt as if he had awakened from a pleasant dream and then opened a portal. Spinner, Magna, and a compressed muscular were sent through the gateway in quick succession. Dabi felt the strain of exertion and noticed minor wounds and loosened stitches from the fight, and he inwardly acknowledged that he had used more power than he expected to finish the engagement. Midoriya's notable injuries amounted to a broken arm he had caused himself, along with severe fatigue. Dabi worried at what might have happened if they had faced him at full strength. Toga emerged from the trees and began to frolic, prompting Dabi to take note. She reported that she had only managed to take down one target and that she had run out of time, laughing as she spoke. Dabi muttered about her unreliability as she and Mr. Compress moved through the portal. As Dabi prepared to follow, he heard reinforcements calling for Midoriya. He smirked at the timing. They had finished before help had fully arrived. He told twice to leave a clone of him behind as a small spectacle, and twice complied, creating a duplicate. The clone stayed seated amid the aftermath, wearing a patient grin as it imagined the heroes' reactions when they realized the battle had been lost. Aizawa stopped and grabbed his capture gear, finally breaking through the foliage to where the battle had taken place. He let out a sharp, surprised exclamation. Aizawa identified the opponent as the clone and noted that he had already activated his quirk, so the clone could no longer do anything. The clone rose, stared down at Aizawa with a smug grin, and taunted Aizawa to go ahead and erase his quirk, insisting it did not matter because he was not truly there. All Might asked Nizu if he understood the stakes of Midoriya being kidnapped. He leaned forward and rested his forehead on his palm, admitting that he understood and insisting they needed to find anything that could bring the boy back. Nizu sipped his tea and stared quietly at a map of the country, his dark eyes unreadable but seeming to take in 1,000 thoughts. The principal noted that there was a limit to what they knew, no leads on the kidnapper's location or their goal. All Might beat himself up for not being there, remembering how he had been taking a bath instead. Detective Tsukachi placed a hand on All Might's shoulder and offered a small, steady smile, telling him that they had an idea but it would not work until Midoriya woke up, and it might be too late by then. Nizu looked at the detective and returned the smile. Tsukachi pointed out that unless the kidnappers fully understood Midoriya's power and the gravity of his past offenses, they would probably not think to put him in quirk-restrictive cuffs. Aizawa then suggested that they should measure the moment when any irregular seismic activity occurred. Aizawa's hair shadowed his eyes as he reflected on his failure to protect his students. No one had been severely hurt that day, but he had lost the student he had tried hardest to protect. The others knew, even if they rarely said it, there was darkness in Midoriya after the Nomu incident. His behavior had been spiraling downward, and although many did not recognize it, All Might and Nizu feared the consequences if Midoriya ever snapped or changed sides. Tsukachi ordered everyone monitoring seismographs across the city to watch for any abnormalities, even the smallest. He warned that if they failed to recover Midoriya, Japan could fall into the hands of villains. Endeavor cut in, scowling and objecting that they spoke as if Midoriya were the strongest person in the country. The gathering in the room was small and contained sensitive information. Nizu, Tsukachi, All Might, Aizawa, and Endeavor so discretion was necessary. Nizu addressed Todoroki, noting that although Todoroki did not have fond feelings toward Midoriya, that did not excuse failing to save him. Nizu reminded Todoroki that he understood Midoriya's strength because Midoriya had once taken out his son. Endeavor grumbled that something about the situation did not sit right. If Midoriya was such a perfect model hero, why were they worried about him becoming a villain? He did not refuse to help, but he demanded clarity. Tsukachi interjected that their fear was not truly of Midoriya himself but of someone behind Shigaraki, someone they had believed dead years ago. Aizawa pressed them, asking whether this person could be manipulating Midoriya and why the others seemed to know more than they were saying. Tsukachi made it clear that he would only trust them with the full information after asking a direct question. He asked in turn whether any of them had ever been affiliated with or worked for All for One or anyone connected to him at any point in their lives. Aizawa answered no, and Tsukachi confirmed the truth of that answer. Endeavor answered no as well, and Tsukachi again confirmed. Nizu smiled, aware that they had no such contact. Nizu explained that from that moment on they would be under vigilance and not left to their own devices. He described All for One as the counterpart to All Might. The reason All Might sat deflated before them was that he had once fought All for One to a standstill. Nizu brought up an image from that battle, reminding them that All Might had been pushed to the edge and that All for One had been expected to die, which was why some details had never been publicized. Aizawa asked why that kind of person would now be after Midoriya. Nizu considered his words carefully and then said that All for One had been obsessed with acquiring power ever since he discovered the nature of quirks. He could take and give quirks to people, and Nizu asked them to imagine what All for One could do with an earthquake manipulation quirk combined with augmented strength. Endeavor grasped the implication immediately. If All for One could take Midoriya's powers, he could use them to level the city along with any other quirks he collected. He looked straight at All Might, whose expression had darkened. All Might regretted that he had not finished All for One back then. He believed that if he had, Midoriya might not have fallen into those hands. Tsukachi looked at his old friend with remorse. Both men had been close to Midoriya and felt the absence keenly. It had not felt right that the detective had visited Midoriya's house and found the boy gone, no one there to keep him company. All Might missed his apprentice, the young man he had kept close like a son. Tsukachi voiced the worry that if Midoriya were in the hands of such a monster, there was a real chance All for One would take his quirk while he was unconscious and use it to lure them into a trap. He suggested that a truly cunning enemy might anticipate that they would try to track seismic activity. Everyone considered Endeavor's input, and in the end they all acknowledged the value of his perspective. All Might agreed that All for One enjoyed toying with his opponents and would likely manipulate the situation for his own ends. He clenched at the old wound he still carried from that confrontation. Nizu spoke the young hero's name to draw All Might out of his stupor, his voice tinged with melancholy. He began to outline the next steps but then fell silent, leaving the room heavy with tense, uncertain quiet. All Might coughed up blood and told the others that they needed to make clear how bad it really was. Midoriya had been taken. He was about to complain further when he noticed Tsukachi nodding in agreement. Aizawa felt his instincts spike and muttered that he had a feeling he would end up wishing he had stayed home sleeping. He trusted those instincts. Right now they screamed that any normalcy he had left was about to disappear. All Might began to speak to Aizawa but then shifted his attention toward Endeavor. All Might explained that there was something the two of them should know, something only a handful of people in the world were privy to. He listed Night Eye, Recovery Girl, David Shield, Tsukachi, and Nizu as the only others who knew the full truth. Endeavor shifted in his seat as the implications settled in. He realized this was far more serious than he had been told. He was not a teacher at UA nor close to Nizu, he was merely a graduate. Yet his position as the number 2 hero made his involvement make sense. All Might stood and explained his quirk. He said that One for All was a stockpiled quirk that could be passed from one person to another. He identified himself as the 8th holder and Midoriya as the 9th, who had inherited the strength of All Might and 7 previous holders, in addition to his own seismic quirk. Aizawa pinched the bridge of his nose and muttered under his breath as he processed the information. All Might added that he had been quirkless before receiving One for All and had hoped Midoriya would surpass him. He scoffed that, based on the results of the final exam, Midoriya seemed well on his way. All Might's smile faded as he warned that if All for One ever gained One for All, there would be no one in the country capable of stopping him. His words left the room in stunned silence. All Might then stated that, with that reality in mind, they would begin to consider their options. Unknown to the rest, Aizawa connected this revelation to something he had heard back at the summer camp and felt a quiet fury begin to rise within him. Inside a certain bar. He ran through the trees trying to find his aunt, his heart pounding and his breath coming in ragged bursts. He kept thinking that he had betrayed someone, that he had sold him out. He was hyperventilating as he finally made out figure ahead the villain who had killed his parents. He wanted to be sick and to cry, but his body would not obey. It insisted he run, to get back to those who could protect him. He was only a child and had no way to fight, so he ran. At last he heard familiar voices and called for his aunt. Mandalay, looking around with a wound on her forehead, spotted him. She ran over and embraced him despite her pain, apologizing for not knowing where he had been. Kuda buried his face in her shoulder and cried. Mandalay had never seen him so distraught. Aizawa arrived next, supporting the shoulder that had been struck against boulders, and asked after Midoriya. Kuda flinched at the name as Mandalay felt him shake harder. Aizawa urged him to point the way. Trembling, Kuda indicated the direction he had come from. Mandalay gently wiped his tears and stroked his cheek. A cold worry settled over Mandalay. Kuda insisted the villain had killed his parents and that Midoriya was now in danger. Aizawa immediately ran into the trees toward the spot Kuda had pointed out. Mandalay then told everyone that the pro-hero Eraserhead had authorized students to use their quirks in self-defense and instructed anyone who found Midoriya to bring him back to camp because he was a target. She watched Aizawa disappear into the foliage, held the shivering boy, and ran back toward the main house, hoping she had done the right thing. On the other side of the clearing, the villains taunted the heroes, gloating that they had taken Midoriya and that Aizawa would never see him again. Aizawa felt a chill of dread and refused to accept it until a clone suggested that even the strongest could be defeated when exhausted and broken. The clone then struck in a sudden, brutal motion, forcing Aizawa to the ground and leaving him incapacitated without graphic detail. Before the clone vanished into a dark, inky mass, it glanced wickedly at a heterochromatic student. Aizawa sank to his knees and released his quirk, his hair falling forward. From the forest, Ida, Bakugo, Todoroki, and Uraraka emerged, having heard their teacher's calls and rushing toward the scene. They took in the damage and Aizawa's condition and imagined the worst. Bakugo turned his gaze away. Uraraka looked to Ida, whose expression wavered. Todoroki approached Aizawa with a reserved calm. Emergency services were called that night. Firefighters extinguished the flames. 16 students were reported unconscious. 1 was missing, and the rest were unharmed. Chapter 23. Repercussions of a Failed Summer Camp. Dabi grumbled as Midoriya blinked, trying to adjust to the light. The entire league of villains stood before him. Dabi noted that Midoriya had given them a hard time and that Muscular had been left behind, stuck in the mountain. Several others scoffed, but no one denied it. Midoriya instinctively tried to move and felt cold metal against his skin. Dabi informed him that he would not be moving, that they would transport him later, and that the doctor was preparing some items. Shigaraki spoke from the bar without turning and said that if it were up to him Midoriya would be dead, but something interesting had happened, so they would use him as an experiment. Shigaraki turned with a smile and told Midoriya that he would have wished he had died in the first battle against the Nomu, because that would have been less painful than what awaited him. Midoriya realized then that he had lost. He rested his head and stared at the ceiling, thinking about One for All and Collapse being gone and wondering what all his training had been for. A voice in his head told him he could not do it, that he would fail, that they would kill him, that Shigaraki would kill him. Shigaraki stood and said that since their last conversation the hero had only gotten worse. Even in less than 2 weeks he looked like a man who had died many times over, and the world had no hope. Midoriya recalled Shigaraki's words from their encounter at the mall, that he hated him but could sympathize with his loneliness, never having anyone to call family after loss, never being accepted, always labeled a monster and beaten down again and again. Shigaraki asked if anyone was on their way to help. Midoriya looked as if to answer but then closed his mouth and shook his head. Shigaraki smiled, noting the absence of hope and concluding that Midoriya might be ready for what was to come. His gaze felt different from the hero's. He seemed to be trying to understand what was happening in Midoriya's head rather than dissect him. Shigaraki observed that Midoriya's silence confirmed his expectations. Most of the league paid little attention to the exchange, but a laugh filled the room that no one could ignore. Dabi felt his skin crawl. Toga wore a mischievous smile. Compress groaned and held his chest. Spinner looked away to avoid betraying his discomfort. Magna rubbed a bruise while glaring at Midoriya, and Mustard remained silent. Shigaraki stepped back as Midoriya's face twisted into a sad, manic laugh. Midoriya finally answered clearly for the first time since waking. He felt both yes and no. He could not tell left from right, his body was still broken from the battle, and there was little he could do physically. All he knew was that death did not sound terrible in that moment. Shigaraki reacted with stunned amusement and then laughed aloud, deciding he could not simply kill Midoriya but would use him for experiments and see if there was any chance he might change. He remarked that Midoriya had a dark soul. After that, Shigaraki fell silent and the others ignored the young hero for a time. Midoriya's mind raced. He had wanted to act to lower their guards. His laugh had been real and his feelings were real, but he could not form coherent thoughts. The voices in his head continued to urge him to embrace a darker path, to stop disappointing everyone, to stop wasting time pretending. Names of people he cared about were thrown at him as accusations. Then everything grew quiet and a ringing filled his ears as he began to lose consciousness. A familiar voice spoke, addressing him as little brother and saying it was nice to have him join them. Later, the scene shifted to the Class 1A dorms. Kirishima asked if anyone was going to say anything about what had happened, his voice breaking the heavy silence that hung over those who had not been knocked unconscious or injured. Bakugo immediately said there was nothing to talk about. Kirishima frowned and pressed that there had to be something they could do. Talking was how he dealt with stress. He had been back at camp with Vlad and had not been in the fight with the League of Villains, but he watched as students filed in, some conscious and some not, until their homeroom teacher arrived last. The homeroom teacher entered followed by Ida, Uraraka, and Baku. No one met Aizawa's gaze, and the look on his face said as much as words could. Vlad asked where Midoriya was, but Aizawa only brooded in silence. Bakugo told them to drop it and kept his eyes on his phone, scrolling through articles. Kirishima tried to plead again, but Tsuyu suggested they visit those still in the hospital, and the others agreed. Quietly, everyone put on their shoes and jackets and left. The train ride and the walk to the hospital were silent. Koda whispered that he was going to visit Shuji, Hagakure said she would go to Yaoyorozu, and Kirishima volunteered to go with her. Bakugo stated that he would go with Pinky, and marched off. They split up, and soon the rest of the class started to trickle into Yaoyorozu's room. Uraraka, Ida, and Bakugo entered with Hagakure and Kirishima already filling Yaoyorozu in on scattered details. Yaoyorozu asked if Midoriya was okay and whether he was among those hospitalized, asking earnestly and without ill intent. The room fell utterly silent, and no one could meet her gaze. Her anxiety spiked as she tried to piece together what she knew. Villains had attacked. Mandalay had relayed that Midoriya was a target, and the blonde villain had mentioned him. She looked for some explanation. Kirishima finally stated bluntly that Midoriya had been taken. Yaoyorozu struggled to understand, recalling that Midoriya had once faced All Might and wondering how the villains could have succeeded. Ida explained that Midoriya had been the villain's goal. They had distracted the heroes long enough to overwhelm him. Ida said that Midoriya had fought fiercely and had managed to incapacitate Muscular before being overwhelmed and taken, and that UA was holding a meeting to decide what to do, but at the moment Midoriya was missing. Yaoyorozu slumped, a strand of hair falling across her face, and tried to reason through it all. She asked about the rest of the students. Ida reassured her that no one else had been taken or killed. Most had been knocked unconscious by the gas and were being treated thanks to actions taken during the attack. Yaoyorozu did not want praise. She felt hollow while a classmate was missing and blamed herself for not stopping the blonde sooner. Eventually everyone left except Kirishima. He admitted his frustration and his desire to save Midoriya, saying he had only ever wanted to stand up for their classmate. He asked whether Yaoyorozu had created any kind of tracker or had a way to locate Midoriya. Yaoyorozu confessed that she had not thought of that and felt guilty. Kirishima quickly apologized for how he had put it and explained that he was angry at himself for standing behind Vlad King while others had fought, for failing to stop Toga in a 2-on-1, and for passing out while Midoriya likely kept fighting. Yaoyorozu looked at Kirishima with a mixture of weariness and resolve. She quietly told him that she was not good with people who cried, but she wanted him to know that he had done more than many others in the hero course. Kirishima told Yaoyorozu that without her, it might have been more than just Midoriya taken, and Yaoyorozu flinched. Yaoyorozu admitted that it was selfish to speak of it, and she began to tell him that he had been a true hero, but Kirishima started to praise her further until Yaoyorozu interrupted. She declared firmly that it had not been her. Kirishima asked what she meant, confused that she had made the masks and had not been taken by that toga villain, wondering why she had not been the one targeted. Yaoyorozu rubbed her arm and explained that during the final exams and again more recently she had learned information she was not supposed to have. She could not reveal the details, but the knowledge had opened her eyes and forced her to confront her indecisiveness. It was because of him, she said, and she imagined trying to speak with him only to discover he was genuinely kind and that she had been harboring misplaced anger. Kirishima listened with a scowl and asked if she felt indebted and as if she had failed him. Yaoyorozu, though uncomfortable, admitted that she did. Kirishima scoffed and called it nonsense, insisting that Yaoyorozu should know the man would have been glad she had moved and helped others instead of trying to save only him. He reminded her that no one else could have confronted the gas and its user the way she had. Yaoyorozu felt her mouth go dry. Kirishima pressed the point, saying she knew this person better than the rest, and that everyone had seen how close she had become and how often she stole glances. Yaoyorozu grew embarrassed and stammered, and Kirishima smirked at her reaction. His teasing broke some of her composure, but the mood turned serious again when he said they would have to wait until the heroes found him. Yaoyorozu agreed that they were students and could not take matters into their own hands. She tried to think of alternatives, remarking that if they had a tracker she might have been willing to bend rules, but there was no such luck. Kirishima nodded and promised to let her get checked, saying they would be waiting for her back at the dorms. She watched him leave, then dropped back onto the bed with eyes burning. She did not want to admit it, but since the USJ and in the weeks that followed she had begun to look at him not for his quirk but for who he was. With their recent experiences the feeling had become something unfamiliar and deep. She considered the possibility that what she felt might be love. As she began to lose consciousness, a certain doctor finished his preparations, and the heroes were no closer to finding the most important person in the country. Elsewhere, at the League of Villains bar, events continued to unfold. All for One's voice came from a small television in the corner, identified on the screen as sound only. The voice greeted him and called him little brother, and Midoriya flinched. He felt as if he had always known that voice even without having seen the man, and his head began to pound. His quirk, Danger Sense, was flaring uncontrollably. All for One remarked that Tamura had been different since his meeting with Midoriya and expressed pleasant surprise, then invited Tamura to decide something important. Tamura responded that it was fine. All for One then presented a choice about the doctor, saying the doctor was having trouble obtaining materials for experiments and asking whether Tamura preferred to keep him locked up or to kill him once his quirk was taken. Midoriya knew the doctor was ready to go, but he could barely stay conscious as Danger Sense racked his head. Tamura chose to keep the doctor locked up, and All for One told the group to step outside for a moment. The villains complied, even though Tamura wanted to remain. Once they left, All for One emerged from black sludge and looked down at Midoriya with an overwhelming presence. Midoriya had not felt anything like it since encountering All Might. All for One noted that he had been unable to capture any other users while One for All remained within their will and wondered how difficult it would be to snatch it from Midoriya. He brought his hand forward, and red and black energy crackled as the room trembled. Midoriya's eyes rolled back and the two entered the mindscape. Inside the mindscape, Midoriya was unable to speak. His mouth was missing in the landscape. He tried to call for the ninth and could hear voices but could not find him. A shadowy figure of All for One formed on the other side of a bridge, and he observed the nature of One for All. He said he would love to take it but claimed he lacked the hatred necessary to do so, admitting he had tried twice and failed. His amusement grew as he considered the challenge. An invisible barrier kept All for One from crossing, and he reflected that previous holders had such strong minds that it had always stopped him. The atmosphere shifted as his smiling demeanor hardened. He slammed into the barrier and began to tear at it, furious. He taunted Midoriya by saying that, unlike previous holders, Midoriya had been undone by those around him, had failed against the Numu, and had been left broken on the floor. He insisted that nothing would stop him from forcing his way through Midoriya's will. Midoriya recoiled in disbelief as All for One made a concerted push against the barrier. The attack felt like a relentless psychological assault, the kind of intense pressure seen in dramatic confrontations. As the villain pressed forward, a sudden force threw him back, and his form faltered under the strain. All for One noted his own surprise and observed that Midoriya's desire to be left alone was stronger than his desire to take one for all. He added with a cruel smile that he could not take it now and that his brother would have intervened if matters had progressed too far. At that moment, the first appeared in Midoriya's peripheral vision. He placed a hand on Midoriya's shoulder and asserted that All for One must leave and would not take one for all today. All for One reacted with a weary amusement, acknowledging the expectation that he would never have the boy and suggesting that facing someone who was already fractured was more entertaining because it revealed what made them tick. Back in the real world, Midoriya began to pant, sweat running down his face. The fear and hatred he had been forced to endure hit him all at once. He knew that if he did not escape soon, All for One might succeed in taking one for all and become unstoppable. All for One watched him and, with a tone that mixed praise and menace, acknowledged Midoriya's will to fight and survive despite everything he had been through. He stepped back and noted that the villains had obeyed and remained outside the room. Before they left, he mentioned that there was one more thing he wanted to say that might break Midoriya, but he decided to save it for All Might. All for One watched Midoriya, who panted and tried to ignore the sting of his danger sense, and observed that this would be quite the spectacle. He announced he would take his leave and return every 2 hours to press the captive and test his limits. He laughed and then summoned Shigaraki. Shigaraki entered a few seconds later, his gaze shifting between Midoriya and All for One as he asked whether the quirk had been taken. All for One shook his head and explained that it would take a few more attempts. Midoriya was a very unusual case, and he was half tempted to wait for the doctors to run more tests on his quirk factor. He then turned the decision over to his successor, asking whether Shigaraki, who did not wish to kill him, wanted the medical team to carry out extensive examinations. Shigaraki looked at Midoriya, whose pale face stirred memories of his own lonely past, and agreed that if it would help the League, the doctors should proceed with their work. All for One offered a cold smile and a low chuckle, promising to return and instructing them to keep their guest under careful watch. The scene shifted to the UA dorms and Yaoyorozu. Yaoyorozu refreshed the news feed over and over, hoping something new would appear. The same reports about the UA kidnapping scrolled past, and she grew more frustrated with each refresh. When a new headline finally appeared, she felt anger rather than relief. The article treated Izuku Midoriya's abduction as if much of the nation were unconcerned. She clenched her fist, turned her phone off, and left her bed, telling herself that she could not let that attitude stand. In public she maintained a composed facade, but alone she wanted to cry and run to him. Her heart ached imagining how much he must have suffered to be taken by the League of Villains. From what she had heard, there were no regenerative Nomu this time, only the one that had chased Owasu through the forest. The memory of burning wood from that night drifted through her mind again and again, each recollection tugging her back to that moment. She moved through the school halls, thinking of the flames and the cries that everyone had seen and heard that night. Many classmates had sought help afterward. Yaoyorozu had begun sessions with the hero Hound Dog. It had been 2 days since the event, and she was due for her third appointment. She worried over how the ordeal would affect Midoriya and feared the worst for him. She held the hem of her skirt tighter as she walked toward the school building, frustration and helplessness gnawing at her. Aizawa had only said that there would be a live conference later to address the incident and search for Midoriya's location. That weight felt unbearable. She told herself she wanted to speak with him, to understand what had happened and to help if she could. She realized, the thought arriving as a surprise, that she viewed the boy differently from other classmates. He was kind, honest, and someone she admired, someone she wanted to stand alongside one day. The realization made her cheeks warm and left her feeling awkward and unsure. She fumbled for other things to focus on until her racing thoughts calmed enough for her to sit outside Hound Dog's office. Her session would start in 5 minutes. Yesterday she had spoken with the hero after a nightmare and again about how to move forward. Today she hoped simply to talk and to find some guidance. The more she considered it, the more conflicted she felt about taking action. Kirishima kept proposing plans to rescue Midoriya, and part of her wanted to join him. But she understood the risks. Breaking rules or getting caught could jeopardize their futures as heroes. She worried that if they were discovered and punished, Midoriya would blame himself, especially given the trauma he already carried. Her understanding of him had come from many small observations. She had noticed his habit of sitting just an inch off the seat to exercise his legs, rising before everyone else to train quietly, and avoiding eye contact while occasionally glancing around the classroom. He often stared out the window with thoughtful eyes and answered questions quickly and quietly so as not to draw attention. He avoided sitting near the rest of Class 1A at lunch and chose times with less traffic to use the facilities so people wouldn't bother him. On long, exhausting days he made small food items for others, snacks no one always noticed, or thanked him for acts that showed his quiet care despite how others judged him. She had come to terms with the fact that, because she had acted that day, others had survived. That acceptance did not erase her worry or her desire to help, but it steeled her resolve to do what she could without risking their futures. It would have been frightening regardless. Some classmates had lost family members or been injured. That made it harder for many of them to give Midoriya the benefit of the doubt. On the other hand, students like Hagakure and Kirishima had made it clear they did not hate him. Kirishima because he understood the dangers of quirks, and Hagakure because she had not been affected by the incident and was not from the district. Hound Dog opened the door for Yaoyorozu and invited her in, noting that this session would be shorter. The school therapist looked rough around the edges in both appearance and manner of speaking, but Yaoyorozu knew he had his own struggles with anger management and had worked through them to become Yue's therapist. Once the door was locked, Hound Dog focused his attention on the young woman who wore the same expressions several students had shown before her. He asked what was foremost on her mind. Yaoyorozu asked if there was any possible way to help Midoriya and whether they could even find him. Hound Dog observed that she said we, and assumed she wanted to go help him. He pointed out that her recent visits had mostly revolved around the camp and that, for her, the conversation always seemed to center on Izuku Midoriya. Hound Dog paused, then warned that while there might be a way, they did not know what it was, and it was possible he was already dead. Yaoyorozu's mouth opened slightly, her brows twitched and her heart pounded as she tried to think rationally. Hound Dog continued, reminding her that there were no demands or leads and that they only knew Midoriya had been the target. He mentioned the Nomu and that Midoriya had defeated several of them, and that the League of Villains had a vendetta against him. Yaoyorozu urged him to stop, not wanting to dwell on the worst possibilities. Hound Dog said it would be a miracle if Midoriya were found in one piece and not altered by whatever villains had planned. Yaoyorozu pleaded for him to stop. Hound Dog held her gaze and pressed the point that if they found a body, all her worry might be for nothing, or worse, that the villains had only wanted his body. He reminded her of the reports of the chaotic battle and the destruction that followed. Yaoyorozu shook her head, refusing to dwell on the image of a massive brawl and the devastation it left behind. Hound Dog questioned whether Midoriya could take on an entire organization alone, and suggested that his emotional fragility might leave him vulnerable. His words landed like a misstep. Yaoyorozu responded sharply and definitively that he was wrong. Yaoyorozu spoke with a steady, fierce voice and a look that was no longer confused or frightened. She insisted that Midoriya was stronger than anyone at the school, not only physically but mentally. She asked Hound Dog to consider Midoriya's point of view, constantly judged and berated, treated as if his past defined him. She said he could have become the villain of the story, but he had not. Instead of erasing the harm he had endured, he had tried to save the people who remained, the survivors. She suggested it would not be surprising if he kept the weight of responsibility for the lives affected by his quirk. Her breathing grew rough as she stood and looked down at Hound Dog. She allowed that he might be gone and that he might be beyond their help, but she insisted that no one should ever doubt his mental fortitude. She admitted she could not imagine how battered his emotional health must be, but she refused to question the strength of his will. She argued that even a notorious villain like Stain had stepped back when he recognized the genuine determination and kindness in Izuku Midoriya. Hound Dog gave a soft, approving grunt and teased that she was clearly fond of Midoriya. Yaoyorozu felt her face heat, but instead of breaking down she found a strange calm settle over her. She admitted quietly that she cared. Hound Dog tapped the table and said he was glad she could be honest with herself, commenting that watching her come to terms with her feelings had been difficult in its own way. Yaoyorozu flushed and offered a sheepish apology, saying she was still learning how to handle emotions like these. Hound Dog let out a soft laugh, a sound few at UA had heard from him. It was unexpectedly gentle, and Yaoyorozu found it comforting. Though many at the school assumed he was brusque, he showed a softer side in his work as a therapist. Hound Dog avoided giving specific details but assured her that a plan was already in place and that everything would be acted on today. Yaoyorozu smiled and asked for confirmation that they had indeed made a plan to find and rescue Midoriya. Yaoyorozu asked in disbelief how that could be. Hound Dog put a thumbs up and responded curtly that they were heroes, and that was what they did. The rest of the time was spent with idle chatter. Yaoyorozu did not realize that most of the weight she had been carrying came from the stress of Izuku Midoriya being taken. Now she felt she could breathe and move forward at her own pace. The UA conference continued under Aizawa's oversight. Aizawa did not want to be there. Standing at the top of the stage facing hundreds of cameras, he smoothed his slicked back hair and adjusted his suit, wanting nothing more than to sigh. He hated being in the limelight and, inwardly, he felt overwhelmed to the point of dark thoughts. Nizu had insisted he be the one to hold the conference. He knew he was just a distraction. Their team had been tracking activity tirelessly and finally got a strong reading in the Kamino area. The seismic activity spread across a 20-mile radius, making the epicenter hard to pin down until the 2-hour mark. For a single second, the readings spiked to the equivalent of a 9.6 and focused on a single building. They had found their target. Aizawa hoped All Might would not interfere and complicate the operation. Aizawa was not pleased with All Might at the moment. He had taken the older hero aside after the initial meeting. In the flashback, Aizawa confronted All Might about what his quirk had done to Midoriya. Aizawa demanded to know whether All Might had understood the consequences of giving Midoriya that power, the target it placed on the boy, and the toll it was taking on his body. All Might admitted he had not fully known. He thought he had ended All for One and had never predicted the ways Midoriya's body would react under such strain. Aizawa pressed on, furious and shaking with clenched fists. He accused All Might of sealing Midoriya's fate by giving such power without ensuring the boy's body was monitored. All Might stammered that he had not considered it and fell silent under Aizawa's stern gaze. Aizawa then asked whether All Might had taken Midoriya aside when he learned the boy had only 7 years left. The question stunned All Might. He had not been told. Midoriya had been distant and spoke mostly about new aspects of One for All. He had not known of the time limit. Aizawa explained that he had overheard a conversation between Midoriya and Yaoyorozu and that, as far as he could tell, only Yaoyorozu and Midnight, who served as the boy's therapist, might be aware. All Might reacted with horror and regret, realizing how his decision had unintentionally put Midoriya in danger. Aizawa let out a long breath and, despite his anger, told All Might that if anyone could save Midoriya, it would be him. All Might was the symbol of peace and still had power to offer, even if only for brief PRDs. Aizawa urged him to use what time he had to try to help the boy he had unintentionally condemned. After that tense exchange, their efforts focused on figuring out what had happened to Midoriya and exploring the implications of the Doomsday Quirk theory. Back in the present, Aizawa readied himself for the conference, the memory of that conversation heavy in his mind as the cameras continued to roll. So far the conference had gone as smoothly as it could have. All Might answered their questions, even when they were rude and trying to bait him into saying something he should not. He checked his watch and quietly wondered not to mess it up, aware the operation would commence in mere seconds. Inside a bar, the League of Villains watched the conference in amusement. Shigaraki marveled that a single attack on a school of UA's caliber could make their names spread so far and wide. They had lost Muscular, but Shigaraki dismissed that as a loss of brawn more than brain. Moonfish had been left behind because he did not fit with the rest, not because they could not retrieve him. Mustard had been brought along. He remained useful despite odd interests. Dabi found Aizawa's sharp appearance amusing and chuckled that it showed how seriously the heroes were taking them, noting that if Aizawa, whom he sometimes teased as lazy, looked polished, then the rest must look even more prepared. Shigaraki smiled faintly, a clarity of mind he had only recently begun to regain. All Might on stage asked if there were any other questions as the conference wound down. The villains discussed their next move. Shigaraki told them that they would keep a low profile for now, having caused a massive upheaval and needing to gain more strength or else face greater retaliation. Most of the group agreed, while Toga pouted and complained that meant no blood, expressing disappointment at missing the thrill. Shigaraki smiled again, about to reassure them, when their attention was pulled by a shout from the door announcing a pizza delivery. Spinners started toward the door before the wall behind them was suddenly breached. Kamui Woods, Ed Shot, and Gran Torino burst into the bar. Kamui Woods grabbed the villains to restrain them. Ed Shot struck Kurogiri in a precise attack that disrupted his ability to warp and rendered him unconscious, and Gran Torino moved to engage Dabi. As Dabi attempted to respond with flames, Gran Torino propelled himself forward and delivered a powerful kick that knocked the flame user out. All Might then arrived, looking down at Shigaraki without a smile and demanding to know where Midoriya and All For One were. Shigaraki taunted that All Might would surely want to know and cackled that without that information All Might could not act with confidence. All Might stared at Shigaraki, fury barely contained, insisting on one last chance to find the answers he sought. Shigaraki told him to go to hell, and then the situation shifted in an instant. Toga choked as a strange viscous substance began to flow from the villains' mouths. Kamui Woods tried to hold tight, but the villains vanished from his grasp. The area filled with more of that substance and figures began appearing one by one, revealing a wave of Nomu-like creations. Gran Torino fought through the new attackers and then realized the heroes had been misled. When the heroes who had been in the bar forced their way outside, they saw devastation at a different location. All Might smashed a wall in anger and admitted they had been baited by seismic activity. The real attack had been at the other site. He decided to head there immediately, explaining that their adversary had used the tremors as a lure. At the other location, destruction and tragedy had already struck. Lady, Gang Orca, and other rescuers lay on the ground, injured and unable to continue. Best Jeanist stood in front of them, clearly wounded from blocking an attack to protect the others. He coughed and struggled for breath after taking a heavy blow, admitting that the opponent's quirk was powerful but that it would be unnecessary to capture it for Tamura. Before Best Jeanist could respond further, All For One appeared and struck him with a concentrated burst of air energy at point-blank range, sending him reeling. All For One declared that it was time for a reunion, and the battlefield braced for what came next.